Chapter 607. Now that Han Genie had taken him back from the hands of the devil, Yan Nanxing was indebted to him. How about accompanying me to Penglai Island? Han Genie didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Penglai Island? Aren't you and Shui Qianma minding our own business? And I heard that she doesn't like you. At this moment, Yan Nanxing had returned to his usual refreshed self. Coupled with his fiery red wedding dress, he was peerlessly beautiful. Of course I have to go. If you don't agree. I suddenly remembered that I have something to say to Old Master. Han Genie glanced at Yan Nanxing with a sly smile, then turned and walked towards Old Master. Come back. I didn't say I wouldn't go. You can leave now, but do you think those two old things will return the child to you? Yan Nanxing looked at the two old men who had placed the flute on the table. His tone was filled with helplessness. Xiao Di came with me, so he can't stay here. Han Genie looked at Yan Nanxing with a stern expression. You can't say that to me. Yan Nanxing really couldn't afford to offend these two hardcore people in the matter. Seeing that Yan Nanxing had no intention of stepping forward, Han Genie turned and walked forward. Thousand Emperor Cities. Han Genie greets Old Master, Old Madam. Han Genie tried to be polite before resorting to force. But no matter how Han Genie walked forward, the two old men's eyes seemed to be fixed on the flute, completely ignoring Han Genie. Cough. Old Manor Master, Xiao Di was brought by Genie from 10,000 Emperor City. Before his mother left, she specifically ordered him to bring Xiao Di back in one piece, so Genie wanted to bring Xiao Di back tomorrow. Before Han Genie could finish, Old Manor Master turned around and pointed at Han Genie with lightning speed. Father, the visitor is a guest, this isn't right. Behind him, Yan Nanxing saw this and immediately went forward to help, but he was also stopped by Old Master beside Han Genie. Thus, Yan Nanxing and Han Genie could only watch as the two old things took the flute away from under their noses, but they were powerless to do anything. After an entire night, when the acupoints on Yan Nanxing and Han Genie's bodies were automatically unsealed, the two of them finally recognized a fact. They both felt that if they wanted to take away the Qi Xiu flute, they would have to use some extraordinary methods. Therefore, Yan Nanxing privately bribed the chef in the kitchen to put a heavy poison in the food of the two old things. After the two of them fainted, they quickly left the Phoenix Feather Manor with Qi Xiu Di, who was also unconscious, and headed straight for Penglai Island. The carriage rolled forward. Inside the carriage, Qi Xiu Di slept for 2 days and 2 nights before waking up. Xiu Di, are you alright? Seeing Xiu Di open his eyes, Han Genie finally let out a long sigh. At that time, because Yan Nanxing had used too much medicine, Han Genie had almost strangled Yan Nanxing to death. If anything had happened to Qi Xiu flute, how could he explain it to Diao Diao? Moreover, seeing that the child was unconscious, Han Genie was also worried. Well, Uncle Genie, where are we? Qi Xiu Di was still feeling dizzy and couldn't help but rub his forehead. We have left the Phoenix Feather Manor. Uncle will take you to a more fun place. Han Genie inadvertently put his hand on Qi Xiu Di's pulse. Seeing that his pulse was normal, his thin lips then revealed a smile. Grandpa and Grandma are really good to Qi Xiu Di. Uncle Genie. Wait until we come back, okay? What surprised Han Genie was that Qi Xiu Di actually liked the two old things of the Phoenix Feather Manor. Without waiting for Han Genie to speak, Yan Nanxing suddenly drilled into the carriage. Little guy, you like to be abused. At that time in Xinjiang, Yan Nanxing had also seen Qi Xiu Di a few times. Unfortunately, Qi Xiu Di was either with Qi Kanglen or was dragged out by Han Genie to play. Therefore, the time they spent together was only the time of a few meals. However, after this matter, Yan Nanxing also felt that he and Qi Xiu Di were very congenial. Xiao Qi doesn't have parents, so he doesn't have grandpa and grandma. Do all the grandpa and grandma in the world love their grandchildren this much? Qi Xiao Di wants to be their grandson. His tender voice carried a bit of loneliness. As they watched Qi Xiao Di fiddle with his fingers, Han Jini and Yan Nanxing looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't help but feel a bit more pity for this child. Yan Nanxing and Han Jini took Qi Xiao Di to Pinglai Island. Yao Mo Wan also had a turn for the better. Huan Luo and Diao Diao received a secret letter from Sikong Mu at the same time, ordering them to return to Crimson Flame Country as quickly as possible. Why is it only me and Diao Diao? Why did Daoist leave you and Yao Mo Wan here? Kanglin, is it because you think we're hindering your business here, so you secretly did something? In the next second after receiving the secret letter, Huan Luo angrily found Qi Kanglin and questioned him sternly. Perhaps you should be more worried that Daoist called you and Diao Diao back so quickly because something happened in Crimson Flame Country. You shouldn't be thinking about these non-existent problems. Qi Kanglin's expression was grave. He didn't know when, but he increasingly felt that Huan Luo was unreasonable. Non-existent problems. You know best in your heart whether or not it's non-existent. Kanglin, Yao Mo Wan can't be trusted. She and Yi Junqing had clearly fallen out in Xian Xiang to a point where it couldn't be salvaged, but now, she's actually eating at the same table as Yi Junqing and talking cheerfully and wittily. She's definitely hiding something from us. If she knows everything, then you're her greatest enemy. It's impossible for the two of you. Huan Luo lowered her stance and earnestly tried to persuade Qi Kanglin. However, Qi Kanglin really wouldn't listen to her at all. She won't know. She'll never know. His icy voice was like a sharp blade that stabbed into Huan Luo's heart. When she saw the deep coldness in Qi Kanglin's eyes, Huan Luo actually froze for a moment. Ever since she could remember, Qi Kanglin had never looked at her with such a cold gaze, not even once. But now, Qi Kanglin had changed. Are you threatening me? Huan Luo's eyes instantly became moist. All of the grievances flooded out and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. No. This priest just wanted to remind you that there's no longer a Yao Mo Wan in this world. There's only Xing Wan her. Qi Kanglin admitted that in that moment, he had indeed threatened more than reminded her, but it was only for a moment. In the end, Huan Luo had grown up with him. Unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to hurt Huan Luo too deeply. What a good reminder. This holy maiden will remember it. However, great priest, please remember that Huan Luo is a holy maiden, not a saint. Huan Luo must receive repayment for everything you've done. Huan Luo's cold voice slowly spilled out of Huan Luo's mouth, enunciating every word clearly. Her teary eyes shone with cold light. When Huan Luo left, Qi Kanglin couldn't help but sigh. If it hadn't been for this accident, he would have also considered compensating Huan Luo, but now that his heart had already been moved, how could he let go? When she heard this news, Yao Mo Wan's reaction was clearly much more excited. You're going back. When? Tonight? Yi Junqing had already left Stone Dock Town for several days. If she didn't find a way to meet up with him, by the time she reached Liangyuan Prefecture, Yi Junqing would have already set out for Purple Sea. Master, it seems like you really want Diao Diao to leave. Diao Diao was very hurt and disappointed when she saw the light flickering in Yao Mo Wan's eyes. Did I make it that obvious? After Diao Diao's reminder, Yao Mo Wan reflexively rubbed her cheeks. Diao Diao nodded firmly. Of course, this holy maiden hopes that you can return quickly so that you can report the situation here to Sect Master. Now that the promotion of flame coins is going so smoothly, Sect Master should reward this holy maiden, right? Don't worry, if Sect Master rewards this holy maiden with anything, I promise to split it evenly with you. Yao Mo Wan restrained the joy in her eyes and promised seriously. Master, don't forget what you said. Diao Diao's mood instantly improved a little. Why is Sect Master only letting you and Huan Luo return? Where's Qi Kanglin? In reality, Yao Mo Wan already had a plan, but with Huan Luo, Diao Diao, and Qi Kanglin present, this plan was meaningless. Of course he has to stay behind to protect Master. But there's something Diao Diao needs to remind Master. Qi Kanglin was poisoned by Yi Junqing last time and his body still hasn't recovered. With Qi Kanglin's current martial arts, if he encounters a tough opponent, he definitely won't be able to win. So Diao Diao feels that it's best for Master to keep a low profile for now. Otherwise, there will be no one to help you if you get beaten up. Diao Diao reminded with good intentions. Don't you think that this holy maiden's popularity has always been very good? Yao Mo Wan smacked Diao Diao's forehead as a light flashed through her eyes. Since Huan Luo and Diao Diao weren't here, it would be much easier to deal with Qi Kanglin. I don't think so. Diao Diao shook her head. Just as Yao Mo Wan expected, Huan Luo and Diao Diao left Stone Dock Town that very night in a hurry. After the two of them left, Yao Mo Wan was hesitating whether or not she should bring the pot of tea in front of her to Qi Kanglin. Unexpectedly, Qi Kanglin took the initiative to deliver it to her. You haven't slept yet. It was a meaningless opening remark that had to be said. Yao Mo Wan secretly suppressed her guilty conscience and smiled at Qi Kanglin who was at the door. Great shaman, what's the matter? Seeing Qi Kanglin walk in and sit in front of her, Yao Mo Wan casually lifted the teapot, poured a cup, and pushed it over. This is Cult Master's secret letter. Currently, the promotion of flame coins has already obtained Cult Master's approval. According to Cult Master's intentions, our next step is to earn a large amount of gold, silver, and banknotes shared by the 7 countries. We'll do everything possible to hoard money and resources. As Qi Kanglin spoke, he took out the secret letter from his sleeve and handed it over to Yao Mo Wan. Are they going to start a war? Yao Mo Wan instinctively thought of this. It's just in case. At least, Kanglin doesn't feel that it's time to start a war. Qi Kanglin's words were somewhat reasonable. If Sikong Mu was really strong enough to fight 1 against 7, then he wouldn't have agreed to her suggestion of assimilation. Yao Mo Wan took the secret letter and couldn't help but sigh. Sikong Mu really had a good hand. The tea isn't bad, the taste is very good. Yao Mo Wan raised her eyes when she heard this and saw that Qi Kanglin had already taken a sip of the tea she had just pushed over. Is that so? Yao Mo Wan casually raised the secret letter to the candlelight and burned it. Her eyes seemed to inadvertently glance at Qi Kanglin. She knew very well that Qi Kanglin's martial arts weren't weak, so before Diao Diao left, Yao Mo Wan had specially fished out a special aphrodisiac from Diao Diao to deal with people with high martial arts. This priest feels that Lulan is the wealthiest among the 7 countries. If you're willing, let's go back to Xiang tomorrow. Qi Kanglin pursed his lips and reached out to pour another cup. All right. Yao Mo Wan answered perfunctorily. She was more or less worried about Qi Kanglin's safety and didn't ask Diao Diao if there would be any adverse effects from drinking too much of this aphrodisiac. Tonight's tea was brewed just right. You wouldn't mind this priest having another cup, right? Qi Kanglin's gentle eyes looked towards Yao Mo Wan like water. When he reached out to lift the teapot again, Yao Mo Wan stopped him. Forget it, it's easy to lose sleep if you drink too much tea at night. Yao Mo Wan pushed the teapot to the side first and smiled very naturally. That's fine, then you rest early. We'll leave tomorrow. Qi Kanglin's hand that had stopped in midair slowly retracted and his thin lips hooked into a faintly discernible arc. Seeing Qi Kanglin get up and walk out the door, Yao Mo Wan couldn't help but feel vexed. Why didn't she let Qi Kanglin drink another cup just now? Just as Yao Mo Wan was regretting, a bang suddenly came from outside the door. Yao Mo Wan looked over when she heard the sound and her heart instantly felt much better. Thus, Yao Mo Wan strenuously carried the unconscious Qi Kanglan to her couch and covered him with a brocade quilt. Qi Kanglan, I know you treat me well, but, sleep well. But when the truth comes out, how should we face the grudges of the past? Don't get emotional, those who get emotional will only ask for trouble. After settling Qi Kanglan down, Yao Mo Wan immediately left the room. At this time, Meiji had already been waiting at the door for a long time. This subordinate has already drugged Lang Bingxin according to master's intentions. What's next? Meiji looked towards Yao Mo Wan solemnly. Chapter 608. Master. You recognize me as master. Yao Moan was overwhelmed by this form of address. Yes, in this world, there is no one who hates Yi Hongyi more than master. This is why Meiji is willing to do this, said Meiji. You still firmly believe that I'm Yao Moan? Yao Moan lifted her brows and asked suspiciously. You are. Meiji nodded firmly. Let's go to the Chao residence. Yao Moan smiled faintly, then led Meiji towards Chao Luo's residence. Logically speaking, Yao Moan should have trusted her former subordinate, Lang Bingxin, but Yao Moan chose Meiji. Firstly, this trip was dangerous and she didn't want anything to happen to Lang Bingxin. Secondly, Lang Bingxin was Gue Douzi's last disciple, so there was no way to confirm whether or not her heart was still with her. Inside the Chao manor, Chu Mabe looked at Yao Moan in disbelief. What did you say? You want to be Yi Junqing's hostage? This is no joke. Chu Mabe suddenly felt a bit jealous of Yi Junqing. The real Yao Moan had helped him obtain Great Chu's empire, while the fake Yao Moan was willing to escort and protect him. Compared to Yi Junqing, his luck with women was truly too lacking. Your Highness, do you think that Wan came to the Chao manor in the middle of the night to play a prank on you? Yao Moan could understand Chu Mabe's shock. Any normal person wouldn't throw themselves into a trap like this. But who could understand her difficulties? Cough. Although this crown prince admires shopkeeper Saint's spirit of going crazy for love, this crown prince is very doubtful of shopkeeper Saint's value. Are you sure that Chi Chuan or Sikong Mu of the Crimson Flame Nation really treat you as a piece of cake? Shui Waner and Yu Waner, who look exactly like Yao Moan, are currently being held in the Chao manor. Chu Mabe's intentions were extremely clear. Wan has always felt that Your Highness Crown Prince's wisdom is outstanding, but, may I ask Your Highness Crown Prince, is Shui Wan, Yu Wan, or Wan, accompanied by Qi Kanglan? Do you have the illusory vine? Was there a need to be picky? There's also Lang Bingxin and Meiji, do they have any? Yao Moan returned Chu Mabe's disdain with a tooth for a tooth. So, that's why my value can't be compared to theirs. If Your Highness doesn't want Yi Junqing to lose too miserably, then immediately have Meiji and I sent to Liangyuan Prefecture, said Yao Moan bluntly. That's not a problem. The problem is, can Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo really let my people leave Stone Dock Town safely? With Yao Moan's reminder, Chu Mabe also realized the significance of this woman's existence. Huan Luo and Diao Diao have already returned to Crimson Flame Country. Qi Kanglan is currently sleeping soundly, but this shopkeeper doesn't dare to guarantee how long he'll be able to sleep. Yao Moan's meaning was for Chu Mabe to hurry up and prepare. Since that's the case, this prince will fulfill Saint Shopkeeper's infatuation. Yin Xiong. You and Duanhuan Sanmeng will immediately escort Saint Shopkeeper to Liangyuan Prefecture. Chu Mabe said coldly. Then he saw Yin Xiong Gao appear and immediately brought Yao Moan and Meiji out of the room. The second Yao Moan and Meiji left the Chao residence, Chu Mabe immediately summoned Slaughter Vanquishing Wolf and ordered the three of them to immediately head to Immortal Assembling Tower and kill Qi Kanglan. However, when Slaughter Vanquishing Wolf arrived at Immortal Assembling Tower, there was no longer any Qi Kanglan, only Lang Bingxin, who was sleeping soundly. Thus, the three of them had no choice but to drag Lang Bingxin out of the brocade quilt and return to the Chao residence to report on their mission. The sound of rolling carriage wheels and horse hooves broke the silence of the night. Inside the carriage, Meiji looked at Yao Moan with a different kind of expression. If I were Yao Moan, would I be doing something wrong? Yao Moan saw the confusion in Meiji's eyes and couldn't help but shrug. This subordinate was just thinking, just what did Master O Yi Junqing in your past life that you would risk your life for him again and again? This question had surfaced in Meiji's mind when she had been enemies with Yao Moan. Based on Yao Moan's wisdom, she was more than capable of being an empress herself. It has nothing to do with your past life. Isn't the current Yi Junqing also willing to risk his life for Yao Moan? If I don't do everything in my power to save Yi Junqing's life, I'm afraid that when I recover my memories, it'll be too late for regrets. This time, Yao Moan didn't deny her identity. She wouldn't suspect the people she used and wouldn't use the people she doubted. Since she had chosen Meiji to stay by her side, she naturally wouldn't hold back too much. Master already knew of your identity, right? And you've been in contact with Chu Mabe for a long time. Meiji suddenly understood. No wonder Yao Moan hadn't shown any signs of shock when she had said those shocking words at the inn. Yi Hongyi. I definitely won't let him live for too long. Yao Moan didn't answer Meiji's question. Instead, she said this indifferently. Then she closed her eyes and leaned against the side of the carriage to rest. Meiji knew that she had crossed the line, so she remained silent. Yao Moan's words could be considered a promise to her. From now on, she would use her life to repay Yao Moan. At dawn, the sky brightened and the air suddenly became cold. The carriage came to a sudden stop, jolting the unconscious Yao Moan and Meiji awake. When Meiji lifted the curtain, a chill invaded them and Yao Moan couldn't help but shiver. Just as Yao Moan was about to open her mouth to ask, a white figure entered her eyes. Long moon-colored robes, long silvery white hair. Qi Kanglan stood in front of the carriage like a deity. His deep eyes looked at Yao Moan, who was in the carriage without any emotion. Hand over Xingwan, and this priest will let you live. The sound of rain hitting the porcelain was cold and intimidating. When Qi Kanglan spoke, Yin Xiong and soul-severing San Meng had already surrounded him. Only if we die. Yin Xiong didn't waste words and attacked at the same time with soul-severing San Meng. 5 figures fought in front of Yao Moan. If this continues, Qi Kanglan will definitely die. But it's good that he dies. If he recovers his martial arts, I'm afraid no one will be able to subdue him. Meiji said coldly. Meiji couldn't wait to grind the bones and scatter the ashes of anyone from Crimson Flame Country. Yao Moan's expression froze. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the 5 people fighting together. Faint anxiety and heartache appeared in her eyes. Who was she feeling heartache for? Qi Kanglan, right? She didn't want Qi Kanglan to die, she really didn't. Ah! The white figure suddenly fell from midair to the ground. His snow-like white clothes were dyed red by blood. A large red spider lily bloomed in front of Qi Kanglan's chest, beautiful but miserable. Stop! Yao Moan jumped out of the carriage without hesitation and ran to Qi Kanglan's side with large strides. She looked at Yin Xiong with an icy gaze. Compared to this shopkeeper, Qi Kanglan is more useful. Yao Moan roared and reached out to support Qi Kanglan. However, her hand was brushed away. For a moment, Yao Moan was too ashamed to show her face. He can't live. Yin Xiong was well aware of his master's fear of Qi Kanglan. As long as he died, perhaps his master could breathe a sigh of relief. If you guys want to kill him, then this shopkeeper won't live either. Kill the one in the carriage as well. Yao Moen said sternly, her expression like ice. Inside the carriage, Meiji couldn't help but wipe her sweat. Did this matter have anything to do with her? It seemed that being Yao Moen's subordinate wasn't an easy thing. Meiji naturally knew that Yao Moen was reminding her that if anything happened to Qi Kanglan, no one would be able to think of a good outcome. This matter isn't up to you. If the person in front of him was Yao Moen, Yin Xiong might give Yao Moen some face. Since it wasn't, he had no reason to hesitate. You really don't believe that I'll die in front of you? When the dagger in Yao Moen's hand pressed against her snow-white neck and dark red blood flowed down, Yin Xiong didn't dare to take another step. Yin Xiong knew the value of this woman's existence. He just didn't expect that Xing Wan would die for Qi Kanglan. Qi Kanglan's martial arts aren't as good as before. If you guys want to subdue him, there are still ways. Inside the carriage, Meiji didn't miss the opportunity to add a sentence. Thus, Yin Xiong and soul-severing San Meng separately used their unique pressure point technique to seal all the acupuncture points on Qi Kanglan's body. Only then did they dispel the thought of killing him. The carriage continued forward, but the atmosphere inside the carriage wasn't as relaxed as before. Qi Kanglan didn't say a word even after they had traveled far away. He just sat there with his eyes closed, as if he was pretending to sleep. However, Yao Moen could see that Qi Kanglan's condition wasn't very good. There wasn't a trace of blood on his handsome face and blood seeped out of the corner of his lips. He looked very sorry. Cough. Yao Moen purposely made some noise to attract Qi Kanglan's attention. However, no matter how many times she coughed, Qi Kanglan acted as if he didn't hear anything and didn't move. Yao Moen was forced to helplessly look at Meiji, who was sitting silently at the side, hoping that she could break the deadlock. Shopkeeper, you want Meiji to leave? All right. Meiji had no intention of getting involved. She immediately got up, lifted the curtain, and sat outside. When Yao Moen saw how considerate Meiji was, black lines instantly appeared on her forehead. However, just as Yao Moen was about to reach out to pull Meiji back, Qi Kanglan opened his eyes. Thus, Yao Moen's hand paused in midair, then she pulled it back. You're awake. Yao Moen laughed dryly as she looked towards Qi Kanglan. Even if she had 10,000 reasons to speak boldly to Qi Kanglan, when faced with Qi Kanglan's almost cold gaze, Yao Moen's voice instantly became meek. You really care about Yi Junqing that much? Even if he only has Yao Moen in his heart, you still don't care. Qi Kanglan's low voice was accompanied by heartache. His deep eyes were as calm as still water. Who said I care about him? Didn't I just accidentally get caught? Yao Moen felt a bit embarrassed as she spoke awkwardly. Really accidentally? Then how do you explain the aphrodisiac in the tea? This priest saw you enter the Chao residence with my own eyes. At the time, there wasn't anyone grabbing your leg. Qi Kanglan's words made Yao Moen feel as if she had been struck by lightning. The expression on her face became increasingly rich. You knew. You weren't affected by the aphrodisiac at all. Yao Moen suddenly understood. The aphrodisiac came from Crimson Flame country. Did you think that this priest wouldn't be able to detect it? Yao Moen's heart trembled as she looked towards the man in front of her in confusion. So you knew that I was willing. Yao Moen couldn't figure out Qi Kanglan's current thoughts and a hint of vigilance appeared in her eyes. With this priest's current martial arts, although I can't defeat Yin Xiong and the others, it's more than enough to kill you. Qi Kanglan saw that Yao Moen was on guard and a trace of bitterness flashed through his heart. It's Wan'er who's implicated you. I just want to help him once, just this once. Yao Moen could hear the unspoken meaning in Qi Kanglan's words. He had sincerely come to save her. It seems that the information is correct. Yi Junqing has gathered troops in Liangyuan Commandery for the purpose of sending troops to Purple Sea. Qi Kanglan weakly leaned against the carriage and slowly closed his eyes. Information. Where did you get the information? Cold Master already knows. Yao Moen's eyes widened as she looked towards Qi Kanglan suspiciously. However, after this, Qi Kanglan really didn't say another word. The small wooden boat swayed on the sea like a floating leaf. The people rowing the boat used all their strength to fiercely move the propeller, but the small boat still moved at a snail's pace towards its destination. Ugh, Han Genie, can't you go faster? It's so uncomfortable. Yan Nanqing, who was sitting at the back of the boat, was deathly pale and his body was exhausted. He had vomited for as long as the boat moved. How fast do you think the Supreme Lord can go with this kind of boat even if he uses all of his strength? Han Genie didn't think much of it. Chapter 609. Uncle Genie, are you still drinking milk? Qi Xiudi, who was sitting next to Yan Nanqing, blinked his innocent eyes and said something that made people want to vomit blood. Seeing Han Genie's face turn red, Yan Nanqing was in a good mood and the discomfort he felt was reduced. Han Genie, are you sure we will be treated politely when we reach Penglai Island? Yan Nanqing had been struggling with this question. He was not unfamiliar with Shui Qianma's name, but he had never met her before. He only knew that she was the overlord of the sea, and as far as he knew, she led all the pirates in the sea. She was really a tough woman. I'm not sure. Han Genie's answer was very sad. If you're not sure, why don't you bring Qi Xiudi? After a few days together, the relationship between Yan Nanqing and Qi Xiudi improved by leaps and bounds, even making Han Genie a little jealous. You and I are not treated well, but it doesn't mean that Qi Xiudi is the same. It is said that Shui Qianma loves children. Our Qi Xiudi is so cute, there is no reason for her not to like him. Han Genie explained. Pfft. You're Qi Xiudi. This is this Union Master's son. Yan Nanqing hugged the Qi Xiu flute to his chest and kissed it as he spoke. But Qi Xiudi has a godfather. Ha! Qi Xiudi was tickled by Yan Nanqing and couldn't stop laughing. Then I'll be your biological father. Yan Nanqing didn't care about Han Genie's jealousy and immediately started playing with Qi Xiudi. After about an hour, Han Genie and the others finally saw their destination. They saw an island suddenly appear in front of them. It was lush and green and seemed to be surrounded by auspicious clouds. It was indescribably beautiful. However, just as they were excited, they saw 3 fast ships sailing towards them. In a short while, they surrounded Han Genie's ship. Who are you? Tell me your name. A burly man on the ship looked down at Han Genie and asked sternly. I am Han Genie from Wanhuang City, here to pay a visit to Island Lord Shui. Han Genie cupped his hands at the man on the ship. His voice was clear and bright, and his face was handsome. The man didn't respond and turned to leave. After about half an hour, the man appeared again. Supreme Lord Han, please. Thus, under the guidance of the 3 ships, Han Genie and the rest finally set foot on the boundary of Penglai Island. Although it was an island, the area of the island was about half the size of Lulan. Wide-leaved trees were planted everywhere, and flowers bloomed on both sides of the jade-paved road. When the wind blew, a delicate fragrance lingered in the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. Uncle Genie, this place is so beautiful. It's even more beautiful than the Red Flame Nation. Qi Xiudi looked at the surrounding scenery and suddenly blurted out the words Red Flame Nation. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Qi Xiu immediately covered his mouth. Han Jini and Yan Nanxing looked at each other and pretended that they didn't hear anything. In front of him was a magnificent palace that rose from the ground. The surface was cast from gold and stone, and the edges were inlaid with colored glass. Jade and pearls adorned the entire palace, making it look extremely luxurious. In front of the palace, there was a large plaque with the words Phoenix Palace written on it. As Han Jini and the others walked into Phoenix Palace, the decorations within left them dumbfounded. As the master of Myriad Emperor City, this was the first time that Han Jini felt like a poor man. "Uncle Genie, this place is so bright." In the end, Qi Xiu was still a child. He didn't have a strong concept of gold, silver, and jewelry. He only thought that this place was colorful and beautiful. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from the main hall. It was very noisy. There were women's voices, but most of them were children's laughter. Han Jini and Yan Nanxing grabbed Qi Xiu's little hand almost at the same time. Their hearts were beating like drums. At this time, someone had already entered the main hall. Not long after, the main hall's palace doors opened wide and a maid in a light green dress walked in front of Han Jini. "The island master invites you in." The maid's voice was very sweet, but as she looked at Qi Xiu, there was an undisguised greed in her eyes. That's right, it was greed. As Han Jini saw this, he immediately pulled on Qi Xiu and walked into the palace. As soon as they entered the palace, Han Jini and Yan Nanxing were dumbfounded. They saw that the large palace was filled with children's toys. On the left side, there were sandalwood swords, spears, axes, hooks, and forks, as well as wooden war horses, war chariots, and so on. Most of these were surrounded by 7- or 8-year-old boys. On the right side, there were embroidery, rouge, and face powder. Naturally, these were surrounded by a group of little girls. In the center of the main hall, there was a phoenix chair carved from warm jade. A woman sat there with a happy expression. Her porcelain skin sparkled like jade, and her long and narrow phoenix eyes were incomparably beautiful. The clothes she wore were luxurious but not cumbersome, simple yet luxurious. The woman's long waterfall-like hair was coiled up with a purple hairpin, and 2 strands of messy hair fell down her cheeks, further accentuating her charm. At this moment, that pair of long and narrow red phoenix eyes were slightly narrowed, and her slender fingertips lightly tapped on the warm jade armrest. Even though the main hall was noisy, but Han Jini could still hear the sound of the woman on the seat tapping on the armrest, one after another. Listening to it made one confused. "Children, go out to play with Aunt Ziluo first. Mother will accompany you later." The clear and melodious voice was so gentle that when Shui Qianma looked at the children, her eyes were suddenly filled with splendor. Once the children left, the main hall immediately became quiet. Han Jini of Wanhuang City greets the island lord. Han Jini stepped forward first and cupped his hands in salute. Yan Nanxing of Phoenix Feather Manor greets the island lord. Yan Nanxing also stepped forward respectfully. Now that they were in someone else's territory, the two of them had to show proper etiquette. However, on the main seat, Shui Qianma acted as if she didn't see the two of them. She stood up and walked towards the flute. "Island Lord." Seeing Shui Qianma's eyes filled with possessiveness as she looked at the flute, Han Jini immediately regretted it. He only knew that Shui Qianma liked children, but he didn't know that she liked them to this extent. Shui Qianma's smooth finger rested on her lips, signaling Han Jini not to make a sound, and turned to look at the flute. "Little baby, what's your name? How old are you?" Shui Qianma slowly squatted in front of the flute. She wanted to touch the flute's cheek with her slender fingers, but the flute avoided her. "Uncle Genie." The flute was a little shy and couldn't help but lean towards Han Jini. Island Lord, this child is called Chixiu Flute. He's 8 years old, Han Genie replied very gently. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? You're already an adult, yet you can't tell what my hand gesture means. It's not that I can't tolerate idiots, but you can't be too stupid, right? Shui Qianma's voice wasn't very loud, but every word was lethal. Especially the disgust in her eyes. It made Han Genie feel ashamed for the first time. Don't bully Uncle Genie. Seeing Shui Qianma reprimanding Han Genie like that, Chixiu Flute immediately stood up. Good Xiu Flute, I'm not bullying your uncle. I'm just teaching him the most basic manners. Xiu Flute, do you like it here? Do you want me to play with you? Shui Qianma forcefully pulled over Chixiu Flute, her expression gentle. She liked this child. She liked him from the first time she saw him. But Chixiu Flute was naturally willing to play with him. He looked at Han Genie with a questioning gaze. Yi, greet these two. Xiu Flute, the adults have important matters to discuss. Let's go, I'll play with you. Shui Qianma didn't care about Han Genie and Yan Nanqing's silent refusal and forcefully brought Chixiu Flute out of the main hall. Hey! Where do you want to take Chixiu Flute? Yan Nanqing couldn't restrain himself and wanted to chase after her. Suddenly, a black figure blocked his way. Pinglai Island's rule is that a child can only exchange for one wish. Although there are 2 of you here, you can only make one request. The woman named Ye's expression was cold as she looked at Yan Nanqing and Han Genie solemnly. Exchange? What do you mean? Han Genie frowned and looked suspiciously at Yi, who was dressed in a black outfit. From this person's appearance, the person in front of him should be Shui Qianma's hidden guard. If you don't know what it means, why would you bring a boy here? Consider yourself lucky that the Island Lord likes this boy very much. Tell me your conditions. Yi didn't want to talk nonsense and urged. Genie is here to ask the Island Lord about a place. As for Chixiu Flute, we want to take it away. Han Genie understood Ye's intention and immediately expressed his intentions. Take it away. None of the children that the Island Lord has taken a fancy to can be taken away. Where do you want to ask? Yi said decisively. You can't ask. If you ask, you can't take Chixiu Flute away. Yan Nanqing immediately stopped Han Genie. Even if you don't ask, you can't take that little boy away. Think about it. Call me when you've decided. Yi moved impatiently and suddenly disappeared in front of Han Genie. Looking at the empty main hall, Yan Nanqing and Han Genie felt unprecedented helplessness. What do we do now? Yan Nanqing looked at Han Genie with a miserable expression. Go find Chixiu Flute and then leave. We really can't stay in this place for another second. Han Genie immediately turned and walked out of the hole. Yan Nanqing naturally followed after her. After about 10 days, Yin Xiong finally brought Yao Moan and the others to Liangyuan County. On the way, Qi Kanglen didn't speak to Yao Moan again. Yao Moan knew that Qi Kanglen was very disappointed in her and also knew that Qi Kanglen was worried about her, which was why he still chased after her despite knowing that his martial arts were inferior. She understood Qi Kanglen's good intentions and was very grateful, but that was all. Since she knew her identity, she was destined to do things that would go against Qi Kanglen's wishes. She was Yao Moan, this was a fact that couldn't be changed. When they arrived at Liangyuan County, Yao Moan didn't see Yi Junqing as she had expected. Instead, she received news that Yi Junqing had already left Liangyuan County with the Navy and was heading straight for Purple Sea. Ben Lei, this is His Highness the Crown Prince's secret letter. Since King Chu isn't here, I'll leave it to you. Yin Xiong handed Chu Mabei's letter to Ben Lei. Behind him, Yao Moan, Qi Kanglen, and Mei Ji were pushed into the main hole. Hostage. But His Majesty has already set off. He's almost at Purple Sea's pier, said Ben Lei worriedly as he understood Chu Mabei's intentions. When Yao Moan had sent Ben Lei to chase after Qi Xiudi, she had expected that Ben Lei would go find Yi Junqing. In reality, this was also her original intention. A hostage doesn't necessarily have to be inseparable from King Chu, right? This was what Yin Xiong believed. If he doesn't follow, who would believe it? Ben Lei, it's best if you send me over before Yi Junqing goes out to sea. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yao Moan was anxious and couldn't care less about Qi Kanglan's presence. Fine, Ben Lei will arrange it right away, but... Ben Lei looked towards Qi Kanglan meaningfully. His acupoints have been sealed by us, so there won't be any accidents, explained Yin Xiong. All right, men, detain Qi Kanglan and Mei Ji. Immediately prepare a fast horse, this vanguard is leaving the city, ordered Ben Lei. Bringing Kanglan will give Yi Junqing another chance at survival. Qi Kanglan, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally spoke. Yao Moan hadn't expected that Qi Kanglan would say something like this. She abruptly turned around and met Qi Kanglan's indistinguishable gaze. Ben Lei met Yin Xiong's gaze and felt that Qi Kanglan's words were very reasonable, so he decided to just bring all three of them and head towards Purple Sea with Yin Xiong. Chapter 610. In Crimson Flame Country, inside the eerie and cold Imperial Sect's headquarters, Yi Hongyi stood humbly to the side. He could see Huan Luo and Diao Diao standing in front of the giant python, waiting for Sikong Mu to appear. During this time, not only had Yi Hongyi colluded with Qi Chuan, he had also secretly contacted Gue Daozi's eldest disciple, Gue Wu, to secretly swap out all the spies that Qi Chuan had discovered. This time, it would be very difficult for Sikong Mu to find out what Qi Chuan was planning. At this moment, the giant python let out a creak, and its two dark emerald-embedded pupils suddenly lit up, making the headquarters look even more eerie and frightening. Huan Luo greets Sect Master. Diao Diao greets Sect Master. When Diao Diao and Huan Luo saw the black robe on the python's head, they bowed respectfully. You guys came back at the right time. A secret agent has reported that Yi Junqing has already gathered troops in Liangyuan Prefecture. In a few days, he'll be leading his troops out to sea in search of Crimson Flame Country. Huan Luo, this sect master orders you to command 30,000 marines and bring the nine-tailed sea monster to hide in the Purple Sea. Teach him a lesson. My Crimson Flame Country hasn't even moved yet, but they've already moved out. They truly overestimate themselves. Yi Hongyi, stay with Huan Luo and listen to all of Huan Luo's commands, said Sikong Mu coldly. Huan Luo obeys. Huan Luo's heart relaxed slightly. She hadn't been able to kill Yi Junqing last time, so she hadn't expected him to deliver himself to her. That's fine too. Yao Moan, just watch how this saintess will bring Yi Junqing's head to you. You hurt me, so I'll make your heart hurt even more. Hongyi will definitely do his best. After hearing Sikong Mu's instructions, Yi Hongyi sighed inwardly. He had thought that his private actions had aroused Sikong Mu's suspicions and that he had called the two saintesses back to investigate this matter. It seemed that he had been overthinking things. All right, you two can leave. Sikong Mu nodded slightly. Huan Luo and Yi Hongyi respectfully left the headquarters. The moment the copper door closed, Diao Diao immediately looked up and called out intimately, Master. We'll talk about it when we get back. Sikong Mu's voice gradually softened. He turned around and disappeared on the python. Falling cherry blossoms fluttered before his eyes, and the petals swirled as they fell on a piece of white robe. The golden mask emitted a faint, soft light under the reflection of the sunlight. The sound of the zither was melodious like the sounds of nature, and the beautiful tone was like the murmur of a stream hitting against a bluestone, pleasing to the ear. Master. After leaving the Crimson Flame Nation for almost half a year, it would be a lie to say that he did not miss it. You also know that you have a master like me. Why didn't you send a message back? Sikong Mu's slender, jade-like fingers stroked the bouncing strings. He slightly raised his chin and looked at his most precious disciple. Then Diao Diao will be busy. Alright, Diao Diao admitted in her heart that she was having too much fun. Busy liking Han Genie? Or is he busy worrying about Yao Moen? He knew everything that happened in Xinjiang and Sherwood Town like the back of his hand. Master. How do you know about Han Genie? When Diao Diao heard these 3 words, her expression instinctively tensed up, and her eyes filled with unconcealable worry. If Master wants to know, then there's naturally a way. Diao Diao, Master won't allow you to contact Han Genie again. You two aren't compatible. Sikong Mu's voice was very soft, but it carried an undeniable dignity. Master. Diao Diao hadn't expected that Sikong Mu would be so resolute. Han Genie is someone from Eastern Continent in the end, and he has some friendship with Chu Mabe and Yi Junqing. In the future, when Crimson Flame Nation and Eastern Continent go to war, he will definitely stand on Yi Junqing's side. What will you do at that time? Sikong Mu voiced out his worries. He wouldn't meddle in other people's business, right? Diao Diao couldn't help but circle her fingers in front of her chest as she muttered quietly. Diao Diao, if it really comes down to the moment when Master and Han Genie face off, who will you choose? Sikong Mu asked meaningfully, boundless anticipation behind his golden mask. Master, can you not kill Han Genie? Diao Diao's unintentional words caused Sikong Mu's heart to turn as cold as ice. Han Genie truly deserved to die. The disciple he had protected for so many years had his heart stolen away just like that. Master is tired. You should return. Remember, without Master's orders, you are not allowed to leave Crimson Flame Nation. Sikong Mu let out a long sigh, then started to play the zither again. Diao Diao wanted to speak again, but when she saw that Sikong Mu had no intention of stopping, she retreated. In the cold and gloomy tunnel, Huan Luo walked indifferently at the front while Yi Hongyi followed closely behind. His eyes occasionally darted to the sides, but when he saw that both sides of the tunnel were crawling with snakes as thin as fingers, he instantly felt a chill in his heart. Lady Saintess, where are we going? Yi Hongyi hurriedly caught up to Huan Luo and asked. Just follow. Huan Luo clearly didn't have a good impression of Yi Hongyi, so her tone was naturally filled with disgust. I didn't think that Yi Junqing would dare to risk universal condemnation and send troops to Purple Sea. He's truly tired of living. Whenever he thought about how he would be able to meet Yi Junqing face to face, Yi Hongyi's lips immediately curved into an evil smile. Huan Luo glanced at Yi Hongyi with a trace of disdain in her eyes. Yi Hongyi shrugged and didn't say anything else, but a trace of viciousness appeared in his heart. Sooner or later, he would make everyone who looked down on him kneel at his feet and make them live a life worse than death. Suddenly, a frightening roar came from the end of the tunnel. Yi Hongyi instinctively froze, his eyes filled with alarm as he looked towards the faint blue light not far away. Scared? The disdain in Huan Luo's eyes became even more obvious. Hongyi's courage naturally can't compare to Saintess's. Yi Hongyi was certain that Huan Luo wouldn't dare to do anything to him, so he forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart. However, when he saw this enormous creature appear right in front of him, Yi Hongyi finally couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. He stood there, unable to move. The sea monster that was separated by the glass wall was several tens of times the size of the giant python. Its dark yellow eyes were even larger than his head and its body was round like a ball covered in hard spikes. Its 9 tails were spread out on both sides, and a casual sweep of one of its tails was enough to shake the glass wall that was as thick as an arm. This is a 9-tailed sea monster. Yi Hongyi looked at the strange sight in front of him in astonishment and sighed. No wonder Crimson Flame Nation was so ambitious. It turned out they had this kind of treasure. With this kind of help, even if Yi Junqing had 30,000, 300,000, or even 3 million troops, it wouldn't matter. It's just one of the weaker sea monsters out there. Huan Luo snorted disdainfully when she saw Yi Hongyi's deathly pale face. Then she took out the jade flute at her waist and placed it to her lips. The sound of the flute flowed out from Huan Luo's dancing fingertips. The previously restless nine-tailed sea monster instantly calmed down and obediently lay at the bottom of the sea. Its dark yellow eyes seemed to look at Huan Luo affectionately, causing Yi Hongyi to be even more shocked. For a moment, Yi Hongyi felt that Huan Luo had some value. As long as he could control Huan Luo, he would be able to control these sea monsters. At Violet Sea Pier, 30 warships were lined up side by side. Each warship was equipped with the best equipment and had the most experienced sailors. At this time, Yi Junqing was on the main warship, dressed in armor and holding the tiger tally in his hand. Just as he was about to give an order, a sailor hurriedly ran over. Reporting to King Chu, Vanguard Ben Lei is below the ship and has something to report. When Yi Junqing heard this, his brows furrowed slightly before he quickly walked off the ship. If it wasn't an urgent matter, Ben Lei wouldn't have come at this time, Yi Junqing thought. When he saw Yao Moan, Qi Kanglan, and Mei Ji, Yi Junqing's heart trembled. Reporting to your majesty, these 3 people have been captured by the Crown Prince of Shu. The Crown Prince of Shu has specially ordered Yin Xiong to send these 3 people to Violet Sea as hostages. If they encounter Crimson Flame Nation's warship, your majesty will be able to delay for a few days and wait for reinforcements. Ben Lei reported truthfully. Originally, Ben Lei had wanted to go with Yi Junqing even if he had to die, but reinforcements were also very important, so Ben Lei had no choice but to stay and prepare to support Yi Junqing at any time. Hostages. Yi Junqing walked around Ben Lei and glanced towards Yao Moan. A trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. What? You don't care? Then let us go. When Yao Moan saw that the warship didn't raise any sails, she finally calmed down. She even thought that if she didn't make it in time, she would have to row the boat to chase after them. Yao Moan didn't know where this determination came from, but she knew that she had to do this. Wishful thinking. Come. Bring the 3 of them to the ship. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan with a cold snort, then ordered people to bring the 3 people over. Your Majesty, many of Qi Kanglan's acupoints have already been sealed by Yin Xiong and the others. There won't be any problems, added Ben Lei. Understood. Stay in Violet Sea and wait for Zhen's signal at any time. Yi Junqing didn't have complete confidence in this trip. After all, he hadn't gone out to sea many times and he didn't know much about his opponents. However, no matter how difficult it was, he still had to make this trip. Ben Lei understands. The vast surface of the sea sparkled and waves crashed against the deck of the ship from time to time. Yi Junqing stood on the deck against the wind, his ink-black hair fluttering in the wind, giving off an air of desolation and vicissitudes of life after experiencing countless dangers. You'll be at a great disadvantage if you go out to battle aimlessly like this. Because they were important hostages, Yao Moan and the others stayed on the main warship. Since their acupoints were sealed, Yi Junqing didn't tie them up and allowed them to move about freely in a small area. Zhen doesn't want to talk to you right now. Yi Junqing didn't even look at Yao Moan as he spoke sternly. For Yao Moan's sake, you've really put in a lot of effort. Actually, I look the same as her and we've gotten along pretty well in the past. How about you stop looking for her and we go together? When Yao Moan saw Yi Junqing's stern expression, she couldn't help but tease him. Please stay further away from Zhen. Yi Junqing glanced towards Yao Moan coldly and indicated for her to stand to the side. Yao Moen pursed her lips and shifted her feet slightly. A bit further. Yi Juanqing's voice gradually deepened. Then how about Moen just jump down? This time, Yao Moen didn't do as Yi Juanqing wished. She just stood there and turned to look into the distance. The boundless sea was the same color as the sky and sea. There wasn't a single obstacle in sight. Seeing that Yao Moen wasn't doing anything, Yi Juanqing decided to just ignore her and sink into contemplation. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Yao Moen teased him a bit more, but Yi Juanqing didn't respond. Yao Moen felt bored and retreated back into the cabin. At this time, Qi Kanglan was sitting in the corner with his eyes closed. "Shopkeeper, do you really think that we were right to come?" The moment they boarded the ship, Meiji regretted it. She hadn't followed Yao Moen to throw away her life. "Perhaps there was a mistake, but do you think we can go down now?" Yao Moen understood what Meiji meant. If it was just her and Meiji, their lives might not be worth Sikong Mu's leniency. However, Qi Kanglan's existence was different. "Shopkeeper, you're really..." Meiji knew that she'd boarded a pirate ship, but she could only endure it. Time on the sea wasn't like on land. It was dull and tedious. No matter how pleasing the sound of the waves was, after listening to it for too long, it would become noisy. Especially at night, when the air temperature dropped and the sea was no longer magnificent. The deep and serene sea swirled with whirlpools that made people shiver from the bottom of their feet. Yi Juanqing, who had stood guard outside for an entire night, finally returned to the cabin. At this time, soldiers had already prepared rations and placed them in front of Yao Moen and the others. "Shopkeeper, are you all right?" asked Meiji suspiciously when she saw that Yao Moen's expression was strange. I'm fine." Yao Moen crossed her arms and leaned against the corner. Her face was deathly pale and her forehead was burning hot. Perhaps it was because she wasn't wearing much, but Yao Moen felt cold all over. Chapter 611. Is there any fresh ginger on the ship? Qi Kanglan, who hadn't spoken for an entire day, finally couldn't bear to see Yao Moen suffer, so he looked towards Yi Juanqing. Yi Juanqing didn't want to respond at first. In the end, she wasn't Yao Moen and she had teased him several times. No matter how good his temper was, he still held a grudge. Fortunately, Yi Juanqing was a gentleman and only hesitated for a moment before ordering someone to boil some ginger soup and bring it over. Don't you really want me to die?" Yao Moen drank the ginseng soup Yi Juanqing brought over as she teased him. "You can choose not to drink." Yi Juanqing glanced coldly at Yao Moen before continuing to chew on his rations. "I'm not an idiot, what reason do I have not to drink?" "Meiji, you don't want to drink." Yao Moen turned towards Meiji. Meiji shook her head, her heart filled with endless resentment. Yao Moen was even happier than before when her life and death was at stake. It really didn't make sense. At the side, Qi Kanglan saw all of this and a trace of bitterness flashed through his heart. Did Yao Moen know of his true feelings? Crimson Flame Country is in this direction, right? Yi Juanqing was silent for a long time before finally asking. This time, he had only gone out to investigate. He wasn't sure if he could find Crimson Flame Country. "You're asking me?" Yao Moen put down the porcelain bowl. Her body instantly warmed up and her spirit also perked up. If he had a choice, Yi Juanqing really didn't want to say another word to Yao Moen. This woman's talent in angering people to death was definitely the same as the impression he had of Yao Moen back then. At this moment, he actually thought back to the time in Guan Osprey Palace. Seeing that Yi Juanqing wasn't speaking, Yao Moen pursed her lips. "If I said that you were going in the opposite direction, would you believe me?" Yao Moen was telling the truth. Yi Juanqing had only asked in an uncertain manner. If she really said it, who would believe her? At this moment, Yi Junqing regretted giving Yao Moan the ginger soup. If she really froze to death, then no one would be able to anger him anymore. As Yi Junqing led the fleet out of the Purple Sea, the two people on Penglai Island found it a bit hard to bear. We don't intend to ask for any questions, nor do we intend to ask for anything. As long as you return the Xiao Di to us, we will leave immediately without stopping. How about it? Yan Nansheng was extremely excited as he looked at the expressionless Yi. They had been on Penglai Island for 10 days. Ever since Shui Qianma took Qi Xiao Di away, they hadn't seen him again. Originally, Yan Nansheng and Han Jini were preparing to fight, only to find out that they had been drugged unknowingly, temporarily losing their martial arts for a month. We can go, but Xiao Di stays. Ye's words were concise and to the point, without any superfluous words. I want to see Shui Qianma. It's true that you're the overlords of the water, but you can't look down on us. Han Jini was also anxious. He had promised Jiao Jiao that he would ensure the safety of the flute repair. If something were to happen to the flute repair, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. The island lord doesn't have time, Yi refused. Don't let me go out, or I'll flatten your Penglai Island. Yan Nansheng was furious. He pointed at Yi and said viciously. If the island lord heard what you said, she really wouldn't let you go out. Yi was stating a fact. I just want to know how Xiao Di is doing. Han Jini tried his best to keep his tone calm and asked worriedly. Yes, Xiao Di has a hidden illness. If it happens, his life will be in danger. Yan Nansheng was quick-witted and added. Xiao Di has a hidden illness. What illness? Ye's expression clearly showed some reaction. It was no wonder. Ever since Xiao Di came to Penglai Island, the island lord almost never played with other children. She only stayed with Qi Xiao Di. Since there were children on Penglai Island, Yi had never seen the island lord like a child so much. It's a fatal hidden illness. If Shui Qianma doesn't come, we won't say anything. Seeing that this method was effective, Yan Nansheng immediately stated his condition. Yi didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, he suddenly disappeared. For 2 days, Shui Qianma didn't appear. This gradually destroyed Yan Nansheng and Han Jini's hope. Perhaps Shui Qianma didn't care about Xiao Di's life or death. After all, there were more than 100 children on Penglai Island. Just as Yan Nansheng and Han Jini were about to find another way, Shui Qianma suddenly appeared in front of them. What kind of illness does Xiao Di have? This was the first thing Shui Qianma said when she entered the room. Perhaps they didn't know that after Ye's report, she almost called all the doctors on the island to the main hall to check Xiao Di's pulse one by one. However, no one could tell the hidden illness of Xiao Di. Island Lord, you should return Xiao Di to us. We didn't come here to pay for Xiao Di. I don't know when Penglai Island has such a rule. Han Jini looked at Shui Qianma with anger in his eyes. I don't want to listen to this nonsense. Where is Xiao Di's hidden illness? Shui Qianma's voice was as cold as a blade. Her eyes were cold. If anything happens to Xiao Di, it's your fault. Yan Nansheng saw that Shui Qianma wasn't moved by force or persuasion. You! Just as Shui Qianma was about to fly into a rage, she suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps. Shortly after, Zi Luo, who was playing with the children in Phoenix Palace, ran in. What happened? Shui Qianma couldn't help but get up. Her phoenix eyes narrowed as her heart sank. She was afraid that something had happened to Xiao Di. Replying to Island Lord, there's a water monster southwest of Penglai Island. 2 groups of ships have started fighting. As pirates, taking advantage of the situation was their method of survival. Water monster. Have someone prepare a ship. This island lord will personally take a look. Shui Qianma's heart slowly calmed down. As long as nothing happened to Xiu Di, she didn't care. When she saw Shui Qianma get up and leave, Han Genie immediately stepped forward. Take us with you. Based on the time, one of those groups was definitely Yi Juanqing's group. Oh. Supreme Lord Han is also interested in my island's business. When she saw Han Genie's serious expression, Shui Qianma's lips curved in a playful smile. As long as you take us there, I'll tell you where Xiodi's unmentionable illness is. Lives were at stake, so Han Genie didn't dare gamble. It's a deal. Zi Luo, take them onto the ship and keep an eye on them. A light flashed through Shui Qianma's eyes before she turned to leave the room. On the deck, Yi Junqing ordered the ships on his left and right to scatter and turn back. However, the 30 ships had already been surrounded by the enemy, and any ship that tried to escape was sunk by the enemy. It's coming again. It was unknown who shouted this, but the surface of the sea that had just calmed down suddenly began to surge. Suddenly, an extremely powerful pillar of water shot out from the bottom of the sea, shocking everyone present. The pillar of water shot into the sky, and when it landed, the enormous force of it caused the warship next to Yi Junqing to sink. Immediately after, the enormous creature surfaced once more. Its 9 tentacles swung wildly at the ship beside it. The enormous ship was reduced to wreckage by the water monster's tentacles. Hurry and go in. Yi Junqing, who was completely drenched, brandished the flame soul sword. When he saw Yao Moen run out of the ship, he shouted angrily. Are you stupid? Turn the ship around. With us here, the enemy won't dare to open fire. The moment the water monster appeared, everyone was stunned by this enormous creature. No one noticed what the people on the ship were wearing. Yao Moen had thought that she really would die here, but if she could die with Yi Junqing, it would be one less regret. It wasn't until Yao Moen accidentally discovered that the soldiers on the ship were dressed somewhat similar to the people of Crimson Flame Country that she rushed out to warn Yi Junqing. You're saying that they're people of Crimson Flame Country? Yi Junqing was shocked. He ordered the few remaining ships to quickly turn around and head towards the enemy ship. If they fought the water monster, they would undoubtedly die. If they collided with the enemy ship, they might have a chance of survival. However, no matter how fast the ships moved, they couldn't compare to the water monster. When Yao Moen saw that the ships behind her were being destroyed one after another, she suddenly thought of Qi Kanglin. She staggered from the deck to the ship's hold. Kanglin, what time is it already? You're still not willing to speak. Could it be that you really want us to die here? Yao Moen rushed in front of Qi Kanglin and grabbed his arm with both hands as she shouted with all her might. Do you regret it? Qi Kanglin's eyes flashed with a complicated light. He pressed his lips together and asked softly. Yao Moen was slightly shaken when she heard this. She only hesitated for a moment before looking towards the man in front of her with a resolute gaze. I don't regret it. I won't regret it even if I die. It's just that. I'm sorry to you and Mei Ji. Yao Moen swallowed hard. For some reason, she no longer had the courage to ask Qi Kanglin for help. When Qi Kanglin saw that Yao Moen had resolutely walked out of the hold, a trace of bitterness flashed across his lips. He had endured until now and hadn't made a move, but this was the answer he got. Although I don't remember you, it's good that I'm here with you. Yao Moen walked to Yi Junqing's side in despair. The waves made by the water monster crashed over. Yao Moen's entire body was drenched and the seawater blurred her vision. She could only see Yi Junqing's figure doing his best to command the ship. Perhaps because he knew that he couldn't escape this calamity, Yi Junqing finally let go of the flame soul sword in his hand. When he turned around, he met Yao Moen's tearful gaze. We never thought about taking your lives. I'm sorry. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with a bitter smile. There was an indescribable loneliness in his eyes. Actually, just as Yao Moen was about to tell Yi Junqing the truth, the sound of a flute suddenly rang out. It was mellow and melodious, like the sounds of nature, like the sounds of Sanskrit. Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound and saw Qi Kanglan standing at the top of the sail. His clothes were as white as snow, his silver hair flying domineeringly in the howling sea wind. Beneath his sharp brows, his eyes were as deep as an ancient well. At this moment, Qi Kanglan was like a deity that had descended to the mortal world, looking down on the common people with disdain. As the sound of the flute rang out, the water monster chasing after the ship gradually calmed down. It spread its 9 claws and leisurely floated on the water. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the size of the water monster and were even more subdued by Qi Kanglan's flute. Only the beautiful eyes of the person on the other ship were as cold as ice. Why did the great priest save Yi Junqing? Saintess, this matter is very strange. Also, Hongyi seems to have seen Yao Moen there as well. TSK. Yao Moen's charm truly is boundless. She was actually able to make the great priest betray the cult master. Ah! The sudden killing move almost suffocated Yi Hongyi. Huan Luo's eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Yi Hongyi. Listen, the great priest didn't betray the cult master. He was only protecting himself. If you dare to go back and speak nonsense, this saintess can guarantee that heartless technique won't be able to save your life. Huan Luo spoke through clenched teeth. Ah! Yi Hongyi wasn't stupid enough to retaliate. He only nodded firmly. Huan Luo withdrew her fingers from Yi Hongyi's neck and looked back. She could clearly see Yao Moen standing on Yi Junqing's ship. Qi Kanglan had grown up in Crimson Flame country, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to stay in the water for an entire day and night. The 9-tailed water monster recognized its master, so there was no way it could harm him. If he wasn't playing the flute to save Yao Moen, what other reason could there be? Men! Give the order not to open fire. Attack the ship! Huan Luo refused to let Qi Kanglan do as he wished. With a wave of her hand, 10 warships headed towards Yi Junqing's ship at full speed. When Qi Kanglan saw that the water monster had been subdued, he slowly descended onto the deck like a god and looked towards Yao Moen with a deep gaze. Chapter 6:12. Your acupoints were unsealed a long time ago. Yi Junqing looked towards Qi Kanglan, his eyes cold. Otherwise, would you still be standing here talking to this priest? Yi Junqing, you can disregard your life for Yao Moen, but there's no need for so many people to die with you. You know how powerful Crimson Flame country is. There are more than 100 of these water monsters, so you don't need to waste your energy. Warner, come back with this priest. Qi Kanglan's voice was cold as he reached out to pull Yao Moen, but Yao Moen moved past him. Great priest, Huan Luo, and the others are going to attack the ship. Yao Moen instinctively moved towards Yi Junqing, causing Qi Kanglan's hand to freeze awkwardly in the air. Right at this moment, the sound of cannons broke the stalemate. Behind Huan Luo's fleet, several dozen pirate ships charged over at full speed. The cannons were concentrated and Huan Luo's fleet lost more than 10 ships. Lady Saintess, we can't keep fighting. Yi Hongyi also wanted to kill Yi Junqing, but the prerequisite was that he was still alive. This group of pirates was ferocious. If they kept fighting, both sides would suffer. Especially since Huan Luo's attitude towards him wasn't friendly. Yi Hongyi couldn't guarantee that Huan Luo wouldn't kill him in the chaos. Retreat! Huan Luo clenched her teeth as she watched her ships get destroyed one by one. In the end, she gave up on attacking and turned back. On the ship, Yao Moen looked at the approaching pirate ships and knew that the situation was hopeless. Even Huan Luo was powerless against them, let alone Yi Juanqing's ship that had already been destroyed by the water monsters. Great Priest, you know how to swim, right? Let's go. Yao Moen smiled in despair. It was like a red spider lily blooming on the other shore, beautiful to the point of being illusory and beautiful to the point of being able to topple the world. His heart suddenly hurt, as if it was wrapped tightly by threads. Every tug made Qi Kanglan's heart wrench in pain. At the moment of life and death, she still stood by Yi Juanqing's side and let him escape alone. Since your acupoints have been unsealed, you can all leave. Yi Juanqing turned to stand at the bow of the ship and looked at the approaching pirate ships. Moen, Juanqing really misses you, you're really not leaving. Qi Kanglan's voice was filled with disappointment. Yao Moen shook her head, not daring to look Qi Kanglan in the eye. Instead, she turned and walked towards Yi Juanqing. So it turned out that Qi Kanglan's acupuncture point had been unsealed a long time ago. So it turned out that he had always had the chance to leave. He didn't even need to care about the water monster, but he didn't leave and even subdued the water monster. Yao Imo Wan's 7 apertures exquisite heart was instantly enlightened. Everything Qi Kanglan did was for her. She owed Qi Kanglan too much. If they continued to flirt, she would let this man down. Yi Juanqing was stunned when he saw Yao Moen walking over. What are you doing? I'll die with you. Yao Moen smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. You're crazy. From start to finish, the person we have loved has always been Yao Moen, not you, Xingwaner. No matter what we said in Xinjiang, it was all because we thought you were Yao Moen. Since you weren't, then everything was fake. I even used you to kill Qi Kanglan. Have you forgotten all this? Why aren't you leaving yet? Yi Juanqing suddenly felt like there was something wrong with this woman's head. But I still want to die with you. The smile on Yao Moen's face became even more brilliant and beautiful. Behind her, Qi Kanglan didn't understand where all this went wrong. The current Yao Moen had already forgotten the past, so why was she still so dead set on Yi Juanqing? Then what about him? What did he not do well enough? When Yao Moen saw the pirate ship charging over like lightning, she slowly closed her eyes. In this moment of imminent peril, Qi Kanglan rushed forward and reached out to pull Yao Moen back. However, Yi Juanqing, who was close to Yao Moen, succeeded first. Regardless of whether it was Yao Moen or not, Yi Juanqing couldn't let a woman die in front of him. His hand once again missed. Qi Kanglan looked blankly at Yao Moen, who was hiding behind Yi Juanqing. The unswerving determination and unyieldingness on that devastatingly beautiful face caused him to fall into the abyss. In this instant, his love for her deepened. However, what shocked everyone was that the pirate ship didn't charge over as expected. Instead, it stopped in front of Yi Juanqing's warship. Right after, they saw a winding red dress descend from the sky like a blooming peony. So dangerous. My good junior brother, I'm so happy to see that you're still alive. A gentle but not sinister voice suddenly rang out. When Yi Juanqing looked over, his heart instantly relaxed. There had never been a moment where he felt that his senior brother was this cute. Why are you up there? Yi Juanqing's voice was filled with unconcealable surprise. It's hard to explain in a few words. Why are they here? The moment Yan Nanxing saw Yao Moen and Qi Kanglan, he instinctively became more vigilant. It's also hard to explain in a few words. Yi Juanqing shook his head with a bitter smile. He was becoming more and more unable to understand the person behind him. If you guys still don't come back, the ship will leave. On the pirate ship, Ziluo followed Shui Qianma's instructions and shouted loudly. Yan Nanxing shrugged and tilted his head towards Yi Juanqing. Together. Yi Juanqing turned to look towards Yao Moen. What else? Do you want to leave us here to drown? Great. Great shaman, together. Yao Moan had seen the moment Chi Kanglan charged over, but what could she do? If she wasn't Yao Moan, perhaps Chi Kanglan would be a very good choice. But right now, besides saying sorry, what else could she say? It seemed like she couldn't even say sorry. Chi Kanglan didn't refuse. Even though he knew that this path had deviated too much from his original path, he couldn't turn back. In the corner, Meiji immediately saw that red dress and felt a faint pain in her heart. All of her longing was gone. As lowly as she was, she would never be able to stand in front of Yan Nanqing again. After Yan Nanqing led Yi Junqing and the others onto the pirate ship, Shui Qianma raised the sails and several dozen ships sailed towards Penglai Island. When Yao Moan first entered Penglai Island, she was extremely envious. Such extravagance and grandeur really suited her taste. Just what kind of illness does Xiudi have? This was the reason why Shui Qianma had saved Yi Junqing and the others. While Han Jini was hesitating, Yan Nanqing beat her to it. This Chi Kanglan is Xiudi's adoptive father. You'll know what kind of illness Xiudi has if you ask him. Yan Nanqing very cleverly threw the question to Chi Kanglan. However, he didn't expect that in the next second, his collar would be abruptly grabbed by Shui Qianma. You dare to deceive me. A sinister light burst forth from her vicious eyes. Shui Qianma's current expression was extremely shocking. Xiudi can't smell mustard, not even the slightest bit. Therefore, mustard can't be put in the food he eats. Although Chi Kanglan didn't know why Xiudi was here, he knew that now wasn't the time to pursue the matter. What a coincidence! Just like Island Master, exclaimed Zi Luo in astonishment. That's all. A brilliant light flashed through Shui Qianma's eyes. That's all. Chi Kanglan nodded. Zi Luo, take these people down to rest. Shui Qianma didn't stop for a moment and headed straight for her own palace. When they got to her room, Yao Moan and the others finally found out the ins and outs of the matter from Han Jini. Everyone was especially worried when they heard about Shui Qianma's love for Xiudi. Diao, how could she be so willful? She actually let you take Xiudi away. Chi Kanglan's brows were tightly furrowed, his voice filled with unconcealable blame. It's Genie's negligence. I never thought that Shui Qianma would have such a hobby. But don't worry, Genie will save Xiudi even if I have to use up all my cultivation. Han Genie wasn't in the right regarding this matter. In the corner, Meiji stood silently, deep in thought. You're here too. Yan Nanqing glanced at Meiji and walked over out of goodwill. Replied Meiji coldly. She didn't even lift her eyes. She no longer had any extravagant hopes. Seeing Meiji's cold attitude, Yan Nanqing felt that he was asking for a snub, so he turned around and walked back. When it was 10:00 in the evening, just as everyone was struggling to come up with a plan, Shui Qianma actually appeared with Xiudi. Godfather. Uncle Genie. Uncle Yan. After not seeing him for more than 10 days, Xiudi had actually gained a whole circle of weight. It was clear that he was living a very comfortable life. Xiudi. Did she bully you? ### you. When Yan Nanqing saw Xiudi run over, he rushed up before Han Jini and grabbed Xiudi. No, Mistress Shui is very good to Xiudi, but Xiudi misses you guys. Xiudi had begged Shui Qianma for a long time and even went on a hunger strike. That was why Shui Qianma had no choice but to bring him over. Chi Kanglan, can I have a word with you? At the door, Shui Qianma looked at Chi Kanglan solemnly. Everyone's gazes turned towards Chi Kanglan, full of hope. After leaving the room, Chi Kanglan slowly followed behind Shui Qianma. Xiao Di said that you picked him up. Qianma wants to know where young Master Qi found this child. Shui Qianma looked at Qi Kanglin with a frosty expression. Island Lord wants to know this. The Crimson Flame country on the sea naturally knew of Shui Qianma, who was the overlord of the sea. In the past, the Crimson Flame country and Penglai Island did not interfere with each other's affairs and got along peacefully. However, after this battle, the hierarch would probably not let it go so easily. That's right. Shui Qianma's gaze was firm. Does Kanglin know the reason? Qi Kanglin was not a curious person, but he still wanted to know everything about Shui Qianma. After all, he might have a conflict with her in the future. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy could one emerge victorious. If young Master Qi wants to see that woman called Xingwan or die, then you don't have to tell the truth. Shui Qianma was not a woman who was easily fooled. I picked him up on the sea. When Kanglin returned to the Crimson Flame country, he saw a small boat carrying Xiao Di on the way, so he picked him up. Qi Kanglin did not hide anything. It seems that young Master Qi really cares about that Xingwan. On the sea, did Xiao Di have any keepsake on him? Shui Qianma continued. No, even the brocade quilt wrapped around him was ordinary satin, Qi Kanglin recalled. That's his way of doing things. Thank you. Shui Qianma only said a few words of thanks and left alone, leaving Qi Kanglin confused. After dinner, Shui Qianma asked Ziluo to take Xiao Di away, but Xiao Di refused to leave. He grabbed Qi Kanglin and Yan Nanqing's hands and looked at Ziluo with tears in his eyes. Did you guys teach him this? Zigu looked at Qi Kanglin and the others with sullen anger, her voice gradually turning cold. Of course not. No matter how good Island Master is, he's still not family. Yao Mo Wan walked to Xiao Di and reminded him. You guys don't know what's good for you. Island Master saved your lives, but this is how you repay Island Master. If I had known earlier, I would have buried you at the bottom of the sea to feed the fishes. Ziluo glared at Yao Mo Wan. Xiao Di, this Aunt Ziluo is so bad. She actually wanted to throw your godfather and Uncle Yen into the sea to feed the fishes. Yao Mo Wan slowly squatted down next to Xiao Di and muttered. If you dare throw my godfather, I'll fight you. Xiao Di was naturally on Qi Kanglin's side, so he immediately glared at Ziluo. At this moment, Ziluo gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Yao Mo Wan. You're still saying you didn't teach him. I'm just repeating your words. That doesn't count. Yao Mo Wan shrugged and smiled innocently. Just you wait. Ziluo pointed at Yao Mo Wan fiercely, then rushed out the door. Chapter 613. Are you sure Shui Qianma will meet you? Qi Kanglin looked at Yao Moan suspiciously. We have to try even if there's a chance. It's better than sitting around and waiting for death. Yao Moan wasn't sure either. However, after listening to Qi Kanglin's story, it seemed that Shui Qianma cared a lot about Qi Shudi's background. Since she liked children so much, Yao Moan guessed that Shui Qianma had children before but they weren't by her side. Yao Moan originally thought that she would have to go through a lot of trouble to see Shui Qianma. She didn't expect that Ziluo would bring Yao Moan out of the room around 5. When Yao Moan saw Shui Qianma again, she was playing with the children. When she saw the 100 or so children surrounding her, Yao Moan was slightly shocked. Shui Qianma's smile was like the spring breeze and rain, gentle and tranquil. It was completely different from her ice, cold appearance. Island Lord Xingwan is here. Ziluo's attitude towards Yao Moan wasn't friendly. Yao Moan understood this very well. Ziluo, play with the children. Shui Qianma stroked the little boy next to her. Then she got up and glanced at Yao Moen before walking out of the palace. Yao Moen naturally followed after her. Shui Qianma didn't make a sound along the way. She just walked to the back of the palace and stopped in front of a thatched hut that didn't match the magnificent Phoenix Palace. This is the place where was born. Although it's been 7 years, this island lord can't bear to tear it down. Shui Qianma's voice was filled with desolation and helplessness. Yao Moen looked at the thatched hut in front of her. This really shouldn't be a place where a new life was born. Back then, Qianma got pregnant out of wedlock and became the laughingstock of everyone on the island. My father was the overlord of the sea. He naturally couldn't keep his face when something like this happened to his daughter. Thus, became a life that shouldn't exist. Shui Qianma smiled bitterly as she walked into the thatched hut. Yao Moen felt an indescribable pain in her heart when she saw the figure that had fallen. The sudden pain almost made her fall. Is something the matter? Shui Qianma looked back and asked suspiciously. No, I just feel that it's a very tragic story. Yao Moen smiled and followed Shui Qianma into the thatched hut. From the moment I was pregnant with father locked me up here. As long as I drank the abortion medicine, he would let me out at any time. However, right before I gave birth, I stubbornly insisted on giving birth to At the time, only the wet nurse was with me. I can still vaguely remember the moment was about to give birth, that crisp cry. Yao Moen's chest tightened when she saw the tears in Shui Qianma's eyes. She could barely breathe. Where's the child? Yao Moen asked softly. That's all. Due to overexertion, I fainted after giving birth to When I woke up, the child was gone and the wet nurse was also gone. I went to father to ask for her, but he only told me that the child was dead and that he had sent the wet nurse to the eastern continent. Can you imagine the despair and anger I felt at the time? Shui Qianma's sparkling eyes slowly turned towards Yao Moen. Yes. Yao Moen's reply was as firm as a blade. This surprised Shui Qianma a little. Perhaps. Yao Moen saw doubt in Shui Qianma's eyes, but Yao Moen could really feel the heart-wrenching pain Shui Qianma felt. It was as if this had happened to her before. You adopted so many children because you wanted to cherish the memory of your Yao Moen wanted to reach out to comfort Shui Qianma, but in the end, she put her hand down. This kind of bone-deep pain, no amount of comfort would be of any use. It's not cherishing, it's searching. Mother and son are connected by heart. I always felt that didn't die. After I replaced father as the master of Penglai Island, I searched everywhere for the wet nurse. I didn't care how many people I used. Fortunately, the heavens had eyes and let me find the wet nurse. It turns out that back then, father ordered the wet nurse to strangle the child after I gave birth. The wet nurse pitied me, so she secretly put the child on a boat and pushed it out of Penglai Island. If a passerby found the child, it meant that the child wasn't fated to die. After father found out, he thought that it was impossible for a child to survive on the sea alone, so he spared the wet nurse's life. Shui Qianma recounted the past in a voice as calm as a pool of stagnant water. All the pirates who had experienced the fight for the master back then were still shocked by Shui Qianma's domineering decisiveness when they recalled the past. So, you suspect that Xiodi is your child? Yao Moen looked at Shui Qianma in disbelief. She didn't expect this at all. It's very possible. But I didn't dare to continue asking. I was afraid that the date Qi Kanglan mentioned would be too different from the date I gave birth to I was afraid that once all hope was extinguished, I wouldn't have the courage to continue living. The current Shui Qianma was so helpless that it made one's heart ache. Then what if it is? Have you ever thought about what kind of happiness that would be? Island Master, if you don't know how to verify it, Wand has a way. From a bystander's point of view, Yao Moen had 10,000 reasons to believe that Xiu Di was the child who had been pushed out of Penglai Island all those years ago. Of course, if it wasn't, then Shui Qianma would have to give up. It wouldn't be good to just let her keep Xiu Di on the island. There had to be an end to this. In the main hall of Phoenix Palace, Yao Moen, Yi Junqing, and the others stood on the left and right. Right now, there were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones in front of Shui Qianma and Qi Kanglin. The two of them stood with their backs to each other. Everyone, write down the time. Yao Moen and Shui Qianma agreed that if the time Qi Kanglin wrote down was less than 10 days away from the time Shui Qianma wrote down, then they were willing to leave Xiu Di on Penglai Island until Shui Qianma found out the truth. If the time difference was more than a month, Shui Qianma would send Yao Moen and the others back to Eastern Continent and allow them to take Xiu Di with them. Everyone knew that a newborn baby drifting alone on a ship, no matter how lucky, wouldn't be able to live for more than 10 days. At this time, the main hall was silent. Everyone's gazes fell on Shui Qianma and Qi Kanglin. Meanwhile, Xiu Di was leaning in Han Genie's embrace, watching everything in a daze. No one had told him that this was the moment that would decide his fate. Qi Kanglin and Shui Qianma had already put down their brushes. Yao Moen walked in front of Shui Qianma first, picked up the paper, and walked to the center. On the other side, Zi Luo also picked up the paper in front of Qi Kanglin. When the two pieces of paper appeared in front of everyone at the same time, the hall was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by the two times in front of them. They were actually exactly the same. How is it? Shui Qianma stood by the table apprehensively. When she saw everyone's expressions, she couldn't help but feel her throat tighten. Island Lord. It's the same. The two times are exactly the same. Xiu Di is your son. Your biological son. Zi Luo's voice broke the silence in the hall. When she heard this result, Shui Qianma staggered to the two pieces of rice paper and saw that the time she had written was exactly the same as the time on Qi Kanglin's rice paper. Almost at the same time, Shui Qianma abruptly turned around and looked at Xiu Di with tears streaming down her face. Her body couldn't stop trembling. Xiu Di, she's your biological mother. Go. Han Genie reluctantly let go of Xiu Di, but she was very happy inside. Which child in the world didn't want to return to their mother's embrace? Mother. Xiu Di looked at his birthday written on the two pieces of paper and then looked at Shui Qianma's tear-stained eyes. He seemed to realize what had happened and involuntarily walked towards Shui Qianma. Mother missed you so much. It's been 7 years, Mother has been looking for you every day. Mother knows that you didn't die. That's great. Thank the heavens. Thank all of you. Shui Qianma rushed forward and hugged Xiu Di tightly in her arms. She let her tears flow freely. She was extremely happy. Mother. Are you really Xiu Di's mother? The mother that Xiu Di wanted to find even in his dreams. That's great. Xiu Di also has mother's love. Mother, don't lose Xiu Di again, alright? This scene was too emotional. Yao Moen felt a chill on her face and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Shui Qianma found her son and Xiu Di found his mother. The happy result was that Shui Qianma agreed to send Yao Moen and the others back to Eastern Continent. That night, after Xiu Di fell asleep in Shui Qianma's bedroom, Yao Moen was brought to the side hall by Zi Luo. Many thanks. Shui Qianma was different after finding her son. Her eyes were filled with kindness. Island Lord is too kind. Her didn't actually do anything. It's just that Xiao is a pitiful child. Island Lord must do your best to compensate him in the future. Yao Moen liked Xiao from the bottom of her heart. Now that Xiao had his own mother, he naturally wouldn't leave with them. This made Yao Moen feel somewhat regretful. Of course. Shui Qianma poured a cup of water and pushed it in front of Yao Moen. Her voice was gentle and tranquil. Actually, Wan has a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Yao Moen looked towards Shui Qianma hesitantly. Xiaodi's father. I don't know. 7 years ago, I snuck out of Penglai Island and went to Eastern Continent to play alone. However, in a deep forest, a man. That man was probably poisoned by an aphrodisiac. I could feel that he was in pain, but he didn't want to hurt me too deeply. However, I was really scared back then. Shui Qianma pursed her lips bitterly. She could only blame her bad luck for encountering this kind of thing. You didn't see that person's face clearly. He didn't even leave a token behind. Yao Moen felt that this was unimaginable. With Shui Qianma's martial arts, she shouldn't have given in so easily. Yao Moen had no idea that 7 years ago, Shui Qianma's martial arts could only be described as flowery but impractical. No, that person was masked and there were people chasing after him. That's why he ran after detoxifying the poison. Ridiculous, right? However, there really was a token. It was a jade pendant that he dropped before he left. Even now, Shui Qianma felt like she was dreaming. You don't hate him. A trace of pity appeared in Yao Moen's eyes. I hated him at first, but it faded after a long time. Now that I've found I'll let the past go with the wind. Shui Qianma's heart was much broader than Yao Moen imagined. If it was Yao Moen, she wouldn't even be satisfied with tearing that despicable thief into pieces. After returning to her room, the more Yao Moen thought about it, the angrier she got. She felt like she had to do something for Shui Qianma. Thus, during breakfast the next day, Yao Moen roughly told everyone what happened to Shui Qianma 7 years ago. Pfft, cough cough. Aphrodisiac. The one who had the biggest reaction was Yan Nanxing. When he heard about the aphrodisiac, he even spat out everything in his mouth. The pitiful Yao Moen was sitting in front of Yan Nanxing. Why are you so agitated? Everyone was puzzled by Yan Nanxing's abnormal reaction. No, nothing. Yan Nanxing pretended to eat calmly and didn't say anything else after that. Originally, Yao Moen and Shui Qianma had agreed to leave Penglai Island in 3 days, but on the 3rd day, Shui Qianma hadn't prepared a ship to take them off the island. Not only that, one of them had also gone missing. Godfather, Uncle Genie, it's bad. Uncle Yan has been hung up by Mother. Just as everyone was looking for Yan Nanxing, Qi Xiao suddenly ran in and said something shocking. Hung up? Where? Yao Moen looked towards Qi Xiao with a frown. The expressions of Yi Junqing and the others changed. Could it be that Shui Qianma was going back on her word? He's right outside Feng Palace. Hurry and go, Mother is still saying that she wants to kill Uncle Yan. Qi Xiao anxiously pulled Qi Kanglen and the others out of the room. It was just as Qi Xiao had said. Outside Feng Palace, Yan Nanxing was currently tied up and hung on a copper pillar that was over 7 zhang tall. His red robes flapped in the sea breeze. Island Master Shui, what is the meaning of this? When Yi Junqing saw his senior brother hanging in the air, he took a step forward and asked solemnly. Chapter 6:14. Who are you to him? Shui Qianma's eyes were cold and emotionless. Junior brother, said Yi Junqing sternly. Come. Tie him up and hang him up. As soon as Yi Junqing said this, the pirates behind Shui Qianmo suddenly stepped forward. Just as both sides were about to fight, Yan Nanqing suddenly opened his mouth. Everything is my, Yan Nanqing's, fault. It has nothing to do with them. Nanqing can be hit and scolded by you. Even if I have to compensate you with my life, I won't have any regrets. I just beg you to let them go. Yan Nanqing's voice was slightly hoarse, perhaps because he was hanging. Island Master, could you explain clearly what wrong Yan Nanqing has committed? Yao Moen walked over to Yi Junqing and looked towards Shui Qianmo in confusion. Zi Luo, take Qi Xiu Di out to play. Shui Qianmo didn't say anything and just sent Qi Xiu Di away. Only after Qi Xiu Di left did Shui Qianmo look towards Yao Moen. As Qi Xiu Di's father, do you guys think he's in the wrong? Shui Qianmo's voice was very soft, but it was like thunder. Just this one sentence was enough to shut everyone up. Yao Moen and the others froze in place. Han Genie was the first to break the stalemate. Beast! Han Genie strode to the front of the bronze pillar and raised his head to look at Yan Nanqing. Then, his eyes revealed a look of disdain as he gave Yan Nanqing these two words. Worse than a beast. Qi Kanglan felt that Han Genie's scolding was too light. Beast! Yao Moen never would have imagined that Yan Nanqing was Qi Xiudi's father. This result shocked her greatly. Junqing is ashamed to have a senior brother like this. Yi Junqing actually really pretended to wipe his sweat and leave. Only Mei Ji, who had been following them, silently retreated. When they returned to their rooms, everyone agreed that no matter how much Shui Qianmo tormented Yan Nanqing, she wouldn't take his life. After all, Yan Nanqing was Qi Xiudi's father. Because of this, Yao Moen and the others immediately decided to sever all relations with Yan Nanqing and tell Shui Qianmo that they didn't know him. What surprised Yao Moen was that Shui Qianmo was also reasonable and said that she would still follow the original agreement and send them off Penglai Island. Thus, after lunch, Yao Moen and the others sat on the boat Shui Qianmo had prepared for them and left Penglai Island. Although they knew that Yan Nanqing's future wouldn't be good, on the other hand, it was still gratifying that Qi Xiu Di had finally found his parents. Ever since Huan Luo returned from the battle with Yi Junqing, she had blamed her defeat on the pirates. She had downplayed the matter of Qi Kanglan playing the flute. However, Huan Luo was unable to overcome this obstacle. She spent all her time drinking and getting drunk in the Holy Maiden's residence. Saintess, why do you have to do this? The high priest threw away the pearls and picked up the stones. That's because he was blind. You're as pure as ice and as clean as jade, and you're an outstanding beauty. There are countless men who admire you. Even without the high priest's favor, you're still the most beautiful woman in the Red Flame Nation. In the bedroom of the Holy Maiden's residence, Yi Hongyi was looking at Huan Luo attentively with a smile on his face. The word beast on his forehead was especially fitting for Yi Hongyi's current expression. There was a crisp slap. Yi Hongyi held his swollen cheek, but the smile on his face didn't change. If a few slaps can make Saintess feel better, then Hongyi doesn't mind if Saintess hits me a few more times. Yi Hongyi walked forward humbly and waved his sleeve, dodging the wine cup in Huan Luo's hand. Scram! You think you're worthy of comforting the Saintess? You're not even a man. Scram! Huan Luo looked at Yi Hongyi disdainfully, then abruptly raised her hand and drained the wine in one gulp. Since that's the case, Hongyi won't disturb Saintess's rest any longer. When Yi Hongyi saw Huan Luo drink the wine mixed with 5 minerals powder, his lips curved in a strange smile. After Yi Hongyi left the bedroom, a man dressed in black walked over quietly from outside the door. I think it's best if I go back. The man looked at Yi Hongyi, his entire body trembling. Go back. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If you don't grasp it, it'll be hard for you to get close to Huan Luo in the future. Didn't you like her for 10 years? 10 years isn't enough for you to take this step. Ghost Pestle, if I was still a man, you wouldn't have a chance to do something like this. As Yi Hongyi spoke coldly, the Ghost Pestle's figure had already darted into Huan Luo's room. Yi Hongyi's thin lips curved into a mischievous smile as he closed the door tightly. Huan Luo. Ghost Pestle. From now on, don't even think about escaping from me, Yi Hongyi, for the rest of your lives. Inside the room, Huan Luo raised the wine pot, but didn't pour out a single drop. Wine. Someone. Bring the wine. Huan Luo abruptly flung the wine pot away and stood up unsteadily. When she looked up, she saw a familiar figure appear in front of her. Kanglin. Kanglin, you're back. You're finally back. Huan Luo's eyes were blurry from drunkenness, and her cheeks were flushed red. She looked like a seductive fairy. Ghost Pestle, who was wearing Qi Kanglin's mask, was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Huan Luo. Ghost Pestle tried his best to imitate Qi Kanglin's voice. He swallowed hard as he approached the beauty that he had been thinking about day and night. Kanglin. You love me, don't you? Yao Moan is just a lowly commoner. She doesn't deserve your love. The 5 minerals powder gradually took effect. Huan Luo couldn't suppress the desire in her heart anymore and threw herself into Ghost Pestle's arms. I love you. I've always loved you. Ghost Pestle's body instantly stiffened when he touched Huan Luo's delicate and graceful figure. A certain part of his body rapidly swelled up, causing him unbearable pain. Huan Luo knows that you love me. Kanglin, everything I have is yours. Don't leave me again, okay? Huan Luo's arm slowly climbed up the Ghost Pestle's neck, and her red lips brushed past the Ghost Pestle's ear. All right. I'll never leave you. Ghost Pestle could no longer control his remaining rationality. He carried Huan Luo and strode to the soft bed. On the bed, Huan Luo's enchanting body was twisting like a snake. She looked at Ghost Pestle with her charming eyes. Ghost Pestle could not resist such temptation. He immediately took off his pants and tore off Huan Luo's clothes. Ghost Pestle gulped hard when he saw Huan Luo's fair skin being exposed to the air. He placed both of his hands on Huan Luo's ample breasts and started massaging them forcefully. Ugh! Kanglin, be gentle. Perhaps Ghost Pestle was using too much force. Huan Luo still felt the pain even though she was poisoned by the 5 minerals powder. Ghost Pestle was no longer in the mood to indulge in lust. He jumped onto Huan Luo's body and started moving rhythmically without any warning. Ah! Huan Luo had been chaste for more than 20 years for Qi Kanglin's sake. Now, she was being mercilessly possessed by Ghost Pestle. I'm sorry. Huan Luo, I'm sorry. I was too anxious. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt soon. Ghost Pestle was not satisfied after venting his anger. He slowed down and placed his lips on Huan Luo's earlobe. He licked and kissed it, slowly relieving Huan Luo's discomfort. Ugh! Huan Luo's expression gradually relaxed. Her consciousness was completely occupied by the 5 minerals powder. 2 bodies were entangled on the bed, each taking what they needed. After some time, Huan Luo felt a sharp pain on her forehead. She slowly opened her eyes when she raised her hand. It hurts. Just when Huan Luo was about to get up, she suddenly felt as if her legs were filled with lead. A tearing pain came from somewhere. Huan Luo subconsciously pulled the quilt away. Her heart suddenly turned cold. Chapter 6:15. When Huan Luo saw her naked body covered in bruises, she immediately understood what had happened. This was especially so when she saw the pool of blood beneath her. Her mind went blank. How could this be? Huan Luo got up in terror and hurriedly pulled on her clothes. When she saw the marks on the bed, she gritted her teeth. Just who was it? When the ship reached the shore, Yao Moen immediately noticed something and grabbed the person at the helm. This is Eastern Continent. Who said this was Eastern Continent? The person at the helm shrugged. This is Crimson Flame Country. Asked Yao Moen confidently. Yes, Island Master told me to send you here. We've already reached Crimson Flame Country. You can leave now. Urged the person at the helm. No, just send us back to Eastern Continent, even to Pinglai Island. Women were creatures that couldn't be offended. Yao Moen had overestimated Shui Qianma's tolerance. When the person at the helm saw that Yao Moen wouldn't let go, he flung Yao Moen's hand away in disgust. The island lord said that you can either be thrown into the Red Flame Country or thrown into the sea. You can choose. The person at the helm narrated what Shui Qianma had told them. We choose to steal the ship, said Yao Moen seriously. Offend Pinglai Island. Unless you don't want to live anymore. Hurry and get off the ship, we're leaving. The person at the helm didn't waste any more words. He pushed Yao Moen away and steered the ship away. When Yao Moen saw that the ship was getting further and further away, she walked in front of Qi Kanglan. You saw through it all along, didn't you? Yao Moen glared at him. Those who betray the cult master all die very unsightly deaths. Xingwaner, watch your words. From now on, you'll be surrounded by people from Crimson Flame Country. There's no lack of Imperial cult members among them. If you're smart enough, you should know what to do. Qi Kanglan had seen through this long ago, but he didn't say anything. When Yao Moen saw Qi Kanglan leave indifferently, she stomped her feet in anger. Since we're here, we also want to meet Crimson Flame Emperor and that cult master. We want to see what other abilities they have aside from those sea monsters to dare threaten to swallow Eastern Continent. There's also Moen. Even if we have to leave, we have to take Moen with us, said Yi Junqing sternly. Then he followed Qi Kanglan towards the mainland. I never expected to be able to see such a large piece of land on the ocean. It's extremely rare. Han Jini sighed with emotion as she followed after Yi Junqing. There wasn't the slightest hint of fear on her face. When the three men walked far away, Yao Moen finally let out a long sigh. What do we do now? Asked Meiji worriedly as she slowly walked to Yao Moen's side. What else can we do? Let's go. Yao Moen shook her head. The journey from the shore to the capital of Crimson Flames Country took about 2 days and 2 nights. So that night, Yao Moen and the others found an inn to rest at. That night, a cool breeze blew gently. Yao Moen didn't feel sleepy at all. She originally wanted to come out to get some fresh air, but when she opened the door, she saw that the light in Meiji's room was also on, so she tried to open the door. Can't sleep. The door wasn't bolted, so when Yao Moen walked in, Meiji was using a silver pick to pick up the candle flame in a daze. Isn't Master also not sleeping? Meiji subconsciously put down the silver pick and slowly got up. In the end, this isn't the territory of Eastern Continent, so even if I sleep, I won't be able to rest well. What about you? Are you thinking about Yan Nanqing? Don't worry, Shui Qianma is only using him to vent her anger. Once she's done venting, their family of 3 should be happy and harmonious. The 2 elders of Phoenix Feather Manor have wanted to report their grandson for a long time. Meiji's voice was filled with unconcealable desolation. Under the light of the candle flame, her cherry lips seemed a bit pale. You like Yan Nanqing? Yao Moen didn't remember the past, but she could guess this from Mei Ji's expression. It's been a long time. Mei Ji sighed lightly and smiled at Yao Moen. However, when Yao Moen saw that smile, she felt even more helpless. Since it can't be forced, letting go is also freedom. If it was something that had happened a long time ago, Mei Ji wouldn't have stayed up all night. Mei Ji understands. Now that Yi Junqing and Han Genie are both in Crimson Flame country, I really don't know how Sikong Mu will deal with them. Mei Ji intentionally changed the topic. Now that Diao Diao has returned to Crimson Flame country, Han Genie's safety can be guaranteed for now. As for Yi Junqing, I will do my best. When this was brought up, Yao Moen's expression became serious and a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Ever since Yi Hongyi returned to Crimson Flame country, he had his own residence. Although it wasn't as imposing as the Holy Maiden Manor, it could still be considered a place for himself. It's you. Am I right? At this moment, Huan Luo's jade fingers were tightly gripping Yi Hongyi's neck. Her cardamom-colored nails shone with a cold light. Hongyi, what matter does Lord Holy Maiden mean? Yi Hongyi's face had turned purple and his eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't dare to retaliate. He couldn't beat Huan Luo in her rage. You still dare to ask this Holy Maiden what matter it is? Yesterday, you were the only one who went to the Holy Maiden Manor. If you hadn't sullied it. Every time Huan Luo thought about the scene of her naked body lying on the bed, she felt like every hair on her body was spitting fire. She hated it. So it's this matter. Lord Holy Maiden, let go first. Hongyi will naturally give Lord Holy Maiden a satisfactory explanation. Yi Hongyi tried to pry Huan Luo's fingers off with both hands, but Huan Luo retracted her fingers in disgust. She looked towards Yi Hongyi coldly. Was it you or not? The killing intent in Huan Luo's eyes hadn't receded. Ahem. Lord Holy Maiden must be joking. No matter how much Hong Yi admires Holy Maiden's beauty, I have the heart but no power. Could it be that Lord Holy Maiden has forgotten? Hong Yi can no longer be considered a man. When Yi Hongyi said this, it was as calm as if the weather today was very good. It was as if this sort of embarrassing matter was nothing to him. However, in his heart, he remembered everyone who had wronged him. Yao Moen and Yi Junqing did deserve to die, but he wouldn't let Qi Kanglen and Gue Dozi off either. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Just who was it? Huan Luo's fingers tightened around Yi Hongyi's neck once more as killing intent flashed in her eyes. Since Yi Hongyi knew his secret, he wouldn't be able to live. When Yi Hongyi saw that Huan Luo wanted to kill him to silence him, he abruptly attacked Huan Luo and released her restraints. If Lord Holy Maiden doesn't care about the fact that you lost your virginity after Hong Yi dies, then Lord Holy Maiden can kill Hong Yi. Hong Yi definitely won't retaliate. Yi Hongyi looked at Huan Luo with a strange expression in his eyes as his thin lips curled into a smile. What do you mean? Huan Luo's gaze turned cold as she looked towards Yi Hongyi. Although Hong Yi wasn't the one who did that amorous affair last night, Hong Yi saw it from start to finish. Not only that, Hong Yi also recognized that person, said Yi Hongyi indifferently. His cold eyes were filled with unbridled provocation. You deserve to die. I knew it was you. Huan Luo immediately understood and killing intent surged in her eyes. Chapter 6:16. Hongyi advises the Saintess to think thrice before acting. If you kill Hongyi, everyone in the Red Flame Nation will know how seductive and tender the Saintess is in bed, and how slutty and shy she is. Yi Hongyi revealed a sinister expression as he looked at Huan Luo with a cold snort. His words were like knives stabbing into Huan Luo's heart. Yi Hongyi. What do you want? Huan Luo never imagined that she would fall into Yi Hongyi's hands. Her heart ached. Nothing. Actually, Hongyi and Lady Holy Maiden have the same thoughts. Yao Moen deserves to die, Yi Junqing deserves to die. Yi Hongyi smiled coldly at Huan Luo. Just who is that person? In Huan Luo's heart, the ones who deserved to die the most were Yi Hongyi and that brute who sullied her innocence. That's not important. As long as Hongyi is safe, that person will never appear. Yi Hongyi naturally understood what Huan Luo was thinking. Yi Hongyi, how dare you? You actually dare to scheme against this saintess. One day, this holy maiden will make you regret this. Huan Luo shouted through clenched teeth. Veins popped out on her fists. According to the spy, Qi Kanglan, Yao Moen, and Yi Junqing have already entered Crimson Flame country. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll arrive at the capital tomorrow. Hongyi doesn't have any other requests. I just want Sect Master to punish Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. Hongyi isn't like them, thinking of so many tricks just to get revenge. I just want those two to die. Yi Hongyi looked towards Huan Luo coldly. You want this holy maiden to speak in front of Sect Master? Yi Hongyi, you want to use this holy maiden as a tool? Huan Luo pursed her lips, her eyes cold. If Lady Holy Maiden insists on thinking that way, then Hongyi can't do anything about it. However, Hongyi hopes that Lady Holy Maiden can help Hongyi this time, otherwise. Yi Hongyi hesitated, his lips curling into a playful smile. Yi Hongyi. Huan Luo abruptly waved her sleeves and the jade table beside her instantly broke into two. There's no need for Lady Saintess to vent your anger on an inanimate object. If you hit me, Hongyi definitely won't move a single step. Yi Hongyi pointed at his chest, his eyes as dark as ink. After struggling for a long time, Huan Luo finally flicked her sleeves and left. As Yi Hongyi watched Huan Luo leave, a sinister light shone in his eyes. Now that he controlled Huan Luo, he was one step closer to his revenge. The night fog was boundless, and the stars in the vast blue dome of heaven flickered with a hazy brilliance. It was so blurry and dreamy that it felt unreal. It was like Qi Kanglan in the forest, his silver hair fluttering in a beautiful arc, so beautiful that it made people sigh. What's up? Yao Mo Wan stood silently at the back, feeling rather hesitant. Towards some people, she could be black-bellied and have no boundaries, but towards Qi Zhonglan, she really didn't want to hurt him in the slightest. I'm fine. Yao Moen forced a smile. She had originally wanted to ask him to plead on Yi Junqing's behalf, but when the words reached her mouth, she couldn't bring herself to say them. Are you worried about Yi Junqing's safety? Yao Moen's face turned slightly red when she heard Qi Zhonglan's words. She could only walk over. Wan just doesn't want Yi Junqing to die, said Yao Moen bluntly. If she continued to beat around the bush, it would seem like she was being unreasonable. Sect Master might not let Yi Junqing go. If you talk too much, Sect Master might not be able to tolerate you. Qi Zhonglan's words were extremely blunt. The meaning behind his words was that Yao Moen's silence was golden. Is there no other way? Yao Moen turned to look towards Qi Zhonglan. The gentle moonlight seemed to coat Qi Zhonglan's cheeks with a layer of silver radiance. Just his side profile was enough to topple all living things. No, replied Qi Zhonglan resolutely. Then Wan can only accompany Yi Junqing in death. Yao Moen smiled bitterly, a trace of loneliness flashing through her eyes. Then what about me? A clear voice floated over. Qi Zhonglan turned and walked in front of Yao Moen. His deep eyes were like an ancient well without any ripples, but there was a strong heat in them. Yao Moen's heart instantly lost its rhythm. Yao Moen looked at the man in front of her blankly. Anyone would be moved by a person as handsome as a god. It's getting late, you should go back and rest. Before Yao Moen could respond, Chi Tsang Lan had already tapped his foot and floated away like he was riding the wind. In the night sky, a beautiful silhouette that was comparable to moonlight suddenly appeared. Even after Chi Tsang Lan had walked far away, Yao Moen still stood there in a daze. Her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. At that time, Chi Tsang Lan's gaze was too deep, too blurred, causing her heart to ache faintly. She didn't want to hurt this kind of immortal-like man, but in the end, she didn't get what she wanted. Why are you like this for us? A deep voice rang out from behind her as Yi Junqing walked over step by step. Yao Moen took a deep breath. When she turned around, her smile was like a flower. Because I like you. Yao Moen's tone was clearly teasing. But Jin only has Moen in my heart. Zhen will not be moved by any other woman besides Yao Moen. Even if they look exactly the same, it's still impossible. On the way here, Yi Junqing could feel the sincerity of this woman in front of him. Especially on the warship, her determination to share life and death with him had shaken Yi Junqing. But what could this change? These words are truly hurtful. Fortunately, Wanner's skin isn't that thin, otherwise I'd have to find a crooked tree to hang myself. The more Yi Junqing acted like this, the more at ease Yao Moen felt. Being unswervingly loved by this kind of man, what more could she ask for? Yao Moen smiled faintly as she walked around Yi Junqing and returned to the inn. Yi Junqing was left standing there, unsure of what to do. Just as Yi Hongyi expected, the next day at noon, Chi Tsang Lan and the others had just entered the capital when a group of people from the imperial sect greeted them. Rather than saying they greeted them, it was more accurate to say that they were there to capture Han Jini and Yi Junqing. Sect Master has ordered Great Priest and Holy Maiden Wan to immediately head to the main altar. Han Jini and Yi Junqing are to be detained in the dungeon. The person in the lead was one of the 4 great protectors of the imperial sect, Luo Sha. Why don't we first settle the 2 of them in this holy maiden's residence? Wan will naturally explain this to Sect Master. How could Yao Moen let them take Yi Junqing away like this? Sect Master's orders, forgive me for not being able to comply. Luo Sha knew Yao Moen's identity, so his tone wasn't respectful at all. Just as Luo Sha was about to make a move, a cold light flashed. Immediately after, Luo Sha covered his shoulder with his left hand and retreated a few steps in pain. Did you not hear Lady Holy Maiden's words clearly? Lady Holy Maiden will naturally report this matter to Sect Master. All of you, withdraw. A clear voice came from above them. As Yao Moen expected, Diao Diao appeared in front of everyone. Her delicate little face was as beautiful as a spring flower. Master, don't worry. Diao Diao will first take Han Jini and Yi Junqing back to the Holy Maiden's residence. Let's see who dares to stop us. Luo Sha naturally knew Diao Diao's identity, so he could only swallow his anger and withdraw. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing and Han Jini follow Diao Diao back to the residence, her tightly clenched heart calmed down slightly. However, now that she saw Sikongmu, how was she supposed to protect Yi Junqing's life? Let's go, we shouldn't make Sect Master wait too long. While Yao Moen was deep in thought, Chi Kanglan had already walked over. His voice was as gentle as jade and didn't contain the slightest hint of emotion. When Chi Kanglan and Yao Moen walked into the main altar, Wan Luo and Yi Hongyi were already on the left and right. On top of the huge python, Sikongmu was still dressed in black robes and his golden mask was as cold as ice. Kanglan greets Sect Master. Wan greets Sect Master. When they entered the main altar again, Yao Moen was much calmer. The night pearls and the pair of yellow eyes on the python's head no longer gave her any visual impact. Chapter 617. Has Yi Junqing been escorted back to the dungeon by Rakshasa? Sikong Mu's cold voice floated over. Yao Moen's heart trembled slightly. She knew that Sikong Mu already knew everything. Just as Yao Moen was about to speak, Qi Kanglan stepped forward. Reporting to Sect Master, Yi Junqing has already been escorted to the Holy Maiden Manor. This is Kanglan's intention. Yao Moen was shocked that Qi Kanglan was willing to help her out. In the forest, he hadn't made any promises to her. Reason. Sikong Mu's voice contained a hint of anger. Yao Moen couldn't help but sweat for Qi Kanglan. Reason is. As Qi Kanglan spoke, Yao Moen suddenly felt a gust of wind blow past her and then her vision fell into darkness. The moment Yao Moen's body was about to fall, Qi Kanglan flashed and pulled her into his arms. When Huan Luo saw how gently Qi Kanglan held Yao Moen in his arms, the flames of jealousy in Huan Luo's heart burrowed into her limbs like a viper. Reason is that Kanglan suspects that the effects of the phoenix tears are still present. Huan Luo and Yi Hongyi were both shocked by Qi Kanglan's words. Sect Master, since High Priest suspects that Yao Moen has recovered her memories, this woman can't be left alive, said Yi Hongyi impatiently. Yao Moen's contributions cannot go unnoticed. Kanglan believes that Yao Moen has value in existence. Qi Kanglan's voice was cold and his expression was calm. Sect Master. Hongyi understands this woman very well. She's crafty and sinister. If she finds out that she's Yao Moen, she'll definitely do something harmful to Crimson Flame Country. Just like how she destroyed Great Chu back then, it's very likely that she'll become a stumbling block to Crimson Flame Country's unification of Eastern Continent. How dare you compare your stupidity to Sect Master's wisdom? Qi Kanglan looked towards Yi Hongyi with a warning in his eyes. Hongyi, doesn't dare. Yi Hongyi saw the killing intent in Qi Kanglan's eyes and immediately retreated to the side. Before he was fully fledged, he shouldn't make too many enemies. Cult Master, Huan Luo also believes that Yao Moen's existence isn't worth much. Of course, if Great Priest feels that there's a need for her to live, he could have used Yi Hongyi to test the effects of the phoenix tears. Why would there be a need for Yi Junqing? Her eyes swept over Qi Kanglan's hand that was holding Yao Moen's hand, and a chill flashed through her heart. When she just entered the main altar, Yao Moen didn't even look at Yi Hongyi once. Regardless of whether the phoenix tears have lost their effect or not, Yao Moen wouldn't lose her sense of propriety in front of Yi Hongyi. Otherwise, when Yao Moen was made a consort in Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi wouldn't have doted on her so much. Qi Zhanglan spoke the truth that no one could refute. It's just as Great Shaman said, Yao Moen is so shrewd, leaving her alive will only be a disaster. Furthermore, in front of her hatred, she didn't give the slightest clue. In front of her love, she can also pretend to be a fool. Isn't that her forte? Huan Luo said aggressively. Kanglan feels that. Just as Qi Zhanglan was about to retort, Sikong Mu finally spoke up. Yao Moen can stay, but Yi Junqing is to be placed under house arrest in the Holy Maiden Manor. If there's anything strange, kill him on the spot. Sikong Mu's voice stopped Qi Zhanglan and Huan Luo from arguing. After leaving the main altar, Huan Luo hurriedly chased after Qi Zhanglan. Kanglan, I want to talk to you. Huan Luo looked towards Qi Zhanglan with eyes filled with hope as she pleaded. Let's change the time. This shaman wants to send Wan back, said Qi Zhanglan indifferently, then left without any hesitation. As Huan Luo looked at Qi Zhanglan's figure that was as cold as ice, her knuckles cracked. The current Qi Zhanglan has already been bewitched by Yao Moen. Even if the Holy Maiden still has a pure body, he still wouldn't give her a second glance. Yi Hongyi's words had a double meaning, causing Huan Luo to look at him coldly. Alright, Hongyi won't talk too much. However, Holy Maiden Huan Luo's performance today wasn't bad. Keep up the good work. Yi Hongyi smiled sinisterly, then turned to leave. When Chi Tsanglan carried Yao Moen back to the Holy Maiden Manor, Diao Diao was telling Han Genie and Yi Junqing not to leave the Holy Maiden Manor no matter what. Diao Diao was aware of how xenophobic Crimson Flame Country was. Even if the two of them weren't weak, it was still difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. This was especially true during these critical times, so drawing too much attention wasn't a good thing. "Master, what's wrong?" asked Diao Diao worriedly when she saw the unconscious Yao Moen. "Bring me a cup of water." As Chi Tsanglan spoke, he carefully helped Yao Moen onto a chair, then took the cup of water Diao Diao handed over. He dipped his hand in the water and tapped Yao Moen's acupuncture point. A short while later, she slowly opened her eyes. "What happened? Where's Yi Junqing?" Yao Moen called out anxiously. "Shen is fine." Yao Moen's gaze moved past Qi Kanglan who was standing in front of her and landed on Yi Junqing. Seeing that Yi Junqing was fine, Yao Moen let out a long sigh of relief. When Yao Moen's gaze returned, she saw the deep, indelible sorrow in Qi Kanglan's eyes. "It's a good thing you're here," said Yao Moen hesitantly. Even if no one had told her, she knew that Qi Tsanglan's contributions couldn't go unnoticed for Yi Junqing to be safe. "I'll be staying at the Holy Maiden Manor for this period of time." Qi Tsanglan placed the teacup on the table, then turned to look at Yi Junqing meaningfully before leaving with large strides. "Genie, you said that Xiodi found her biological mother and father, is that true?" Diao Diao deliberately pulled Han Genie out after Qi Tsanglan left. Only Yao Moen and Yi Junqing were left in the main hall. "You saw Sikong Mu. What did he say?" Even though Yi Junqing hadn't shown the slightest bit of fear on the way here, he knew that now that he was in Crimson Flame Nation's territory, he was like fish on a chopping block. His life and death weren't in his hands. The reason he was calm was because he wanted to see Yao Moen. It had been half a year, so he couldn't be sure if Yao Moen was still alive or not. If the results weren't satisfactory, why would he be afraid of death? Warner didn't say anything. It was the high priest who pleaded for you guys to stay at Warner's Holy Maiden Manor for now. When Yao Moen saw the determination in Yi Junqing's eyes, she suddenly had a thought. Should she tell Yi Junqing about her past? She hadn't said it at the time because Yi Junqing's life wasn't in danger and she didn't want to alert him. But now, if she continued to hide it, she would be harming Yi Junqing. But how should she say it? How should she prove it? In the ghost manor, the moment Gui Pestle saw Yi Junyi, he rushed over. "How is Huan Luo? Is she unhappy?" Gui Pestle didn't ask. There was no woman in this world who would be happy after being defiled. "Why are you in such a hurry? Where's the surprise you promised me?" Yi Hongyi wasn't in a good mood. He couldn't help but feel uneasy about not being able to kill Yi Junqing and Yao Moen. "I'll naturally give you what I promised you. A few days ago, Master left Crimson Flame Country. It's very likely that he went to find Sister Ghost. Follow me." As Gui Pestle spoke, he brought Yi Hongyi into Gui Dozi's secret room. "What's that?" When Gui Pestle lit the candle, Yi Hongyi furrowed his brows. He could clearly see a mask hanging on the wall, but it was too dark, so he couldn't see it very clearly. "Go up and take a closer look." Gui Pestle passed the candle to Yi Hongyi and gave him a symbolic push. The atmosphere was strange and Yi Hongyi's footsteps slowed slightly. When he saw the mask on the wall, Yi Hongyi's eyes widened. His legs trembled and he tossed the candle to the ground. "Yao Ma Xin. Why is she here? Why?" Yi Hongyi was practically kneeling in front of Gui Pestle as he gripped Gui Pestle's clothes tightly. His voice was filled with terror and his eyes were flickering. "It's just a mask. Why are you so scared?" Gue Pestle was confused when he saw Yi Hongyi's pale face and his pupils constricted. Chapter 6:18. Let me ask you. Why is this face here? Yi Hongyi stood up abruptly and grabbed Ghost Pestle's collar. His eyes were cold. This isn't the real person. I've checked. This is Master's unique secret technique, skin nurturing. Ghost Pestle got to the point. Skin nurturing? What do you mean? Yi Hongyi looked at Ghost Pestle suspiciously. He couldn't help but glance at Yamoshin's face on the wall. His heart was trembling. It's to make this look on a real person's face, then nourish it with a secret liquid for half a month. Once the skin is removed, it's flawless, explained Ghost Pestle concisely. Skin nurturing. Why do you have this kind of face here? Yi Hongyi sighed heavily as he asked suspiciously. Who knows? I found it in Master's secret room. I saw the words Empress of Great Chu, Yamoshin, so I wanted to give you a surprise. Ghost Pestle didn't know much about East Continent. In his opinion, it was good that Yi Hongyi was able to see his Empress's face in a foreign land. I'm surprised but not happy. Yi Hongyi walked out of the secret room hurriedly. If I knew you wouldn't like it, I wouldn't have let you see it, said Ghost Pestle and closed the door tightly. I like it. Ha! I don't like it but someone else does. Hongyi appreciates your kindness. Yi Juanqing's figure suddenly appeared in Yi Hongyi's mind. When can you arrange for me and Huan Luo to? Ghost Pestle rubbed his palms together eagerly. Again what? Yi Hongyi restrained the coldness in his eyes and looked at Ghost Pestle teasingly. I really like Huan Luo. As long as she accepts me, I'm willing to do anything. The Ghost Pestle begged with sincerity. You know Huan Luo's thoughts better than I do. Who else can she hold in her heart other than Qi Kanglan? If. Yi Hongyi looked at Ghost Pestle meaningfully. If what? If you can kill Qi Kanglan, that'll be the best. Yi Hongyi didn't want to make enemies for Qi Kanglan. Are you kidding me? Not to mention killing Qi Kanglan, I wouldn't even dare to get close to him. Everyone knew what kind of existence Qi Kanglan was in the Crimson Flame country. There's nothing in this world that's difficult for those who put their minds to it. Don't worry, Yi Hongyi, will naturally accomplish what I promised you. It's just a matter of time. Yi Hongyi pursed his lips tightly, a cold light flashing through his eyes. Imperial study of Crimson Flame Nation Qi Chuan sat upright on the dragon throne, looking towards Yi Hongyi meaningfully. The suggestion isn't bad, but we don't understand. Right now, you're already considered Sikong Mu's favorite, you could very well directly advise him, why borrow our mouth? Qi Chuan lifted his brows as he looked towards Yi Hongyi. Flame Sovereign, think about it. The Imperial Sect and the Ghost Faction have always minded their own business. As a member of the Imperial Sect, how would Hongyi know that there's a face that looks exactly like Yamoshin's in Gue Daozi's secret chamber? If this matter came out of Hongyi's mouth, it would definitely arouse Sikong Mu's wariness towards Hongyi. At that time, the success or failure of the plan is a small matter, but if Sikong Mu discovers any clues, the consequences would be unthinkable. However, Flame Sovereign is different. You're the esteemed monarch of a country, so you've definitely gone to Gue Daozi's secret chamber. Yi Hongyi calmly analyzed the pros and cons before speaking solemnly. What you say makes some sense. Fine, we'll lend you a hand. I hope that the result will be as you predicted. As long as Qi Kanglan, Huan Luo, and that Diao Diao die, the Imperial Sect will no longer have a pillar of support. Sikong Mu will be unable to do anything alone. At that time, Crimson Flame Country will truly become my, Qi Chuan's, world. Qi Chuan had truly waited a long time for this moment. Under the dragon throne, Yi Hongyi bowed humbly, his eyes filled with coldness. Inside the Holy Maiden residence, Yao Moen had invited Yi Junqing to a pavilion in the rear garden. She had hung wind chimes all around the pavilion. Qi Kanglan and Diao Diao's martial arts weren't weak, so this was to prevent them from eavesdropping. "Is there something you need from us?" After finding out that the person in front of him wasn't Yao Moen, it was very difficult for Yi Junqing to smile at her. "Sit." Yao Moen's expression was solemn as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing hesitated for a moment, then finally sat down. "What is it?" The wind chimes would occasionally let out a melodious tinkle in the breeze, stirring up the pool of stagnant water in his heart. "I am Yao Moen." Without any preamble, Yao Moen spoke directly. Playing the same old trick. Yao Moen's words didn't shock Yi Hongyi in the slightest. On the contrary, a trace of disdain flashed through Yi Junqing's eyes. "How can you believe this?" Yao Moen did her best not to repeat what she had just said in case the walls had ears. "It's impossible no matter what." Yi Junqing's resolute attitude made Yao Moen feel slightly disappointed. "I've lost my memories, I don't remember anything. After I left Xinjiang, I accidentally overheard Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo talking about my past. Although I don't have any proof right now that I'm Yao Moen, this is the truth." Yao Moen couldn't justify herself, but the truth was the truth. She hoped that Yi Junqing could think about this in a different way, but unfortunately, Yi Junqing was a normal person. How could Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo's martial arts allow you to eavesdrop on their conversation? Yi Junqing's words caused Yao Moen to choke for a long while. "Regardless of whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Yao Moen didn't die and she's sitting right in front of you, so you have to live as well. You definitely can't act blindly without thinking. Crimson Flame Country can't compare to Eastern Continent and you're not some emperor right now. Especially since Yi Hongyi is still alive and thriving. Yi Junqing, if we can get through this, we'll both be safe. If we can't, we'll both have to ascend to heaven. Remember my words, you have to endure no matter what. Moen doesn't want to wait for everything to settle only to not have you by my side." The cold voice was filled with deep affection. Yao Moen couldn't remember the Yi Junqing of the past, but right now, the man standing in front of her was using his life to prove his unwavering love. "I don't know what you're talking about." Yi Junqing flicked his sleeves and left. The moment he turned around, his eyes flickered slightly. Whether it was her tone or her expression, or even that frown, it was all so similar. If he said she wasn't Yao Moen, who would believe him? But if he said she was, Yi Junqing couldn't convince himself to believe it. As she watched Yi Junqing's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Yao Moen's lips curved in a bitter smile. What could she do to let Yi Junqing know that she was Yao Moen? "When did you find out?" An icy voice rang out from behind Yao Moen. Yao Moen froze when she heard this. When she turned around, she saw that Diao Diao was standing right behind her. "Ahem. When did you get here?" Yao Moen forced herself to calm down and looked towards Diao Diao with an awkward smile. "Ever since you told Yi Junqing that you were Yao Moen." Diao Diao's face was now filled with a rare solemnity. This saintess was just joking with him. "You didn't really believe it, right?" Yao Moen spoke in a roundabout manner. "I believe it. You should be glad that the person standing in front of you right now isn't Huan Luo or Qi Kanglan. If you still think of Diao Diao as a friend, then tell me, when did you find out that you were Yao Moen?" Diao Diao usually looked like she was laughing and joking around, but she wasn't muddle-headed when it came to matters. After leaving Xinjiang, in front of Shiwu town. Yao Moen hesitated for a moment, then told her everything in the end. There were two reasons why she hadn't stubbornly persisted. One, she had Han Genie as a protective talisman, so Diao Diao wouldn't be too aggressive. 2. If she wanted to reverse the situation, it would be impossible to accomplish with just her own strength. Chapter 6:19. So you already knew, but we were still fooled by you like idiots. Diao Diao looked at Yao Moen coldly. From the moment Moen woke up, I was also fooled by you guys like an idiot, wasn't I? Yao Moen's eyes were clear as she walked in front of Diao Diao. How is that the same? Diao Diao pouted and rebuked angrily. What's the difference? Could it be that in your eyes, Moen and Han Genie are also lowly commoners? So the Diao Diao I know isn't any different from Huan Luo. Moen won't stop you and can't stop you. If you want to go tell on us, then go. Yao Moen looked at Diao Diao with clear eyes, her expression as cold as ice. Yao Moen might as well turn around and ignore Diao Diao. Hey! I haven't even finished getting angry and you're already throwing a tantrum. Diao Diao saw Yao Moen turn around and immediately chased after her. What else? You want Moen to kneel down and beg you? To let you insult and bully me? To live in humiliation like all the other races? Yao Moen raised her brows. Her voice was indiscernible and her expression was emotionless. That's them. Diao Diao has never hated other races. Diao Diao argued. So the Diao Diao I know is different, right? Yao Moen's expression softened. Of course. Diao Diao nodded fiercely. So you won't tell on us? Yao Moen looked at Diao Diao probingly. Of course. Diao Diao raised her brows. Everything you're doing is actually for Han Genie. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved into a playful smile as she let out a long sigh from the bottom of her heart. Of course, you're bullying people. I'm also doing this for you. Diao Diao knew she was tricked and immediately panicked. Diao Diao, Moen doesn't want to cause trouble. Moen just wants to take them away from Crimson Flame Country safely. If possible, Moen wants to stop Crimson Flame Country from swallowing Eastern Continent. No matter how strong Crimson Flame Country is, it's 1 against 7. Even if they win this battle, the result will be the entire Eastern Continent and even Crimson Flame Country being dyed in blood. Can you understand Moen's good intentions? I understand. It's just that Diao Diao is powerless in this matter. Once Master has decided on something, it's very difficult to change it, Diao Diao said truthfully. How do you know there's no hope if you don't work hard? Diao Diao, let's work hard together. If we can stop him, that would be for the best. If we can't, then we've already tried our best and our conscience is clear. Being able to convince Diao Diao was definitely an unexpected gain for Yao Moen. All right. But you absolutely can't tell anyone that you're Yao Moen, said Diao Diao cautiously. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. But... Yao Moen hesitated. I know, you want to recover your memories, but what you've been poisoned with is a phoenix tear. How about this, I'll go to Master and let him know. Perhaps there's hope. Diao Diao looked towards Yao Moen seriously. Many thanks. Yao Moen hadn't expected Diao Diao to be so understanding. Her impression of Diao Diao grew even more favorable. But... this time, it was Diao Diao's turn to hesitate. Moen has only loved one person in this life, and that's Yi Junqing. Moen can only disappoint his good intentions. Yao Moen's words were to get Diao Diao to chase after Han Genie. Yao Moen, can you really stop the war between Crimson Flame Country and Eastern Continent? They all say that you're very powerful. After hearing Yao Moen's words, Diao Diao's worry deepened. I'll do my best. Yao Moen didn't dare make any promises. After all, from the looks of it, she didn't have any advantage. Diao Diao just doesn't want Master and Han Genie to get into conflict. Diao Diao's words surprised Yao Moen. Diao Diao was truly attentive towards Han Genie. She had reason to believe that the reason Diao Diao was willing to hide everything for her and even stand on her side was because of Han Genie. Don't worry, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Moen guarantees that the things you're worried about will never happen. Yao Moen's cherry lips pressed together lightly, her gaze as firm as a blade. For some reason, when Diao Diao saw the light in Yao Moen's eyes, she actually felt at ease. The moment he saw Yao Moxin, Yi Hongyi couldn't describe what he was feeling. He was excited. Sikong Mu really did listen to Chi Chuan's suggestion. He was timid, so he couldn't feel at ease facing a woman who looked exactly like Yao Moxin. Crimson Flame Emperor suggested to this sect master to use Yao Moxin to provoke Yi Junqing and then test whether the phoenix tears in Yao Moen's body have lost their effectiveness. This sect master feels that this matter is feasible. From now on, bring Shui Xiu back and tell her everything that happened between you, Yao Moxin, and Yi Junqing in detail, including how to train her every move. This sect master wants Yao Moxin to be reborn. A deep voice fell from the top of his head. Yi Hongyi bowed and accepted the order. When he glanced at Shui Xiu, he couldn't help but choke. Inside the paradise, Diao Diao caressed the zither on the stone bench. She casually plucked the strings and felt a numbness on her finger, followed by a faint pain. Diao Diao turned her hand over and saw that the finger she had plucked the strings had actually split open. Does it hurt? Didn't Master say that you can't touch this zither? The strings on this zither are polished from 1,000-year profound iron. Without a strong inner strength, it's impossible to control it. Before Diao Diao could deal with it, Sikong Mu shot forward and put Diao Diao's injured finger in his mouth. The two of them felt that this ambiguous action was perfectly justified. They remembered that ever since they were very young, Master had always cared for her like this. Even if it was just a scratch, Master's heart would ache for a long time. Master, Diao Diao doesn't hurt. When Diao Diao saw Sikong Mu like this, her eyes became misty. You're not allowed to do it next time, understand? Only when Diao Diao's fingers stopped bleeding did Sikong Mu let go of her. Diao Diao nodded fiercely, then intimately pulled Sikong Mu to sit down. Diao Diao, Master is asking you, do you really like Han Genie? Sikong Mu's sudden question made Diao Diao feel a bit at a loss. When Sikong Mu saw Diao Diao's hesitation, he continued. If you really like her, Master won't stop you. But the prerequisite is that you have to make Han Genie drink this bottle of phoenix tears. As Sikong Mu spoke, he took out a purple porcelain bottle. Phoenix tears. Master wants Han Genie to forget everything in the past. Diao Diao looked towards Sikong Mu in surprise. Only then will Master be at ease letting you be with him. Sikong Mu's meaning was very clear. This was the bottom line of his tolerance. But, if he doesn't even remember himself, then would he still be Han Genie? Master, Diao Diao doesn't want him to drink this, is that all right? Diao Diao doesn't want him to end up like Yao Moen. Diao Diao looked towards Sikong Mu pleadingly as she spoke hesitantly. Diao Diao, Master is only doing this because he doesn't want to make things difficult for you. In the future, the war between Crimson Flame Country and Eastern Continent is unavoidable. As the target that all the bandits in Eastern Continent look up to, Master must obtain Myriad Imperial City. Sikong Mu earnestly pulled Diao Diao's hand. His voice was gentle but resolute. But Diao Diao looked towards the purple porcelain bottle on the stone table hesitantly. Don't worry, as long as Crimson Flame Country is united, Master will naturally give you the antidote. At that time, the situation is already over, so Han Genie naturally won't struggle pointlessly, continued Sikong Mu when he saw Diao Diao's hesitation. Chapter 620. Antidote. Didn't Master say that there's no antidote for phoenix tears? Diao Diao's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Sikong Mu in disbelief. Everything in this world has its own counter. If there's a poison, there's a cure. However, the antidote for phoenix tears is a little special. In front of Diao Diao, Sikong Mu rarely put up his guard. In Sikong Mu's opinion, although his disciple was mischievous, he knew what was important. How is it special? Diao Diao asked casually. Sikong Mu did not speak and only looked at Diao Diao silently. Master, Diao Diao only wants to know. Can you tell Diao Diao? When she saw Sikong Mu hesitate, Diao Diao instantly stuck her little face into Sikong Mu's embrace and begged like a spoiled child. Fine, the antidote to the phoenix's tear is a bead called Fate Ascension. This bead is an ancient divine item, and there were originally 2 of them. One is with Master, and the other is in the East Continent. This pearl can cure thousands of poisons and has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. As Sikong Mu spoke, he took out Fate Ascension from his bosom. So beautiful. Diao Diao reached out to take it, but Sikong Mu took it back. Master, don't worry, I will definitely keep this bead for Han Genie. Diao Diao, now is the time for you to make a choice. You can either get rid of Han Genie now to avoid future troubles. Otherwise, you can make him drink the phoenix tear and forget his past. Sikong Mu withdrew Fate Ascension and looked at Diao Diao solemnly. Does Diao Diao have a choice? Diao Diao reluctantly took the purple bottle and shrugged. Don't worry, when has Master ever failed to do what he promised you? Seeing Diao Diao's desolate expression, Sikong Mu gently stroked Diao Diao's head. But who can swallow such a big bead? Diao Diao seemed to have no intention of probing. You don't have to swallow it. You can even feed it to horses or cows. It's the same as long as you drink its blood, Sikong Mu explained. Oh. Diao Diao nodded and left the Shangri-La helplessly with the phoenix tears. Back at the Saint Maiden mansion, Diao Diao dismissed the idlers and casually placed the purple porcelain bottle on the table. What is this? Yao Moan glanced at Diao Diao, then her gaze landed on the porcelain bottle. Phoenix tear. Master asked Diao Diao to feed this to Han Genie. What should I do? Diao Diao put her hands on the table, her face full of worry. Phoenix tears. Yao Moan trembled slightly when she heard this. Her slender fingers gripped the porcelain bottle as her eyes sparkled. And, also, Master said that the antidote for this phoenix tear is a bead called Fate Ascension. It's as big as a cow's eyeball and it's a dark purple color. I can't tell how valuable it is, but Master said that this thing can cure 1,000 poisons and bring the dead back to life. There were originally 2 beads. One is in Master's hands and the other is in the Eastern Continent. Diao Diao repeated Sikong Mu's words to Yao Moan. Fate Ascension. The bead that could bring the dead back to life. Diao Diao. Do you still remember when you Junqing poisoned Qi Kanglan in Xinjiang? At the time, you said that there was no cure for that poison, right? Yao Moan suddenly understood and hastily pulled Diao Diao over. Yes, it's strange. That poison is extremely cold, and there's no antidote at all. It's a miracle that he survived, Diao Diao recalled. It's not a miracle. At the time, Moan had wanted to find Yi Junqing to find the antidote, but a bead just so happened to fall off my body. In order to console me, Qi Kanglan ate the bead and in the end, he recovered. Moan had been wearing that bead ever since she woke up from the scarlet flame fruit. Although she took it off later, she's still wearing it. From your description, that bead is also as big as a cow's eyeball and it's a dark purple color. Say, do you think it's possible that it's Fate Ascension? Yao Moan looked towards Diao Diao in astonishment. It's possible. Diao Diao's eyes lit up and she nodded firmly. I didn't think that the antidote had been on me all this time and I didn't know about it. Yao Moen slammed the table in annoyance. It's fine. Master said that no matter who swallowed that bead, as long as you can drink their blood, it's the same. Added Diao Diao. Really? Yao Moen's dim eyes instantly lit up like the stars in the sky. Of course it's true, but Qi Kanglan's blood isn't that tasty, reminded Diao Diao kindly. That depends on whether you'll help or not. Yao Moen's eyes lit up and her lips curved into a smile, causing Diao Diao to feel a chill run up from the bottom of her feet. Because Yi Junqing and Han Genie were under house arrest in the Holy Maiden Manor, they were the first to find out that Yao Moen had been poisoned. At this time, when he saw Yao Moen lying on the bed with a purple complexion and pale lips, Yi Junqing couldn't help but walk forward and say worriedly, "How could this be? Isn't this Scarlet Flame Country's territory? How could someone dare to poison you?" Ever since that day, Yi Junqing had tried his best to avoid meeting Yao Moen to avoid awkwardness. There are bad people everywhere. If you want to see it, hurry up and see it. There's no antidote for this poison. Diao Diao took Yao Moen's pulse and couldn't help but shake her head. I didn't expect. Yi Junqing slowly walked to the bed, his voice slightly hoarse. I didn't expect that I'd die so quickly. Don't worry, even if I die, Diao Diao will protect you guys from Scarlet Flame Country. Yao Moen lay weakly on the bed, a bitter smile on her lips. That's not what I meant. Yi Junqing wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. Right at this time, Qi Kanglan rushed into the room like a gust of wind. When he saw Yao Moen on the bed, his eyes instantly turned cold. What poison did you get? Who did it? Qi Kanglan's tone was urgent, his voice filled with unconcealable shock and anger. In all of Scarlet Flame Country, there's probably only one person who would dare to poison Holy Maiden One. As for the poison, Diao Diao already checked, there's no antidote. Diao Diao shrugged helplessly. Fantasy Vine. This priest will go ask her for the antidote right now. Qi Kanglan didn't hesitate at all and turned to rush out. Fantasy Vine doesn't have it, but even if she does Lord Priest think that she would give the antidote to you? Diao Diao raised her brows and called out to Qi Kanglan. Why isn't there an antidote? Qi Kanglan looked towards Diao Diao coldly. There's no need to develop an antidote for a poison that wants to kill someone. That day, when this King Chu poisoned you, he probably had the same thought. Diao Diao glanced at Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing's expression became a bit uncomfortable when old matters were brought up again. His actions back then had indeed been ungentlemanly. This priest will circulate energy to force the poison out of her body. Seeing the determination in Qi Kanglan's eyes, Yao Mowan's heart felt as if it was entangled by a thin thread, lightly tugging at it made her feel uncomfortable. Qi Kanglan treated her sincerely, but towards this man, her methods were not kind. It's useless. The poison has already seeped into her lungs. How much can Great Priest force out? Diao Diao had always felt that Qi Kanglan had feelings for Yao Moen, but she didn't know it was this serious. How much is forced out? No matter what, this priest won't allow her to die. Qi Kanglan's clothes were whiter than snow. As he walked, he seemed like a god descending with the wind. Yao Moen was shocked by Qi Kanglan's determination and couldn't help but tear up. At the side, Yi Junqing saw all of this. He struggled internally several times, but in the end, he took a step forward. Junqing is willing to lend Great Priest a hand. The righteousness in Yi Junqing's bones wouldn't allow him to just stand by and watch. Chapter 621. Try your best. Genie is also willing to make a modest contribution. Just as Qi Kanglan was about to help Yao Mo Wan up, Diao Diao finally couldn't help but speak. If Great Priest really wants to try, why don't you donate some of your blood? The poison that Great Priest was poisoned with was incurable. It seemed that after swallowing some bead, he was fine. Thus, Diao Diao feels that Great Priest's blood might be able to help Saintess Warner get through this. Diao Diao said solemnly. Are you sure? Qi Kanglan's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at Yao Mo1, who was lying on the bed with a dark expression. It's better than forcing out the poison. Diao Diao nodded. As soon as Diao Diao's voice fell, Qi Kanglan turned around and raised his hand. A wound instantly appeared on his wrist. Seeing the blood on Qi Kanglan's wrist gurgling into the teacup, Yao Mo1's heart ached endlessly. Tears silently fell. She was destined to let down such a good man. It was truly a sin. Cough cough. That's enough. Great Priest, leave some. You might need to drink it a few times before you can completely cure it. Seeing that Qi Kanglan had no intention of sealing his acupuncture points to stop the bleeding, Diao Diao reminded him out of goodwill. The teacup full of blood that was still warm entered Yao Mo1's lungs just like that. Her throat was filled with a fishy and salty smell. Yao Mo1 wanted to vomit several times, but in order to recover her memories and because she didn't want to disappoint Qi Kanglan's good intentions, Yao Mo1 could only forcefully endure and drink without leaving a single drop. How do you feel? With a pale face and silver hair, Qi Kanglan's expression didn't look good. However, he didn't have any intention of leaving. He just stood by the bed and watched Yao Mo1's reaction. Behind him, Yi Junqing and Han Jini also had worried expressions, but they clearly didn't care as much as Qi Kanglan. Much better. Yao Mo1 nodded reluctantly. Her misty eyes didn't dare look straight at Qi Kanglan. Great Priest's blood is truly a miracle medicine. Saintess Warner's pulse is starting to stabilize. It seems that her life isn't in danger. How about this? I'll stand guard here. You guys go back first. If there's a need, Diao Diao will go find Lord Priest to get some blood. In reality, Yao Mo1's symptoms of poisoning were just Diao Diao's little trick. If these people stayed long enough, they would naturally see some clues. That's fine too. If there's anything you need, let us know immediately. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moan was safe, he didn't stay any longer and left the room with Han Jini. Qi Kanglan, on the other hand, originally wanted to stay in the room, but Diao Diao persuaded Qi Kanglan to leave after much persuasion. After the door was shut, Diao Diao Hen let out a sigh of relief and walked back to his bed. What do you think? Do you remember anything? Diao Diao looked towards Yao Moan with hope in her eyes. If Yao Moan could recover her memories, then she wouldn't mind feeding the phoenix tears to Han Jini. How could it be that fast? Yao Moan leaned against the side of the bed, looking pensive. That's true. Back then, Qi Kanglan had also been unconscious for an entire day before waking up. However, there's something that Diao Diao doesn't know if she should say. Diao Diao looked towards Yao Moan meaningfully. What words? Yao Moan lifted her eyes and looked towards Diao Diao suspiciously. Just now, Qi Kanglan's attitude towards you couldn't be any clearer. He's fallen in love with you. For you, he's even willing to give up his cultivation. In any case, in Diao Diao's eyes, he's not inferior to Yi Junqing. If he finds out that you're lying to him, the consequences can be imagined, said Diao Diao solemnly as a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Diao Diao's words coincided with what Yao Moan was thinking. She really owed Qi Kanglan a huge favor. So you absolutely can't let him find out. I'm so tired. Yao Moan propped her forehead with her hand and lowered her eyes. She was already drowsy. Then I'll leave first. Diao Diao got up and helped Yao Moan to the bed. She covered her with a brocade blanket before leaving. When Chi Kanglen appeared in front of Huan Luo, all the grievances she'd felt these past few days instantly turned into tears that filled her eyes. Ever since the day Chi Kanglen had carried Yaomoan away, Huan Luo had locked herself in the Holy Maiden residence. She was waiting for Chi Kanglen to come find her. She firmly believed that she wasn't insignificant in Chi Kanglen's heart. To Huan Luo, these past few days felt like a year. Kanglen, you're finally willing to come see me. Do you know how Huan Luo has been these past few days? Do you know what Huan Luo experienced while you were by Yao Moen's side? Huan Luo's tears fell to the ground like pearls with a broken string and shattered into countless pieces. In the next second, Huan Luo rushed over without a care and wrapped her arms tightly around Chi Kanglen's waist. Her beautiful face was covered in tears as she pressed against Chi Kanglen's chest. Huan Luo, was it you who poisoned Yaomoan? A cold voice floated over from above. Huan Luo's hand that was holding Chi Kanglen suddenly stiffened and she slowly looked up with tears in her eyes. In this moment, she could clearly see the alienation and even coldness in Chi Kanglen's eyes. What? Huan Luo choked with sobs. The light in her eyes gradually faded and only coldness remained. Yao Moen was poisoned and almost lost her life. Was it you who did this? Chi Kanglen repeated his question. Ha! So you appeared here because of Yao Moen. Then what about me? What am I in your heart? Don't you care about me at all? Even if I... Huan Luo's tears fell like a dam. The chastity she had guarded for more than 20 years had been destroyed. She could only bear this kind of humiliation herself. Huan Luo, stop being unreasonable and don't hurt Yao Moen. Chi Kanglen's voice was like an ancient well without any ripples, but it contained a warning that couldn't be underestimated. As if he didn't want to continue arguing with Huan Luo, Chi Kanglen turned around after saying this. Chi Kanglen. Do you really care about Yao Moen that much? So much that you'd give up on me for her? Countless cracks appeared in Huan Luo's heart the moment Chi Kanglen turned around. Chi Kanglen heard Huan Luo's question but he didn't stop. How could Huan Luo be satisfied without getting an answer? Thus, a plain white silk shot out and tightly wrapped around Chi Kanglen's waist. Huan Luo flipped in the air and landed in front of Chi Kanglen. Her slender hands tightly gripped the white silk and her beautiful eyes were covered in frost. Huan Luo, what are you doing? Chi Kanglen roared solemnly as he looked coldly at Huan Luo. I just want to know, have you fallen in love with Yao Moen? Huan Luo's voice was as cold as ice. Every word was incomparably clear. Yes. This was the first time Chi Kanglen admitted his feelings for Yao Moen in front of others. For a moment, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. This question had lingered in his heart for thousands of times. At first, he found excuses to refute, saying that everything he did wasn't for Yao Moen but for the great cause of Crimson Flame Country. Yao Moen was the key person to the great cause, so he should spare no effort to protect her. But on the warship, when he saw the pirate ship charging over, his first thought wasn't to jump into the water to survive, but to stand in front of Yao Moen and bear everything for her. The feelings between life and death were pure. He finally realized that even if he had to sacrifice his life, he didn't want to see Yao Moen get hurt in the slightest. If this wasn't love, then what was? Chi Kanglen. Chi Kanglen. How can you face me? 20 years, I've waited for you for 20 years, and this is the answer I get. How can I accept this? Chi Kanglen's answer shattered Huan Luo's already cracked heart into ice crystals. Those countless fragments of memory were all the bits and pieces of her love for Chi Kanglen. The white silk tightened and Huan Luo screamed as she charged at Chi Kanglen. The exchange of bone-piercing love was definitely extreme hatred. At this moment, Huan Luo wanted nothing more than to crush Chi Kanglen into powder rather than let him return to Yao Moen's side. Huan Luo, don't mess around. Sensing Huan Luo's murderous aura, Qi Kanglan abruptly reached out and grabbed the white silk. His palm was like a blade as he forcefully cut the white silk into two. Chapter 622. Nonsense. Huan Luo's love and sacrifice for more than 20 years was all in exchange for a single sentence from you. Qi Kanglan, you're too ruthless. Huan Luo attacked with all her might. It seemed like she wanted to take Qi Kanglan down with her every move. All these years, I've only treated you as my younger sister. Qi Kanglan's words sounded a bit guilty. Back then, Yao Moen hadn't been around, so he had allowed himself to have that ambiguous relationship with Huan Luo without doing anything about it. That was why Huan Luo was so stubborn. Sister. Ha ha ha. Qi Kanglan. I hate you. I hate you. When all of her efforts were not acknowledged, when all of her good intentions turned into bubbles, Huan Luo suddenly realized that her persistence was nothing more than a farce in the eyes of others. To someone as elegant and aloof as Fantasy Flower, this kind of knowledge caused her to break down and even go crazy. She would rather die with Qi Kanglan than live in this world with sorrow and despair. She definitely didn't want to watch Qi Kanglan throw himself into Yao Moen's embrace. However, no matter how powerful Huan Luo was, she was no match for Qi Kanglan. After a dozen rounds, Huan Luo's acupoints were sealed by Qi Kanglan. Qi Kanglan, let me go. I won't let you go find Yao Moen. No, Huan Luo screamed hysterically as tears gushed out of her eyes. Huan Luo, you need to calm down. Also, don't hurt Yao Moen anymore. If the cult master blames you, even this priest won't be able to protect you. Qi Kanglan panted lightly as he looked towards Huan Luo angrily. Let me go. Qi Kanglan, how could you do this to me? I love you so much. How could Huan Luo listen to Qi Kanglan? She roared in a hoarse voice. Take care. Qi Kanglan knew that Huan Luo would not listen to anything he said, so he left. Huan Luo's eyes gradually turned cold as she watched the figure mercilessly disappear from her sight. A strong killing intent filled the air around her. Yao Moen, Qi Kanglan. Since you've caused me to end up like this, I'll make you pay with your blood. Great Shaman is truly heartless. You found a new love and you've forgotten your old one. TSK. In the corner, Yi Hongyi walked to Huan Luo's side and unsealed her acupoints. There was a hint of mischief in his eyes. Arg! The hatred that Huan Luo had accumulated in her heart transformed into formless sword qi. Wherever her jade-like palm passed, sand and stones flew everywhere. The fake mountain in the back garden was instantly flattened. Rather than making life difficult for these stones, why don't we think of a way to deal with that adulterous couple? After Huan Luo finished venting, Yi Hongyi leisurely walked over. Even his voice was filled with malice. This saintess wants to kill them. Do you have a way? Huan Luo abruptly stood up and grabbed Yi Hongyi by the collar. The anger in her eyes was like a volcano erupting, burning him and making him uncomfortable. There is a way, but I don't know if Lady Saintess dares to do it. Yi Hongyi hesitated. As long as I can dismember Yao Moen into 10,000 pieces and make Qi Kanglan feel so much pain that he'd rather die. This holy maiden dares to do anything. Huan Luo gnashed her teeth. You really dare to do anything? Even if I betrayed the cult master? Yi Hongyi's eyes were cold and his voice was as cold as an owl. Yes. Even if I betrayed the cult master. Huan Luo's mind was already muddled by anger. All right, then Saintess, please come with Hongyi. Yi Hongyi borrowed Huan Luo's impulsiveness to lead her down a path of no return. In a pavilion in the back garden of the Saintess Manor, Diao Diao placed the phoenix tear on the stone table and looked towards Han Genie with her long and slender eyes. What is this? After a few days of interaction, Han Genie's impression of Diao Diao had improved. She was straightforward, honest, not pretentious, and not pretentious. Her sincerity was especially to Han Genie's liking. Phoenix tear, something that can make a person lose their memories after drinking it. Diao Diao had never intended to hide it from Han Genie. You, don't tell me you want me to drink this. Han Genie abruptly straightened and looked towards Diao Diao suspiciously. You can't not drink it. Master said that if you don't drink it, only death awaits you. Diao Diao shrugged with a slightly helpless expression. When Han Genie heard this, he couldn't help but look left and right. Seeing that there was no one around, he got up and moved closer to Diao Diao. Let's talk about it, can we pretend to drink it? Actually, this Supreme Lord's acting skills are pretty good. Han Genie deliberately lowered his voice and tried to talk nicely. That's a good idea. Great shaman. Diao Diao looked at Han Genie with joy. Suddenly, her expression changed and she looked behind Han Genie in surprise. Han Genie heard the sound and turned around. When she saw that there was no one around, she suddenly heard two whooshing sounds beside her ears. Then, her body was petrified and could not move. My lord's acting skills are good, but I'm not an idiot. For safety's sake, my lord, please drink it. Diao Diao did not say anything else. She picked up the bottle and poured it into Han Genie's mouth. After drinking Qi Kanglan's blood, she slept for an entire day and night. She only woke up at noon the next day. Water. When she woke up, she felt that her throat was dry and hot, as if there was a fire burning inside. She called out lightly and a short while later, a bowl of water was handed to her. Many thanks. Great shaman. Yao Imo Wand originally thought it was Diao Diao, but when she saw the white clothes on the bedside, she raised her eyes in shock. Qi Kanglan's appearance always made people feel as if they were in the presence of a god. That immortal aura that emanated from his bones was unrivaled. Diao Diao went out to do something. How do you feel? Qi Zhonglan's voice was as gentle as water and his clear eyes emitted a faint halo. Yao Mo Wan could see deep emotion in those eyes. It was different from before, this deep emotion was so direct and undisguised. This made Yao Mo Wan feel somewhat at a loss. Not bad. Yao Mo Wan hurriedly took the teacup. She held it tightly and only cared about drinking the water. Diao Diao said that your poison hasn't been cleared and it's not easy for you to get out of bed. This priest has already ordered the servants to prepare lunch. Once you drink the blood, this priest will have them send it over. Yao Mo Wan was shocked when she heard this. She raised her eyes and shockingly saw that Qi Kanglan had already rolled up his wide sleeves. When he raised his hand, his inner qi turned into a blade. A bloody wound immediately appeared on his white wrist. Why did you hurry and stop? Didn't I drink it just now? You don't need to drink it again so quickly. Seeing Qi Kanglan like this, Yao Mo Wan got up in a panic and got off the bed. She hurriedly went to Qi Kanglan's side and pulled his wrist with both hands. What? Drink it directly. Qi Kanglan's thin lips curled into a faint smile. The deep emotion in his eyes instantly turned into doting. No, it's just that Wan'er is ashamed to make great priests spend so much money. Qi Kanglan's expression today was very different. Yao Mo Wan didn't even dare to look him in the eye. If you're really ashamed, then remember Kanglan's kindness in your heart. You mustn't forget it too quickly. Qi Kanglan's words that were close to ridicule caused goosebumps to rise all over Yao Mo Wan's body. In her impression, Qi Kanglan was always high up and unreachable. He wasn't a god that you could touch just by stretching out your hand. But right now, the smile on Chi Kanglan's face was so real and warm. This blood is enough. If it was in the past, Yao Mo Wan would definitely have replied with, Wander has never been such a fickle person. But right now, it was a critical period and she couldn't continue being ambiguous. Only when the teacup was full did Chi Kanglan seal his own acupuncture point. Drink it while it's hot. Chi Kanglan brought the teacup in front of Yao Mo Wan and said something as gentle as water. But it made the back of Yao Mo Wan's head drip with cold sweat. This scene was too strange. Due to the fact that she still hadn't thought of anything yet, plus the fact that she couldn't neglect Kanglan's good intentions, Yao Mo Wan finally took the teacup and drank the warm blood in the teacup into her stomach. The smell was fishy and choking her nose. Yao Mo Wan forcefully resisted the urge to vomit as tears flew out. Chapter 623. So touched. Chi Kanglan's thin lips lightly pursed. His light and breezy smile seemed to have a bewitching power, causing Yao Moan to tremble. I owe priestess such a big favor. I don't know how to repay you, said Yao Moan modestly, her tone deliberately distant. If you think that you owe Kanglan a big enough favor, then devote yourself to him. The moment he admitted his feelings in front of Huan Luo, Chi Kanglan made up his mind. He wouldn't give up just like that. When Yao Mo Wan heard this, she choked. The Chi Tsang Lan in front of her had truly changed. He was clearly as handsome as an immortal, but he seemed to have a bit more of a ruffian aura. If it was in the past, Chi Tsang Lan would never have said these words. Seeing Yao Moan standing there awkwardly, Chi Kanglan pursed his lips and continued, I'm just kidding. Bandage my wound. This request isn't too much, right? Chi Kanglan's eyes that were as bright as stars overflowed with a doting light, making Yao Mo Wan feel flustered. Chi Kanglan didn't let Yao Mo Wan get off the bed. Instead, he brought over the medicine and white gauze himself. Yao Mo Wan took the medicine without any choice and lightly applied it to Chi Kanglan, then carefully wrapped it with the white gauze. The atmosphere in the room inexplicably became ambiguous. Yao Moan did her best to move faster, but her hands just wouldn't listen to her. In the end, she couldn't fasten the button no matter how hard she tried. Warner, give Kanglan a chance. After hearing these words, Yao Moan really couldn't fasten the buttons in her hands anymore. Cough cough. I'm so tired. Lord Priest, what did you just say? Yao Mo Wan simply tucked 2 pieces of cloth onto Chi Tsang Lan's white wrists. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. With this priest here, no one will dare to harm you. Chi Tsang Lan didn't want to force Yao Mo Wan to express her opinion. He was willing to wait until Yao Mo Wan realized how good he was. Yao Mo Wan impatiently lay down on the bed. Her eyes were tightly closed and her heart was beating crazily. Chi Kanglan's current attitude was so obvious that it wasn't a good thing for her. Furthermore, it wasn't that she didn't have any feelings towards Chi Kanglan, but she knew that her choice would never change. Inside the sinister cave, Huan Luo's hands tightened around the white silk in her sleeves. She stared at Yi Hongyi who was walking in front of her warily. Saintess, please come inside. After passing through a long tunnel, Yi Hongyi finally stopped in front of a stone door. Where is this? Huan Luo stopped and looked at Yi Hongyi suspiciously. The moment she entered the cave, Huan Luo felt slightly regretful. She more or less understood Yi Hongyi's personality. Someone who could smash his own son into minced meat was definitely not a good person. Making a deal with him was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Saintess, have you forgotten how Chi Kanglan treated you? For Yao Moan's sake, he actually disregarded his many years of friendship and hurt you. If Lord Holy Maiden is magnanimous enough to help the 2 of them, then there's no need for Lord Holy Maiden to enter this door. Yi Hongyi saw through Huan Luo's thoughts and intentionally provoked her. Humph. Her impulsiveness overwhelmed her rationality once more. She snorted coldly and strode through the stone door. The moment Huan Luo and Yi Hongyi walked through the stone door, it automatically closed. Huan Luo looked around the stone room. There was nothing special about the simple decorations. Just as Huan Luo was about to question Yi Hongyi, she suddenly heard a rumble and the stone wall in front of her slowly moved up. Crimson Flame Emperor. Huan Luo never expected that the person who appeared behind the stone door would be Qi Chuan. We are very gratified to be able to meet Saintess Huan Luo here. Qi Chuan stroked his goatee as he leisurely walked into the stone room and gestured for Huan Luo to sit down. What kind of game are you playing? Huan Luo was shocked, but her gaze instantly turned icy cold. Everyone in Crimson Flame Country knew that Qi Chuan was only the emperor in name. In reality, he was nothing more than Sikong Mu's puppet. Saintess, please calm down. Since you're here, why don't we sit down and talk? As Yi Hongyi spoke, he slowly walked behind Qi Chuan. His intentions were clear. Yi Hongyi had already become Qi Chuan's subordinate. Yi Hongyi said that the person who can get justice for Huan Luo is you. Huan Luo had always looked down on Qi Chuan, so her tone was naturally a bit harsh. If it's not us, then are you saying it's that old bastard Sikong Mu? Qi Chuan didn't care about Huan Luo's attitude. He casually picked up a teacup from the table and took a sip. Qi Chuan. Watch your tone. Do you think you can blaspheme the cult master? When Huan Luo heard this, her gaze turned icy cold. Just as she was about to throw the white silk in her hand, 4 figures suddenly appeared behind Qi Chuan. All of them wore black clothes and black hats. Their faces couldn't be seen, but the killing intent they exuded shocked Huan Luo. When did Qi Chuan have such experts by his side? Saintess, don't be anxious. Let us analyze it for you. Right now, although you're the noble saintess of the imperial sect, your status can't compare to Diao Diao's. She's Sikong Mu's inner disciple. Even if she doesn't do anything, she can still strut around in the imperial sect and even in Crimson Flame Country. Saintess can't compare to Qi Kanglan. In Sikong Mu's eyes, Qi Kanglan's value is more than 10 times that of Saintess. Right now, these 2 people are on Yao Moen's side, so if they speak up, Sikong Mu will definitely give them some face. As for you, you will become worthless under Qi Kanglan, Diao Diao, and Yao Moen's suppression, said Qi Chuan logically. This saintess has made great contributions to the imperial sect. How could the cult master abandon this saintess for a lowly commoner? Qi Chuan, don't think that this saintess can't do anything to you just because you have people backing you. If you dare to insult the cult master again, Huan Luo definitely won't be polite. Warned Huan Luo darkly. However, she was calculating the strength of the 4 people behind Qi Chuan. If they really fought, she might not be able to gain the upper hand. It's a pity that you're so loyal to Sikong Mu, but Sikong Mu only treats you as a chess piece. Right now, in Sikong Mu's eyes, you're already useless. That's why he's ignoring your suggestion and insisting on keeping Yao Moen alive. Right now, Yao Moen is more useful than you. Do you know why? Because the person in Qi Kanglan's heart is no longer you, but Yao Moen. If he controls Yao Moen, Sikong Mu will be able to make Qi Kanglan unswervingly loyal. Qi Chuan ignored Huan Luo's warning and spoke the truth. Shut up. Huan Luo's heart burned with jealousy. She raised her hand and the wooden table in front of her broke into 2. Huan Luo, how long are you going to keep deceiving yourself? Qi Kanglan hid you for Yao Moen, and Sikong Mu indulged Yao Moen for Qi Kanglan. Just what are you in their hearts? If you're willing to submit to us, we guarantee that you'll be the future leader of imperial sect. said Chi Chuan loudly in an attempt to convince Huan Luo. However, he didn't expect Huan Luo to suddenly attack. Before the spirits, demons, and monsters could react, Yi Hongyi moved in front of Chi Chuan. Chi Chuan was stunned by his determination to die. At practically the same time, Huan Luo's palm wind stopped in front of Yi Hongyi's forehead. "You're confident you can kill Sikong Mu?" Huan Luo's ice-cold voice slowly came out of her mouth. At this moment, Huan Luo's expression was horrifying. The light in her eyes was like a wild beast that had walked out of the Azura battlefield. It possessed the power to destroy everything. It was so cold that it caused one's heart to tremble. "Of course. Do you really think that we're an incompetent emperor? Sikong Mu has the geographical advantage, but it doesn't matter. We still have the people." Chi Chuan smiled when he saw the waver in Huan Luo's eyes. "Tell me about your plan." Huan Luo withdrew her palm and looked coldly at Chi Chuan. At this moment, Yi Hongyi had already retreated to the side. His eyes flashed. After this, Chi Chuan probably didn't have any misgivings about him anymore. Sikong Mu's martial arts are unfathomable, so we can only use some extreme methods. The atmosphere in the stone room had calmed down. As Chi Chuan spoke, he placed a bottle of poison in front of Huan Luo. "You want to poison Sikong Mu?" Huan Luo snorted disdainfully. Chapter 624. It's not Sikong Mu, it's Diao Diao. Diao Diao is Sikong Mu's beloved disciple. If she gets poisoned, do you think Sikong Mu will just stand by and do nothing? As long as he forces out the poison for Diao Diao, his internal energy will definitely be exhausted. At that time, we'll take advantage of his seclusion to get rid of his left and right arms. At that time, he won't be able to do anything alone. Wouldn't the entire imperial cult fall into our hands? Chi Chuan explained his plan. "You want to use this saintess to poison Diao Diao?" Huan Luo lifted her brows. "I'm not using her, I'm cooperating. After this is done, whether it's Qi Kanglin, Yao Moan, or even Yi Junqing, we can hand them over to Sect Master Huan Luo to deal with." Chi Chuan's conditions moved Huan Luo's heart. "How do I poison her?" Huan Luo glanced at the poison on the table. "You just need to sprinkle the poison on Diao Diao's hair," explained Chi Chuan. "Don't forget your promise." Huan Luo picked up the white porcelain bottle and got up to leave. Yi Hongyi understood Chi Chuan's intentions and secretly activated the mechanism. Chi Chuan's smile only faded after Huan Luo left. "Idiot," said Chi Chuan Lingzhe. He couldn't tolerate Sikong Mu, so he naturally couldn't tolerate the existence of the imperial cult either. If Hongyi's guess isn't wrong, that white porcelain bottle was also dipped in poison. Yi Hongyi saw the killing intent in Chi Chuan's eyes and guessed. That's right. It's a pity that Huan Luo, despite being smart her entire life, was muddle-headed for a moment. She actually turned herself into an idiot for the sake of love. You want to be the sect master? Maybe in your next life. Chi Chuan said disdainfully as he looked towards Yi Hongyi. You performed well just now. Tell me, how do you want us to reward you? Crimson Flame Sovereign, Hongyi wants the antidote that can save Huan Luo from death. Chi Chuan's gaze instantly turned cold. You're no longer a man. What use does she have? Chi Chuan looked towards Yi Hongyi cautiously. Hongyi, may I be so bold as to ask Crimson Flame Sovereign, in the entire country, besides Huan Luo and Qi Kanglin, is there anyone else who can control sea monsters with their flutes? Yi Hongyi's words woke Chi Chuan up. You want to keep the illusionary vine to help us control the sea monster? Chi Chuan looked towards Yi Hongyi suspiciously. That's right. Given Qi Kanglin's temper, we definitely won't be able to tame him. However, Huan Luo is different. We have a handle on her, explained Yi Hongyi. That's a good idea. It's fortunate that you're so thoughtful. This is the antidote. I'll leave the illusionary vine to you. Chi Chuan took out the antidote from his bosom and left the stone chamber with the Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang spirits. The entire stone room instantly fell silent. Yi Hongyi gripped the antidote in his hand, his lips curling into a sinister smile. The destruction had just begun. In the side room of the Holy Maiden's mansion, Han Genie suddenly opened her eyes and abruptly stood up. She saw Diao Diao sitting at the table with both hands holding a cup of tea, leisurely sipping it. Diao Diao, you're too much. How could you give me a phoenix tear to drink? This sovereign can't forget 10,000 Emperor's City, can't forget Yao Mo Wan, can't. Han Genie was like an arrow that left a bow. With a whoosh, she stood in front of Diao Diao and sternly rebuked. Only when Han Genie noticed some clues did Diao Diao finally put down the teacup. So in Sovereign's heart, you care more about 10,000 Emperor's City than Yao Mo Wan. This answer really makes one excited. Diao Diao smiled like a flower, but she was somewhat disappointed in her heart. In the end, she wasn't in Han Genie's heart. You didn't give this sovereign a phoenix tear to drink. Han Genie shockingly discovered that she remembered everything. What does sovereign think? When it comes to acting, Diao Diao is an expert. The instant master gave her the phoenix tear, Diao Diao knew that master must have secretly sent people to monitor her. Thus, she deliberately acted out that scene in the pavilion to also remove master's guard against Han Genie. I'm sorry, Genie was a bit too much just now. Han Genie knew that she was in the wrong, so her voice instantly softened. It's nothing, this young lady is used to it. Although the spy that master sent has already left, you still have to be careful. When outsiders come in, you can't give yourself away. Otherwise, you'll bring disaster upon me, said Diao Diao solemnly. Genie understands. Many thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you, Genie and King Chu probably wouldn't have been able to live until now. Han Genie wasn't an unreasonable person. He engraved Diao Diao's kindness in his heart. I don't need you to thank me. Diao Diao pouted and turned to leave. However, when she reached the door, she stopped. If Yao Mo Wan was still alive, would you still persist? Diao Diao looked towards Han Genie meaningfully, her heart skipping a beat. I would give her and Yi Junqing my blessings. Han Genie's reply surprised Diao Diao. Why? Don't you love Yao Mo Wan very much? Diao Diao turned around excitedly, her eyes overflowing with splendor. In the end, my love is still shallow. Genie asks myself honestly, I can't be as thorough as King Chu. Ever since Yao Mo Wan went missing, Han Genie had personally seen Yi Junqing's persistence. For Yao Mo Wan, he was willing to give up power and status, give up glory, splendor and wealth, he was even willing to give up his life. This kind of persistence was something that Han Genie couldn't compare to. And, rein the horse in the nick of time, there's still hope for you. Diao Diao's cherry lips couldn't help but curve, her face filled with unconcealable joy. At this time, in the main courtyard of the Holy Maiden Manor, two figures were standing face to face, both of them exuding a frightening baleful aura. Yi Junqing, long time no see. The hollow voice carried a faint coldness. The moment he saw Yi Junqing, memories of the past flooded Yi Hongyi's heart. Those unbearable memories made Yi Hongyi want to tear Yi Junqing to shreds, but he knew that the time wasn't right yet, so he could only endure. I didn't think that you'd really still be alive. Yi Junqing looked towards Yi Hongyi sternly. His handsome face was covered in frost and the coldness in his eyes was like a bottomless abyss. When their eyes met, it was as if a volcano was about to erupt and a snowy mountain was about to collapse. I'm alive. Of course I'm alive. You haven't even died, so how could we bear to leave first, said Yi Hongyi ruthlessly, his thin lips hooking up in an evil smile. It's still not clear who will die, shouted Yi Junqing coldly. As he spoke, he circulated qi in his palm. You want to kill us? Yi Junqing, we'd like to see if you can bear to do it. Just as Yi Junqing was about to attack, Yi Hongyi suddenly pulled Shui Xiu out from behind him. Ma Xin. He hadn't thought of this name in a long time, but he had never forgotten it. Yi Junqing looked at the woman in front of him in shock. Even his heart was trembling. That gaze, that expression, it was exactly the same as Yao Ma Xin's from back then. Junqing. You're Junqing. Junqing. Ma Xin, you've suffered. Tears rolled down the corners of Shui Xiu's eyes like pearls from a broken necklace. Her sorrowful voice bore into Yi Junqing's ears and caused his heart to tremble. You're not Yao Ma Xin. Yi Junqing shook his head fiercely, his gaze turning sharp again. I don't know, but in these past 2 years, this is the only name I remember. If you're not Junqing, then I'm sorry. Shui Xiu's acting skills made even Yi Hongyi admit defeat. Just as Shui Xiu was about to turn around, Yi Hongyi sealed her acupoints with 2 slaps. Yi Junqing, you didn't think that Yao Ma Xin would still be alive, right? This really is a huge joke the heavens are playing on us. The instigator of everything isn't you, Yi Junqing, nor am I, Yi Hongyi, it's her. It's that damned Yao Ma Xin. Yi Hongyi roared fiercely, the smile on his face as sinister as a devil's. Shut up. Yi Hongyi, although I don't know what game you're playing, this person definitely isn't Ma Xin. Even if she looks the same, has the same voice, and has the same demeanor, after experiencing 3 Yao Moans and 1 Lu Xing, we will no longer be toyed with by you, said Yi Junqing coldly. Chapter 625. That's right, Xing Wanner, Shui Wanner, and Yu Wanner, they're all fake. Even the Lu Xing we're impersonating is fake. The Ghost Manner's skin-changing technique is truly an eye-opener. But Yi Junqing, you have to believe that this person is Yao Ma Xin. We never would have imagined that a woman we despise and loathe would actually become the darling of Crimson Flame Nation sorcerers. That day in the cold palace, we only threw that vile spawn to death, we didn't touch a single hair on Yao Ma Xin's head. As for what Yao Sulwan said afterwards, it's all nonsense. When we burned down the cold palace, there were indeed 2 corpses, but the weather was so hot that the 2 corpses were already unrecognizable. No one knew that Yao Ma Xin had actually been switched. Yi Hongyi spouted nonsense in a vain attempt to disturb Yi Junqing's mind. Nonsense. Yi Junqing clearly didn't believe him, but he didn't leave. He wanted to see what Yi Hongyi's goal was in bringing this so-called Yao Ma Xin along. Nonsense. Fine, if you feel that this woman isn't Yao Ma Xin, then kill her. Do it. Yi Hongyi unsealed Shui Xiu's acupuncture point with a slap, his eyes bloodshot. We only have one enemy, and that's you. If we want to kill someone, it's you. Yi Junqing clenched his hands into fists, hatred surging in his heart. Just as he was about to attack, he saw that Yi Hongyi had already swung his sleeves and his palm was aimed at the top of Shui Xiu's head. Stop! In a moment of desperation, Yi Junqing suddenly rushed forward and pulled Shui Xiu away from Yi Hongyi's demonic palm. Almost at the same time, a huge hole appeared in the ground. Smoke filled the air and people coughed violently. Yi Junqing was shocked by Yi Hongyi's martial arts. This kind of internal energy wasn't something he could compare to. Ha! Didn't you not believe that she was Yao Ma Xin? If that was the case, why would you save a passerby from Crimson Flame Nation? Yi Hongyi clapped his hands, very satisfied with Yi Junqing's reaction. Yi Hongyi, you're completely deranged. Yi Junqing deliberately pushed Shui Xiu away as he roared angrily. This palm would turn a person into dregs. Deranged? The only reason I ended up like this was all because of you. Yi Junqing, Yao Mao. You two deserve to die. As if he could hear footsteps nearby, the corners of Yi Hongyi's lips curled up. His hands abruptly began to circulate energy, but just as he was about to attack, he was stopped by a cold shout. Yi Hongyi, who gave you the guts to actually dare to be impudent in my holy maiden palace? A clear and cold voice drifted over from the arched door. Yi Hongyi withdrew his palm as expected, the killing intent on his face instantly disappearing. Holy maiden, you're being too serious. Hongyi was only here to pass on the sect master's orders and bring this woman over. I didn't expect to have a quarrel with King Chu. King Chu is magnanimous and shouldn't stoop to Hongyi's level. At this moment, Yi Hongyi was acting like a beggar on the streets. The way he was groveling shocked Yi Junqing. Not so long ago, he had also been the high and mighty king of Chu. Oh. Yao Moan followed Yi Hongyi's gaze and saw that next to Yi Junqing, there was a woman covering her face and sobbing softly. Her simple flying cloud hairstyle had several dark pearl hairpins inserted into it. Her plain white robe seemed a bit old, but even so, the woman's graceful figure was still delicately outlined. You are. Yao Moan walked over, her clear eyes flashing slightly. They say I'm called Yao Mao. I don't know either. The woman choked out her words. When she looked up, her tear-stained face shocked every single one of Yao Moan's nerves. Yao Mao. Yao Mao. Yao Moan's brows were tightly furrowed and her steps were disorderly. You can't be Yao Mao, said Yi Junqing resolutely from beside Shui Xiu. I don't know. Don't ask me anymore. Wah wah. Zhong Junqing. Where are you guys? Shui Xiu crouched on the ground in terror as she repeated these two names resentfully. Zhong Yao Moan felt like her forehead was being pricked by needles. It was as if someone was smashing her skull with a heavy hammer. The pain was unbearable. A cold light flashed through Yi Hongyi's eyes when he saw Yao Moan's change. As long as Yao Moan gave herself away, he could report this to Sikong Mu. At that time, let's see who would be able to protect her. What are you arguing about? Both of you shut up. Yi Hongyi, you've already sent the person over, what are you still wasting time for? Hurry and scram. Just as Yao Moan was about to fall over from the headache, Diao Diao suddenly appeared and helped Yao Moan up with one hand as she shouted at Yi Hongyi sternly. Forget it, since the two holy maidens have seen it, then Hongyi can be considered to have completed the mission sect master gave him. Farewell. Yi Hongyi glanced at Yao Moan with an embarrassed smile before brushing past Yi Junqing. Follow me back to the room. When Diao Diao saw that Yao Moan's condition was extremely bad, she immediately pulled Yao Moan back to the room. In the entire front courtyard, only the ice-cold Yi Junqing and the sobbing Shui Xiu were left. Yi Junqing originally wanted to leave by himself, but when he saw Shui Xiu crouching there and crying, he finally turned around and walked over. At the very least, there was one thing he could be sure of. The woman in front of him definitely wasn't on Yi Hongyi's side. Otherwise, Yi Hongyi wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. Let's return to the room, said Yi Junqing lightly. When his gaze landed on the woman's exquisite side profile, his chest felt incredibly stifled. Even though he clearly knew that the woman in front of him wasn't Yao Mao, when he thought of those 3 words, Yi Junqing couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Can you tell me who exactly I am? Yao Mao. Zhong Junqing. What do these 3 people have to do with me? I'm about to go crazy. What should I do? Who can save me? The moment Yi Junqing turned around, Shui Xiao knew that her first step had been very successful. However, she also remembered Yi Hongyi's merciless palm strike. You're not the only crazy person in this courtyard. The side room is in the rear courtyard. If you're tired from crying, you can go over yourself. Yi Junqing took a deep breath, then turned around and left the main courtyard. Yi Hongyi's martial arts were very high, so if he saw him again, he definitely couldn't fight him head-on. These past few days, Yi Junqing had familiarized himself with the layout of the Holy Maiden Manor. Occasionally, he would climb over the walls to investigate the surroundings. Even if he had to fight alone, he definitely had to turn Crimson Flame Country upside down. After returning to her room, Yao Moen's headache had somewhat subsided, but her head was still dizzy and uncomfortable. That was so close. If Yi Hongyi had noticed something and reported it to Master, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Yao Moen, did you remember something? Asked Diao Diao suspiciously as she poured a cup of tea for Yao Moen. It was a very blurry image. I seem to have seen a man throw a newborn boy onto the ground. It was so real, as if it had happened right in front of my eyes. And that woman just now, as soon as I saw her, I felt like I was looking at myself, like I was looking at a mirror. Can you understand that feeling? Yao Moen rubbed her forehead, her heart still flustered. I don't understand. Diao Diao shook her head. I've already drunk 2 large cups of Qi Kanglan's blood, why isn't it working? Other than a few blurry images, I practically can't remember anything else. Yao Moen hammered her head in frustration. Take it slowly. Perhaps you haven't drunk enough blood, or perhaps you need an opportunity. Diao Diao's attitude was clearly better than Yao Moen's. I'm afraid we don't have that much time. That woman just now called herself Yao Moxin. But I heard Lang Bingxin say that eldest sister died very miserably, it's impossible for her to still be alive. Why did Yi Hongyi send her over? Or perhaps Sect Master is starting to suspect me. Yao Moen frowned as she looked towards Diao Diao. I know. Tomorrow, I'll go to Master to get some information. Yao Moen, getting to know you is the most unfortunate thing that has happened in my life. If Master finds out that I'm colluding with you, I wonder if he'll kill me, complained Diao Diao. It's a blessing in disguise, don't take it too hard. Yao Moen teasingly looked towards Diao Diao. Her cherry lips smiled faintly, but a trace of worry appeared in the depths of her eyes. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a feeling that a storm was about to come, as if a plot was about to come crashing down like a huge wave. Chapter 626. That night, the wind was cold and the moonlight was bright. A silhouette landed on the ground, startling the birds in the forest. Nameless, why did you ask me out? Under the moonlight, Nameless' brown robe seemed a little weathered. The once high-spirited senior captain of the Iron-Blooded Corps had now become an old man with 1 foot in the grave. I found out that Yi Hongyi actually colluded with Gue Wu and secretly changed all the spies of the imperial sect in the court. Nameless told Mei Ji the results of his investigation. That means Yi Hongyi betrayed Si Kongmu. How dare he? Mei Ji was shocked by the news Nameless brought and asked in disbelief. I don't understand either. Since the sect leader thinks so highly of Yi Hongyi, he should be loyal to the sect. I didn't expect him to collude with Qi Chuan. That Qi Chuan isn't easy to deal with either. The sect leader doesn't know about this yet. Fortunately, we found out in time. As long as we report this to the sect leader, Yi Hongyi will definitely die, said Nameless solemnly. If that's the case, you should go find Si Kongmu directly. Why did you ask me out? Mei Ji's voice was calm, but there was a hint of alienation in it. If it wasn't for Nameless' impure motive, they wouldn't have provoked Yi Hongyi. Thousand-faced, Baijan, and Mo Chang wouldn't have died either. Although he didn't kill them, he couldn't shirk the responsibility. I asked Saintess Huan Luo. You've been poisoned for 3 months. If you don't take the antidote, your life will be in danger. Now that I've done a great service, I want to ask Saintess to give you the antidote. Nameless knew that Meiji hated him, but that was all he could do. Thank you. Saintess has already given the antidote to Meiji in Stone Dock Town. Since there's nothing else, Meiji will go back first. Meiji was grateful that Nameless was thinking for her, but now that she had joined Yao Moen, she should try to keep her distance from Meiji. Otherwise, it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Thinking of this, Meiji didn't wait for Nameless to speak and left. When they were about to leave the forest, Meiji suddenly thought of Yao Maxin, who was brought to the Holy Maiden Mansion by Yi Hongyi during the day. Since Wu Ming knew about Yi Hongyi and Ghost Pestil's secret dealings, he might also know about Yao Maxin's background. Thus, Meiji turned around and walked back, wanting to ask Wu Ming about it. Reporting to the Saintess. Wu Ming found out that Yi Hongyi had secretly colluded with Ghost Pestil and Crimson Flame Emperor to secretly replace the Imperial cult spies in the Imperial court. What Yi Hongyi did was clearly against the Imperial cult. I beg Saintess, Before Wu Ming could finish his sentence, he saw a piece of white silk shoot over like a silver snake and wrap around his neck. The white silk became tighter and tighter. Wu Ming struggled with all his might, but he couldn't get rid of the white silk's restraint. Saintess. Why? Nameless Wu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fantasy Vine, who was on the top of the tree. There was too much doubt in his eyes. Because I don't want the sect leader to hear such news. For safety's sake, you have to die. Wu Ming, don't blame me for being ruthless. There's a saying that goes, every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. This Saintess is too soft-hearted, that's why I let Chi Kanglan bully me to this extent. From now on, everyone who has wronged this Saintess must die. The cold moonlight fell on Fantasy Vine's face, making her look like the king of hell. It was eerie and terrifying. You betrayed the sect leader. His breathing gradually thinned. Wu Ming could feel his life slipping away quickly. The difference in their martial arts made him lose all reason to continue struggling. Who is it? A gust of wind rose. Fantasy Vine's sharp eyes were like owls as she looked at the darkness on her left. Almost at the same time, Wu Ming suddenly threw out 3 hidden weapons from his sleeve. Fantasy Vine didn't have time to investigate. She raised her hand and pulled back the white silk. The white silk was like a spiraling dragon as it forcibly blocked Wu Ming's 3 hidden weapons. The 3 hidden weapons all hit Wu Ming's heart. You overestimate yourself. Fantasy Vine looked at Wu Ming in disgust. Then, she leaped into the air and left. When the forest was silent, Meiji ran out and knelt next to Wu Ming. Her tears fell like rain. Wu Ming. How did this happen? You mustn't die. Meiji pulled Wu Ming into her arms from the ground as tears streamed down her face. I'm sorry. I harmed you guys. I brought you guys to Crimson Flame Country. It's all my fault. Meiji, hurry and leave this place. Wu Ming's eyes were filled with tears and his voice was filled with despair. It's none of your business. Meiji doesn't have them anymore. You have to live. You have to live. Meiji wailed like a little beast as tears streamed down her face. I'm going to find them to atone for my crimes. Meiji, you have to live well and leave this place alive. Wu Ming's hand fell weightlessly. The moment he closed his eyes, tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes. No. If you guys die, what's the point of leaving me? Now, Meiji had nothing. You guys are so cruel. Wu Ming. Meiji wailed in despair as tears streamed down her face. After crying for who knew how long, Meiji finally suppressed her sorrow and dragged Wu Ming to a bush to lay him down. Wu Ming, I'll have to trouble you to endure here for now. Once I tell Yao Moen this news, I'll personally bury you. Meiji wiped away her tears and turned around resolutely. The night was as dark as ink. Meiji did her best to rush to Holy Maiden Manor. The news that Yi Hongyi and Huan Luo had betrayed the imperial sect would undoubtedly cause Yi Hongyi to die without a burial. Now that Wu Ming was dead, with her status in Crimson Flame Country, she had no chance to speak to Sikong Mu. The only one left was Yao Moen. The wind whistled past her ears. Meiji seemed to see hope. All of her forbearance had finally paid off. Once everything was over, she would return to Great Zhou and live with her mother. What are you going to do in such a hurry? A cold voice rang in Meiji's ears like thunder. Meiji abruptly stopped and saw Huan Luo standing in the wind in a white robe. Lord! Holy Maiden! Meiji did her best to suppress the fear in her heart and lowered her eyes respectfully. She was only 500 meters away from Holy Maiden Manor. As long as she entered Holy Maiden Manor, Yi Hongyi would be done for. This Holy Maiden is curious. Wu Ming had already given up struggling, so why did he suddenly shoot out a hidden weapon? So he was trying to cover for you. Fortunately, this Holy Maiden is meticulous, otherwise I really would have messed things up. When Huan Luo said this, Meiji's heart instantly turned cold. Only 500 meters away. Could it be that the heavens couldn't even fulfill this 500-meter requirement? Meiji doesn't know what Lord Holy Maiden is talking about. Meiji forced herself to calm down. Her clear eyes were already looking for a dead end. She had to tell Yao Moen this news. She had to. It's fine if you don't know. When we get underground, Wu Ming will naturally tell you. In Huan Luo's eyes, killing Meiji was as easy as killing an ant. Lord Holy Maiden shouldn't have betrayed Sect Master. Great Shaman. Meiji's heart jumped. When she looked behind Huan Luo in shock, she suddenly charged towards a dead end in the northwest direction. When she heard Meiji say, "Great Shaman," Huan Luo abruptly turned around and saw nothing. Huan Luo's eyes suddenly turned cold. She turned around and shot her white silk in the direction Meiji was running. Even Wu Ming couldn't escape from this Holy Maiden's grasp. What right do you have? Meiji, die. Huan Luo's entire body radiated a powerful killing intent. She looked like an Azura demon that had crawled out of hell. At this moment, the white silk shot towards Meiji's heart like a silver dragon. Meiji felt a chill run down her back. No matter how hard she tried to dodge, the white silk still hit her left arm. With a crack, Meiji's left arm instantly split open. The pain made her break out in a cold sweat. Meiji, who had lost her balance, fell to the ground. By the time she turned around, Huan Luo was already in front of her. You overestimate yourself. Huan Luo's eyes were cold as she suddenly reached out and grabbed Meiji's snow-white neck. Ah! Meiji looked at Huan Luo in despair. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. You're different from Wu Ming. You're not a member of the Imperial faction, so why get involved in this mess? You'll end up losing your life. Humph. Huan Luo's cold and emotionless eyes looked at the plaything in her hands disdainfully as her fingers gradually tightened. Chapter 627. Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi. Meiji roared this name furiously. Her voice was filled with grief and indignation. Die! Huan Luo glared at Meiji in disgust and abruptly withdrew her strength. Seeing that Meiji was on the verge of death, a cold glint suddenly flashed by. Huan Luo had no choice but to let go of Meiji. She turned around and saw Diao Diao looking at her playfully. Huan Luo, you've killed your way into the Holy Maiden's residence. Aren't you being too brazen? Diao Diao crossed her arms. Her spirited eyes were like twinkling stars. It was a different kind of beauty. Save me. Meiji fell to the ground powerlessly. The pain in her left arm was bone-piercing. Her chest was still so stuffy that it felt like seawater had poured into it. It was hard to breathe. Damn it. Huan Luo didn't care about Diao Diao. She immediately used her hand as a sword and a white light slashed towards Meiji. Meiji finally closed her eyes in despair when she felt the bone-piercing cold. Huan Luo, you really don't care about Diao Diao. How dare you kill someone in front of me? Diao Diao practically moved in front of Meiji and drew a semicircle in the air, blocking Huan Luo's sword energy. Move! Huan Luo knew that Meiji knew her secret. She couldn't let her live. Are you master? What right do you have to make me listen to you? I won't move. Bite me. Diao Diao looked at Huan Luo mockingly. She loved to see Huan Luo's uncontrollable anger. Diao Diao, you're the one who provoked this holy maiden. Huan Luo's eyes turned cold. The white silk in her hand danced wildly in the air as she charged at Diao Diao. Diao Diao wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. She immediately shot out a thin thread from her sleeve and tangled it with the white silk. On the ground, Meiji just wanted to find Yao Moen as soon as possible, so she forced herself up and ran towards the Holy Maiden's residence. Huan Luo, who was fighting with Diao Diao, saw Meiji out of the corner of her eye. Her heart trembled and she immediately shook off Diao Diao. A torrent of pear blossom needles shot towards Meiji. Huan Luo. You're too ruthless. Diao Diao hadn't expected that Huan Luo would throw such a vicious hidden weapon at Meiji. She immediately formed a protective net with her thin threads in front of Meiji. Even so, Meiji was still struck by the hidden weapon, and her body fell to the ground with a thud. I want to see Yao Moen. On her deathbed, Meiji stretched her hand towards Diao Diao and said Yao Moen's name. Diao Diao was shocked when she heard this. When she looked back, she saw that Huan Luo's lips had curled up. The torrential pear blossom needles had been dipped in poison, so Meiji definitely wouldn't be able to survive. Diao Diao came to her senses in a moment of desperation. She sealed Meiji's acupoints by accident and turned to look at Huan Luo. Are you happy that he's dead? Diao Diao rebuked Fantasy Vine. They are lowly commoners to begin with. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Huan Luo knew that the poison on the torrential pear blossom needles was fatal. Meiji had no chance of survival at this moment, so she raised her eyebrows and sneered, then left leisurely. Only when Huan Luo was far away did Diao Diao pick up Meiji and return to the Holy Maiden's residence. Meiji. How could this be? The moment Yao Moen saw that Meiji was covered in blood, her heart ached. She lifted Meiji off Diao Diao's body and onto the bed. Huan Luo did this. She seems to have something very important to tell you. Diao Diao unsealed Meiji's acupoint. PFFF, blood gushed out of Meiji's mouth and splashed onto the ground. Meiji, what exactly happened? How did you provoke Huan Luo? Yao Moen tightly gripped Meiji's fingers as if she wanted to transfer all the warmth in her body to Meiji. Yi Hongyi. Huan Luo, they, cough cough, took revenge. Meiji's consciousness gradually faded. Her mind was completely blank. Meiji. You have to hold on. Diao Diao, do you have any way? Yao Moan's eyes reddened as she looked towards Meiji reluctantly. Her head suddenly hurt so much that it felt like it was going to split open. Yan Nanxing, tell him that I really loved him. Meiji's weak breathing suddenly stopped. Her hands fell powerlessly to her sides and her teary eyes finally closed unwillingly. Meiji! Meiji, wake up! Yao Moan's heart ached as she looked at Meiji, who had already passed away. She hugged her tightly as tears silently fell. What exactly is Meiji trying to tell us? Yi Hongyi. Huan Luo. What's the relationship between them? Diao Diao frowned as she looked at Meiji's corpse. A trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Meiji, don't worry. Moan promised you that she would grind Yi Hongyi's bones to dust, so she definitely won't go back on her word. Yao Moan clenched her teeth. Her gaze was as cold as a blade. How did Meiji know that you're Yao Moan? Diao Diao suddenly recalled what Meiji had blurted out and looked towards Yao Moan suspiciously. Huan Luo was the one who told her. At that time, in order to escape from Yi Hongyi's evil clutches, Meiji had once helped Huan Luo with some matters. That day in Xinjiang, it was Huan Luo who instructed Meiji to poison my food. Yao Moan laid Meiji down on the bed and gently tucked her in. I really don't know what kind of medicine Huan Luo is trying to sell. Diao Diao looked at Meiji suspiciously. Huan Luo tried to kill me several times. Originally, I didn't mind it out of respect for Qi Kanglan, but she's really becoming more and more unbridled. If she ends up in my hands one day, I'll definitely take her life. Yao Moan's hands clenched into fists as she looked at Meiji. Life was truly precious. No one's life was more worthless than another. In Huan Luo's eyes, Meiji's life was worthless. One day, Yao Moan would make Huan Luo pay the price in blood for this worthless life. You look so scary right now. Diao Diao never knew that Yao Moan's eyes would emit such a terrifying light. The cold light that shot out of her eyes seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. No one dared to look directly at her. Even Diao Diao couldn't stand up straight under that kind of gaze. That kind of innate pressure was even more domineering than Master's. If Meiji hadn't died, do you think Huan Luo would have done something desperate? The coldness in Yao Moan's eyes abruptly lessened, but what replaced it was an incomparable radiance. Diao Diao felt that Yao Moan seemed to have changed into a different person. Compared to her previous indifferent attitude, the current Yao Moan would definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. But Meiji's already dead. Yao Moan, did you remember something? I keep feeling like you're different now. Diao Diao looked towards Yao Moan suspiciously. You're Moan's benefactor. No matter what Moan remembers or forgets, your position in Moan's heart will never change, said Yao Moan solemnly. The cold light in her eyes was frighteningly deep. The moment Meiji died, the blurry images in Yao Moan's mind gradually became clear. Although they weren't complete, Yao Moan already remembered most of them. Yao Moan, if possible, I'd rather you didn't remember anything. Diao Diao suddenly felt a bit regretful as she looked at the current Yao Moan. She was suddenly afraid that one day, her master would become enemies with Yao Moan. At that time, what should she do? Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Diao Diao, Moan owes you too many favors. In the future, as long as you ask, Moan will naturally not disappoint you. Also, you should understand what war means. From now on, everything Moan does is to avoid this war. Do you understand? Yao Moan turned around solemnly, her eyes filled with determination. Diao Diao was very uncomfortable with that kind of preaching tone. Diao Diao isn't a child anymore. Diao Diao pouted and huffed. As long as Meiji isn't dead, Huan Luo will definitely come to silence her. If we capture Huan Luo, we'll naturally be able to find out the secret Mei Ji wants to tell us from her mouth. Yao Moen's memories flooded into her mind like a tide. She remembered who she was, who she loved, who she hated. She remembered everything that had happened on the eastern continent. Chapter 628. Since Yi Hongyi was still alive, then that was good. She would let Yi Hongyi experience the feeling of losing everything once more. This time, she wouldn't give Yi Hongyi any chance of survival. If he died, then she would make sure he died thoroughly. As for Yi Junqing, she would find a chance to explain. If we really fought, Diao Diao would only be able to fight Huan Luo to a draw. Diao Diao was rarely this modest. This matter can't alarm Qi Kanglan, so Moen won't give Huan Luo a chance to make a move. You just need to leak the information to Huan Luo. Moen naturally has a way to deal with her. Yao Moen's voice was as cold as a mountain spring, clear and crisp. The current Yao Moen's every word and action seemed to carry an incomparable charm, causing Diao Diao to unconsciously willingly submit to her. I'll listen to you. Diao Diao nodded firmly, then left the room. In the quiet room, Yao Moen returned to the side of the bed. She held Mei Ji's already cold fingers with a distressed expression. Moen will definitely pass on your words to Yan Nanxing. The night was very quiet. Occasionally, the sounds of insects and birds could be heard, breaking the silence of the night. The moonlight shone through the window and onto the ground, seeming to be plated with a layer of silver. How much did you steal? A low voice rang out. After Yi Junqing took the sulfur and saltpeter that Han Genie handed over, he reached out and pulled Han Genie out of the hole. This hole was undoubtedly Yi Junqing's masterpiece. From the moment he entered the Holy Maiden Manor, he had started this plan. I didn't think that I, the dignified Supreme Lord of 10,000 Imperial City, would also have such a day. It's best if you don't mention the word steal in front of this Supreme Lord. Han Genie swept the dust off his body with a helpless expression. These are extraordinary times. Supreme Lord, just endure it. If you want to go steal now, you'll need to have the ability to do so first. Yi Junqing used the moonlight to separate the sulfur and saltpeter. Are you being sarcastic? Han Genie understood the meaning behind Yi Junqing's words and her eyes widened. Honorable Lord, don't be impatient. After 2 or 3 more times, the number of arrow-explosive rats will be enough to blow up the entire Holy Maiden Manor. At that time, we'll take advantage of the chaos to leave. I've already asked around. Crimson Flame Country's dungeon is in the southwest. Our clothes have already been prepared. After we leave the Holy Maiden Manor, we'll sneak into the dungeon and hopefully find Moen and the others. After that, we'll first hide and wait for an opportunity to leave. What if you can't find your Moen? Han Genie lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Then we'll return to Eastern Continent and attack Crimson Flame Country. If they don't hand over Moen, we'll beat them until they do. Yi Junqing's voice was icy cold. As expected of a legend on the battlefield. Genie has underestimated King Chu. Han Genie's eyes shone with admiration. Dawn broke and the rising sun dispelled the darkness. The entire Holy Maiden Manor welcomed a new day. From the first day they arrived at the Holy Maiden Manor, Shui Xiu's existence didn't attract any attention. Aside from providing her with normal meals, neither Yao Moen nor Yi Junqing had come to find her. This made Shui Xiu feel very passive. In the rear garden, Shui Xiu sat on a stone platform next to the fake mountain as usual. Her misty eyes stared at the koi fish in the pond as she muttered to herself. She couldn't take the initiative to find Yi Junqing or Yao Moen. That would make her motive seem a bit impure. In reality, no matter how you pretend, no one will believe that you're Yao Machine. A clear voice came from behind her. Shui Xiu's eyes trembled slightly. When she looked up, the light in her eyes turned into faint sorrow. They say you're Yi Junqing. I'm very surprised. It turns out that the man I yearn for with my life doesn't recognize me. Shui Xiu indifferently turned around, her eyes still fixed on the pond. Do you really understand the words yearn for with your life? Every day, you mumble to yourself, calling Zhong'er, calling Junqing, but do you know what Zhong'er and Junqing mean in Maxine's heart? For the first time, Yi Junqing sat down next to Shui Xiu. His expression was a bit haggard. I don't know. It was rare for Yi Junqing to take the initiative to strike up a conversation, so Shui Xiu naturally wouldn't let this chance slip by. Zhong'er, Maxine's life. Junqing. Yi Junqing's eyes overflowed with faint sorrow. How is Junqing? Shui Xiu couldn't help but ask. Yi Hongyi had said that Yi Junqing was the man Yao Machine loved the most and that Zhong'er was her son. Even if she lost her memories, she would still remember these two people. Junqing is nothing more than a shooting star in her long life, one that flashes by and disappears. Yi Hongyi was probably the one who taught you to say that, but he was wrong. He was wrong from the very start. In Maxine's heart, Zhong'er is irreplaceable, and the other irreplaceable man isn't me, Yi Junqing, it's him, Yi Hongyi. That beast, he would never believe that there would be someone in this world who loved him as much as their own life. He was narrow-minded, jealous to the point of madness, cold-blooded and heartless, vicious and merciless. Maxine had sacrificed so much for him. But in the end, he actually threw Zhong'er to his death right in front of Maxine and locked Maxine up in the cold palace to fend for herself. Even though it had been so long, Yi Junqing's heart still ached when he brought this up. So this is my life. At the time, when Yi Hongyi had recounted this, he had said it in an ordinary tone. This is Maxine's life, not yours. If you're willing to continue acting, no one will stop you. I just want to tell you that no matter how good your acting is, I won't believe you. This is also the last thing I'll say to you. Yi Junqing sighed lightly, then turned to get up. When he turned around, he saw that Yao Moen had somehow appeared behind him. Yao Maxine truly has eyes but can't see. His heart hurt, as if it had been stabbed by a knife and couldn't be pulled out. Just touching it would feel like it was cutting his heart. The person who has eyes but can't see is Yi Hongyi. Yi Junqing paused for a moment, then walked around Yao Moen and slowly left. Once Yi Junqing left, Yao Moen sighed heavily, then sat down next to Shui Xiu. Yi Hongyi still doesn't understand Yao Maxine. Even if she lost her memories, she wouldn't act like an idiot and wallow in self-pity, much less talk about Zhong'er all the time. Hatred needs to be kept in the heart and then slowly seeped into the bone marrow. Yao Moen looked meaningfully at Shui Xiu, then her cherry lips curved in a mischievous smile. She knew very well what Yi Hongyi was trying to prove. Fine, as he wished. You understand Yao Maxine. Shui Xiu looked towards Yao Moen with raised brows. Yao Moen pursed her lips, then left with a faint smile. Ever since Yi Junqing went to battle against Crimson Flame Country, Sikongmu had started to make preparations. Inside the headquarters, Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo stood to the left and right while Diao Diao and Yi Hongyi waited on the side. How have the sea monsters been these past few days? Sikongmu looked at Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo with a solemn voice. His voice was like an ancient, rippleless pool, carrying a dreadful coldness. Replying Sect Master, all the sea monsters are under the control of the sound flute. The navy is well trained and can set out at any time. Huan Luo was the first to reply, then she glanced towards Qi Kanglan. Very good. If there are no accidents, in a month, Crimson Flame Country will send out all their troops to conquer Eastern Continent. Sikong Mu believed that Yi Juanqing's disappearance would definitely attract the attention of all the countries in Eastern Continent. Rather than giving them time to prepare, it would be better to seize the initiative and catch them off guard. After leaving the headquarters, Huan Luo tried to stop Qi Kanglan, but Diao Diao ruined her plans. Great Priest is in a hurry to go see Yao Moen. Can you be a bit more tactful? Diao Diao lifted her chin and stood arrogantly in front of Huan Luo. Move aside. Huan Luo reached out to push Diao Diao, but Diao Diao nimbly avoided her. What? You want to fight? All right. In any case, you didn't have enough fun last night. Speaking of which, Diao Diao really wants to know, why did you want to kill Meiji? You were so heavy-handed. Thankfully, the poison on the torrential pear blossom needles wasn't that strong. Diao Diao pursed her lips, then stopped talking and turned to leave. What do you mean? Huan Luo understood the meaning behind Diao Diao's words and immediately blocked her path. Chapter 629. Although Meiji hasn't woken up yet, she definitely won't die. In Crimson Flame Country, it's not up to you to make someone die. Yao Moen is the same, Meiji is the same. Huan Luo, be lenient when possible. A cornered fish crashes into a net, and a cornered dog jumps over a wall. If you really force someone into a corner, you might not be able to bear the consequences. Diao Diao actually had good intentions. Her intuition told her that she couldn't afford to offend someone like Yao Moen. The moment Diao Diao turned around, Huan Luo suddenly attacked. The liquid in her sleeve shot right at Diao Diao's head. What is it? Diao Diao touched her hair as if she sensed something, but the liquid had already seeped into her hair and entered her body. Yao Moen purposely had Diao Diao lure Qi Kanglan out and hide him in the room alone. At this time, Meiji was lying on the bed, her face as pale as paper. Just after 5 o'clock, Yao Moen heard the window creak open, followed by a low roar. It hurts. When Huan Luo saw Meiji on the bed, she pulled out her dagger and lifted the blanket with one hand. Almost at the same time, a small snake shot out like an arrow and bit Huan Luo's wrist. Then, the sound of the dagger falling to the ground could be heard. I didn't think that the Grand Holy Maiden of Crimson Flame Country's imperial sect would do such a despicable thing. Yao Moen walked out of the darkness when she saw that the plan had succeeded. Her cherry lips curved into a brilliant smile. Xingwan. Why are you here? Meiji is already dead. Damn Diao Diao. Seeing that Meiji's chest wasn't moving and that Yao Moen was here, Huan Luo immediately reacted. Damned. Huan was really curious. In the eyes of the Holy Maiden, who didn't deserve to die? Qi Kanglan. Yao Moen leisurely walked to the table and sat down. She crossed her legs and looked at Huan Luo disapprovingly. He also deserves to die. All of you deserve to die. Xingwan, you've ruined this holy maiden's plans time and time again. You even stole the man this holy maiden cares about the most. Now that you've delivered yourself to me, how can this holy maiden not fulfill your wish? Huan Luo's eyes suddenly turned cold. You want to kill Huan. Lord Holy Maiden, please use your brain and think about it. Since Huan had Diao Diao trick you into coming here, she naturally has made thorough preparations. If she really was killed by you, then wouldn't Huan have lived all these years in vain? Yao Moen snorted disdainfully, her words filled with ridicule. You. Og. Just as Huan Luo was about to make a move, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her wrist. She lifted her sleeve and saw that her left arm, which had been bitten by the snake, had turned purple. How could this be? This isn't snake poison. Huan Luo glared at Yao Moen in shock. Of course it's not snake venom. With martial arts like yours, snake venom is nothing more than a piece of cake for you. Wan naturally wouldn't prepare anything too shabby for the grand holy maiden to grace us with her presence. Yao Mo Wan's voice gradually grew cold. When she raised her eyes, the coldness in them was even colder than the moonlight. What poison did you use? For a moment, Huan Luo felt like the Yao Moen in front of her had become a completely different person. The domineering aura that was radiating from her caused her to focus for a moment. Wan can tell you and can even give you the antidote. However, there's one thing you must tell Wan. Why did Mei Ji die? What secret did she know about you for you to chase after her so relentlessly? Yao Moen's expression was cold and her voice was piercingly cold. She naturally had a reason for her death. Huan Luo snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to cooperate. Wan wants to know this reason. Or perhaps you and Yi Hongyi have some shady business that you don't want others to know about. Yao Moen pursed her lips tightly as she looked at Huan Luo with a cold gaze. A bunch of nonsense. How could this holy maiden have anything to do with that lowly commoner? Yao Moen, if you don't give this holy maiden the antidote, this holy maiden will kill you right now. Huan Luo secretly circulated her qi to suppress the poison, but discovered that it had no effect. All right. To be able to accompany Holy Maiden in death, Wan is extremely honored. Yao Moen suddenly opened her mouth with a waning smile. You. Pfft. Huan Luo never expected that the poison in her body would be so strong that it had already entered her lungs so quickly. Huan Luo, if you're willing to speak, Wan will naturally spare your life. If you're not willing, then today will be the anniversary of your death. Yao Moen wasn't used to sickness. In reality, Yao Moen was certain that Huan Luo wouldn't speak from the start. This plan was to kill Huan Luo. No matter what scheme she and Yi Hongyi had, once she died, all the schemes would be for naught. You! How dare you! Lowly commoner! See if this holy maiden doesn't kill you. Huan Luo's eyes were bloodshot. She knew that Yao Moen wouldn't let her go, so she used all the strength in her body to lift the white cloth. However, she couldn't do anything about the pain. No matter how powerful Huan Luo's martial arts were, she couldn't gather any internal energy. Huan Luo, you deserve to die. Yao Moen sat upright and still, her deep eyes emitting extreme coldness. She still remembered who had injured Han Genie in Great Shu's throne room and nearly killed him. Yao Moen watched as Huan Luo's body twitched and she coughed up blood before collapsing powerlessly on the ground. Yao Moen's red lips curved slightly and her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Right at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Qi Kanglen walked in wearing a white robe and saw the scene in front of him. Huan Luo. Qi Kanglen's eyes widened and he immediately went forward to support Huan Luo. Ha! You got what you wanted. Qi Kanglen. This is the result you wanted. You couldn't allow Huan Luo to live in this world, so you made her do it. The moment Huan Luo saw Qi Kanglen, she knew that this was her last hope. You've been poisoned. Where's the antidote? Qi Kanglen extended his hand towards Yao Moen without any hesitation. At the side, Diao Diao shrugged helplessly. He was worried about your safety, so he insisted on coming back. Diao Diao's explanation caused Huan Luo's heart to turn cold. So Qi Kanglen had come back for Yao Moen's safety. I have the antidote, but I can't give it to you. Mei Ji died in her hands and she still wants to kill Wan. Wan won't even be able to sleep soundly if someone like her lives. Yao Moen deliberately ignored the pleading look in Qi Kanglen's eyes and said coldly. Kanglen guarantees with his life that she definitely won't harm you. Qi Kanglan's outstretched hand froze in the air and his eyes dimmed. If the person who collapsed on the ground today was Wan ask Huan Luo if she would hand over the antidote. Yao Moan once again chose to remain indifferent in the face of Qi Kanglan's silent pleading. Ha! Qi Kanglan, why are you pretending? Don't you hate Huan Luo? If Huan Luo died, you wouldn't have any more misgivings and would be together with Xing Wan forever. Now you got what you wanted. Pfft. The poison in Huan Luo's body had already reached her heart. What do you want before you're willing to hand over the antidote? A trace of hurt flashed through Qi Kanglan's eyes. Yao Moan saw it, but she still couldn't compromise. If Huan Luo didn't die, the hidden dangers left behind might be fatal. Seeing that Yao Moan didn't speak, a resolute look flashed through Huan Luo's eyes. Thus, she bent down next to Qi Kanglan's ear and whispered something. Kanglan is willing to use his life in exchange for Huan Luo's life. After hearing Huan Luo's words, Qi Kanglan's eyes instantly became bloodshot and the veins on his forehead bulged as if he had suffered a huge blow. Wan Diao Diao called out hesitantly when she saw Qi Kanglan's expression change. Yao Moan hesitated until Qi Kanglan raised his hand to slap the top of his head. Yao Moan finally tossed the antidote to Qi Kanglan. Remember, you owe me a life. Yao Moan gritted her teeth and growled. Then, she turned around and no longer looked at Qi Kanglan. After receiving the antidote, Qi Kanglan quickly poured it out and stuffed it into Huan Luo's mouth. Then, he carried Huan Luo and left through the window. Diao Diao only walked to Yao Moan's side after Qi Kanglan had walked far away. Chapter 630. You wanted to take Huan Luo's life just now. Didn't you say you only wanted to force her to tell you the plot? Diao Diao's voice was clearly doubtful. Huan Luo cares so much about Mei Ji's life and death. It's clear how important this secret is to Huan Luo. Do you think she would tell you? Yao Moan sighed. She was still bothered by Qi Kanglan's decision. So you lied to me. Diao Diao felt a bit upset. Diao Diao, you know better than me what kind of person Huan Luo is, and I know better than you what kind of person Yi Hongyi is. These two people are definitely planning something big that can change the world. Your momentary benevolence might make you regret it for the rest of your life. Yao Moan earnestly advised Diao Diao. I don't care about Huan Luo's life or death. I just care that you don't believe me. Diao Diao's voice sounded a bit depressed. It's precisely because I care about your feelings that I don't dare to tell you the truth. Who knows if you and Huan Luo are as close as sisters? Yao Moan pursed her lips and smiled. Pa! Who would be as close as sisters with her? Diao Diao spat. Yao Moan sighed inwardly when she saw that Diao Diao was no longer conflicted. There weren't many people she could use right now. Yao Moan didn't want to create estrangement with Diao Diao. Then what do we do now? Huan Luo has the antidote, so she'll definitely be fine. Diao Diao looked towards Yao Moan in frustration. Who told you that? Yao Moan's smile deepened. Her smile was like a flower. When Diao Diao heard this, she was incomparably shocked. She couldn't help but sigh. The woman in front of her was truly black-bellied. In the middle of the night, two figures sat facing each other. The man was as handsome as an immortal while the woman was as graceful as the moon. At first glance, they looked like an immortal couple that had descended from the heavens. At this moment, smoke was billowing above Huan Luo's head. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Qi Kanglan wasn't much better. His already pale face was even whiter than the winter snow. Pfft! Huan Luo spat out a mouthful of black blood. She slowly inhaled and exhaled. Done. Chi Kanglan slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath as he retracted his palm. Why did you save me? Huan Luo abruptly opened her eyes, her voice as cold as ice. Who did it? Chi Kanglan asked. Does it matter who did it? Even if Huan Luo's body is as pure as ice and as pure as jade, do you think you can return to Huan Luo's side? Huan Luo smiled bitterly. Indeed, these words had saved her. I'm sorry. Chi Tsonglan's answer was extremely obvious. Sorry again. Ever since Yao Moen came to Crimson Flame's country, how many times have you apologized to Huan Luo? Kanglan, why do you still insist on doing things your own way even though you know that you have wronged me? Why is it that even though you know I like you, you won't even spare me a glance? If you hadn't protected Yao Moen with your life on the ship that day, Huan Luo wouldn't have gotten so drunk when she came back, and she wouldn't have been. When this was brought up, Huan Luo still clenched her teeth, her heart aching. Kanglan promises you that I will not let that person go. Chi Kanglan said faintly, but his voice was filled with determination. Is it important? What would killing him change? Will you return to Huan Luo's side? Huan Luo struggled to her feet and left indifferently. After returning to the Holy Maiden residence, Chi Tsonglan felt that it was necessary to meet with Yao Moen. However, the candle in Yao Moen's room had already been extinguished, so Chi Tsonglan stood guard at the door for the entire night. The next day, when Yao Moen opened the door, she was shocked to see that Chi Tsonglan's back was facing her. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his robes fluttered in the wind. Lord Priest didn't sleep for the entire night. Seeing this posture, Yao Moen knew that her guess was correct. I wonder if Kanglan can come in. Chi Tsonglan turned around when he heard this, his handsome face showing some exhaustion. Yao Moen originally wanted to refuse, but when she saw the pleading look in Chi Tsonglan's eyes, she finally let Chi Tsonglan enter the room. Huan Luo harmed you several times, so it's not wrong for you to pay back a tooth for a tooth. However, Kanglan and Huan Luo grew up together, so he couldn't just watch her die in front of him. Do you understand Kanglan's difficulties? Chi Tsonglan explained gently. High Priest's actions yesterday were indeed outside of Wan Er's expectations. To be able to exchange a life for a life, it shouldn't be as simple as being childhood sweethearts, right? Actually, Yao Moen felt that Chi Tsonglan's actions were understandable. In any case, he was closer to Huan Luo than she was. However, yesterday, Yao Moen was truly angry. How could he commit suicide like this, and for someone like Huan Luo? That's all. Also, Kanglan guarantees that as long as Kanglan lives for another day, he will definitely protect you and not let you suffer the slightest bit of harm. Chi Tsonglan's words gradually changed. Yao Moen couldn't help but choke. She felt that if they continued talking, it was very likely that the topic would go even further. Forget it, Wan Er will let Huan Luo go this time for High Priest's sake. However, next time, no one's life will be able to save her. Yao Moen snorted as she walked around Chi Tsonglan. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt someone grab her wrist. In the next second, she was already in Chi Tsonglan's embrace. You, what do you want to do? At such a close distance, Yao Moen could even count how many eyelashes Chi Tsonglan had. Wan Er. Chi Tsonglan choked. Just as he was about to say the words he wanted to say, his eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. When Yao Moen saw that Chi Tsonglan's expression was abnormal, she couldn't help but tremble. Then she followed Chi Tsonglan's gaze and saw that Yi Junqing was standing at the door with a cold expression. Yi Junqing felt that his anger was unreasonable. The woman in front of him wasn't Yao Moen at all. Who she was intimate with had nothing to do with him, but he couldn't bear to see that face so close to another man. Is there something? Yao Moan felt inexplicably guilty and her voice sounded a bit rushed. Diao Diao can't get out of bed. With that, Yi Junqing turned around and stormed away. When they entered Diao Diao's room, Han Genie was standing guard at the head of the bed. What happened? Yao Moan stepped into the room before Qi Zhonglan did. When she saw that Diao Diao's face was deathly pale and her forehead was covered in sweat, Yao Moan hastily sat down and looked towards Diao Diao worriedly. Who knows? When I thought about it this morning, I found that my entire body was weak. Diao Diao's voice was filled with helplessness. Someone come. Hurry and call for a doctor. Yao Moan shouted anxiously but was stopped by Qi Zhonglan. With Diao Diao's martial arts, it's impossible for ordinary illnesses to bother her. Even a doctor wouldn't be able to help. As Qi Zhonglan spoke, he walked over and stretched out a hand to take Diao Diao's pulse. After a short while, Qi Zhonglan's sharp brows furrowed and he looked towards Diao Diao suspiciously. Have you been in contact with anyone recently? Qi Zhonglan's expression was solemn as he asked coldly. I have, I've been in contact with you guys every day. What's wrong? Have I been poisoned? Diao Diao saw the answer in Qi Zhonglan's eyes. It's very strange. Aside from your pulse being weak, there's nothing abnormal about it. However, your body has clearly been overdrawn, said Qi Zhonglan seriously, his expression cold. Diao Diao, your hair, how did your hair become like this? Yao Moan looked towards Diao Diao in shock. She saw that Diao Diao's long hair was no longer as smooth as satin. Instead, it was like withered grass in autumn, dry and yellowed as it scattered on the pillow. When Yao Moan said this, everyone looked towards Diao Diao's hair in shock. That's right, what happened to my hair? Wan I can't see it anymore. How could this be? I can't see anything. Just as Diao Diao was marveling at the change in her hair, her vision suddenly went black and her entire person sank into darkness. Diao Diao. Don't be afraid, we're all here. We're all here. What do we do now? Seeing Diao Diao helplessly stretch out her hand, Yao Moan immediately stepped forward and pulled Diao Diao into her embrace, her eyes shining. Chapter 631. As expected, she was poisoned. Moreover, the poison was placed in her hair and seeped into her brain. What a vicious trick. Let's try Kanglan's blood first. Qi Kanglan suddenly understood. His brows furrowed and he turned around to let out his blood. Beside the bed, Han Genie saw all of this. Seeing Diao Diao helplessly leaning in Yao Mo Wan's embrace, Han Genie suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his heart. He always thought that in his heart, Diao Diao was at most a friend. But now, Han Genie knew that the worry and pain in his heart wasn't just for a friend. Qi Zhonglan moved quickly and handed his blood over to Yao Mo Wan in a short while. Diao Diao, it's all right. Qi Kanglan's blood is the most effective, you know that. Yao Mo Wan hurriedly took the teacup and placed the rim of the cup next to Diao Diao's lips. Only when Diao Diao finished drinking did Yao Mo Wan feel at ease. She believed that Qi Kanglan's blood was omnipotent. But when Yao Mo Wan returned the teacup to Qi Kanglan's hand, Diao Diao suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted in her embrace. How is this possible? Qi Kanglan, this blood doesn't work. What do we do now? Diao Diao can't die. Seeing Diao Diao lying in her embrace with a deathly pale face, Yao Mo Wan's tears fell like rain. Now it seems that only one person can save Diao Diao. Qi Kanglan carried Diao Diao and leaped towards the imperial sect's main altar. Even when Qi Kanglan's figure faded out of his sight, Han Genie still hadn't woken up from his shock. Diao Diao's martial arts are so powerful, who has the ability to poison her? Who? Han Genie's hands clenched into fists, veins popping out on his forehead and a frightening cold light appeared in his eyes. Supreme Lord Han is concerned about Diao Diao. Yao Imo Wan forcefully suppressed the grief in her heart and turned to look at Han Genie. This Supreme Lord will not allow her to die. At the moment of life and death, Han Genie finally understood Diao Diao's position in his heart. Diao Diao has a true temperament. If she loves someone, she will be dead set. That day, when Diao Diao knew that Supreme Lord had Yao Imo Wan in his heart, even though she liked him so much, she still tried to matchmake Wanner and Supreme Lord together. Wanner has always felt that liking is selfish and love is selfless. Yao Moen weakly got up and slowly got off the bed. She looked towards Han Genie meaningfully before turning to leave. Just as Yao Moen reached the door, a low and firm voice came from behind her. If Diao Diao can escape this calamity, Jingyi will definitely not let her down. When Yao Imo Wan heard this, her cherry lips curved into a faint smile. Diao Diao, for Han Genie, you have to hold on. Yao Moen left the room and strolled through the long hallway in the back garden. Her gaze gradually darkened. In all of Crimson Flame Country, who else would dare to poison Diao other than Huan Luo? Huan Luo, Yi Hongyi, what are you planning to do? Sikong Mu is so powerful. Diao Diao should be fine. Yao Moen looked up to see Yi Junqing standing in front of her. How does King Chu know how powerful Sikong Mu is? Yao Moen had already recovered her memories. She had originally wanted to tell Yi Junqing her identity, but the situation was so chaotic right now. She didn't want Yi Junqing to give himself away in a moment of excitement. It wasn't time for her identity to be made public yet. Someone who can make Qi Kanglan and Huan Luo submit definitely isn't simple. Yi Junqing said this to comfort Yao Moen. Perhaps. King Chu didn't come to find me just to comfort Wanner, right? Yao Moen forced out a smile. Diao Diao's fate was currently unknown, so she really wasn't in the mood to deal with Yi Junqing. Is Yao Moen still alive? Where is she being held? Yi Junqing got straight to the point. When Yao Moen heard this, she shook and laughed helplessly. King Chu thinks that Wanner knows. Even if she knows, why would Wanner tell King Chu? Yao Moen lifted her brows in disapproval. That hashtag said that you're Yao Moen, but Junqing knows that you're not. Junqing still remembers that you said that Yao Moen was still alive and that Junqing had to keep her alive no matter what. Xing Wanner, Junqing just wants to know if Yao Moen is really still alive. Junqing only asks you to tell the truth. Yi Junqing suddenly walked in front of Yao Moen and blocked her path. There was an unconcealable pleading in his eyes. Her heart ached a little. Yi Junqing, it's the same every time. Moen is standing right in front of you, but you can't recognize who Moen is. Is it because you care too much? Or is it because we haven't spent enough time together? It seems that once everything calms down, Moen really should tie you to her waist and bring you with her wherever she goes. Let's properly nurture our relationship. She's alive. Not only is she alive, she's living very well. Yao Moen's eyes sparkled brightly and her voice was pleasant to the ear. Yi Junqing was speechless. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, then he said, "Many thanks," to Yao Moen before turning to leave. As she watched Yi Junqing leave, Yao Moen kept feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Adding on the fact that Diao Diao's life was in danger, Yao Moen didn't have the mind to think too much about it. Outside the Imperial sect's main altar, Huan Luo's cold eyes shone with a piercing light. Her cherry lips were tightly pursed and the smile on her face was twisted. As expected, Lady Holy Maiden is formidable. Diao Diao's poison will probably exhaust all of Sikong Mu's cultivation. Behind Huan Luo, Yi Hongyi looked in the direction that Qi Kanglan had disappeared in and laughed coldly. This holy maiden would like to see just how far Sikong Mu can go for Diao Diao. Huan Luo clenched her teeth as her eyes turned cold. Right now, the imperial court and the imperial sect are evenly matched. Once Sikong Mu's martial arts are destroyed, Qi Chuan will have a chance to fight against the imperial sect. At that time, both Qi Kanglan and Yao Moan can be dealt with by Lady Holy Maiden. Now that I think about it, you really are a generous person. Yi Hongyi turned to look at Huan Luo. Humph. Huan Luo had always looked down on Yi Hongyi. When she saw that Qi Kanglan had entered the main altar, she flicked her sleeves and left. Only when Huan Luo was far away did the humility in Yi Hongyi's eyes disappear. All that was left was absolute coldness. Inside the ghost manor, Gue Pestle came out of the dark room and saw Yi Hongyi standing in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Is there something you need from me? Is it Huan Luo? Gue Pestle walked forward eagerly with eyes full of hope. Huan Luo is fine. I only came to ask you about that matter. Have you done it? Yi Hongyi turned around and looked at Gue Pestle with a dark gaze. Yi Hongyi, that's a disgraceful and heinous thing. If someone finds out, they'll definitely be punished. Once someone finds out, we'll both die without a burial place. Gue Pestle naturally understood what Yi Hongyi was referring to. If someone finds out what you did to Huan Luo, you'll also die without a burial place. Yi Hongyi warned coldly. Yi Hongyi. You. Gue Pestle looked at Yi Hongyi in alarm. Don't worry. Since I dared to do it, I'm naturally well prepared. Also, we don't have a way out. Qi Chuan would never let Huan Luo live. If I didn't plead for her that day, Qi Chuan would have wanted to kill her. Ghost Pestle, what I'm doing right now is for my own grand ambitions, but I'm also thinking for you. If the entire Crimson Flame Nation is mine, then what else isn't yours? Yi Hongyi realized that his tone was too harsh, so he immediately explained himself in a gentle voice. Did you say that? Gue Pestle looked at Yi Hongyi suspiciously. I did. Yi Hongyi nodded firmly as if he was making a promise. However, the current Yi Hongyi didn't even care about his face anymore. Promises were nothing in his eyes. There's one more thing. Shui Xiao came to me and asked me to change her face back, said Gue Pestle casually. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.